He's a professor, man. I've dealt with the professors. He's not the first professor I've talked to about flat Earth, man. So, yeah, man, they got their fantasy mathematics. It proves everything's hunky and round. Anyway, go ahead. Finish your story, man. I'm trying to be funny. It's not working.
No, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. Uh, I'm actually honestly amazed to think of how fun a flat Earth meetup must have been in like 2018,
It was pretty fun,
and how
man.
I wish I knew about it at the time so I could have gone to one.
Yeah, it was
Well,
pretty.
we advertised the shit out of FEMA camp. It was everywhere.
FEMA camp was awesome. We had some pretty big ones out here in LA. And a bunch of the big wig flat earthers came out. You know, the A crew came out, man, and here I am, like the C crew at best. Yeah, on a good day. Yeah, but no, I can handle.
No, don't sell yourself short. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off, bro.
I spent 6 hours going up against Professor theoretical physicist, basically. Yeah, there's about 5 of us, 5 flat earthers against him. It was fun, man. And yeah, we did that. That was fun. And we had a panel. We had a panel of flat earthers too. It was great. Oh man, good times, good times. Oh.
We need to add these photos to the McToons.
Which photos? What do you got?
Oh, so now Michael came with the photo from McToon, which just shows the red, supposedly showing curvature of the Earth, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I got the actual picture. He posted a link, so I got the actual picture and put the whole thing on Photoshop and do the same thing. The beam muscle's curving, but McToon didn't add that to his proof.
Yeah, there's a little bend in the red stripe.
So this is one of them things where you have to pay attention to what you don't see, right?
Yeah.
Good job, bro.
Yeah, I like it. That's excellent, man. I'm gonna mooch that.
Yeah, we need to put that to some kind of a meme. McToon's failure. That McToon's failure.
McFailure.
It's Aries failure right there, baby.
Yeah, let's call it that. McToon's failure.
McToon's failure. There you go. I love it. Oh, there's a better one.
But
oh yeah.
But see, for me, like I came to this whole debate from a philosophical standpoint.
Is McToon really trying to sell us that picture? Really?
But he's not trying to sell us that picture.
Okay.
He put. I posted the link to his actual, because he posted the link to the what he actually posted in his website, which is just it excludes that metal beam in the bottom.
I see what he did. My bad, McToon 27. My bad.
So when we see McToons, we're going to ask him, does he swear to tell the whole truth?
Well, a hole is like circular, so he'll probably tell that. But anyway, like a lot of these YouTube gatekeepers, right? They're like Officer Barbrady from South Park.
Officer
Step aside, kids. Step aside, kids. Nothing to see here. You know. It's like they don't actually address the claims.
Show me. Oh, you're saying he's like him. You're not saying he is him, right?
Clearly bugging.
No, I'm not saying he is Officer Barbrady.
Sorry, continue.
My boy is dishonest. Yeah. McToon. All right.
No, but is it? Go ahead, guys.
Anyway, it's all good, man. I'm just hanging out, man, having a beer, having a smoke. I like the late evenings, you know, it's quiet. You know, it's like hang out and just chill, man. I'm not. You know, if a Globey came in, sure, man, I would talk about the 3 points or whatever, man. Talk about Bendy Water, Polaris, whatever. Bring it up. It's all good. But there's too many proofs, man. You're not spinning. It's like your equilibrium and your that's the first thing it would tell you if you're spinning. But they teach you not to trust that, man. It's crazy, man. Can't trust your own senses, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's what Globerg people say, not to trust your own senses. And I do remember watching like a documentary back in the day, and they were like, when it comes to like theoretical astrophysics, you kind of have to ignore your common sense.
Yeah. Be like,
Are you thinking? Are you trying to think how? That's against the law. I'm gonna arrest you for thinking. Thinking is against the law. It's illegal.
yeah, well, they had the thought police in 1984, right? Or what do they call them?
Well, they got him in Australia in 2021. But anyway, like I've debunked that whole argument a long time ago, personally, because every time someone tells me you can't trust your senses to figure out what's real, I say to them, how do you know that when you read a sentence of little black squiggly lines on a white background, that when you see, let's say, the letter R, it isn't in fact the letter F?
Yeah.
Well, the letter R is not big enough. It has to be so big that we can't see the R. That's how they want you
Oh,
to
I
think
see.
about it, right? Right.
I
That's how
see.
they
So
want
every time you
Yeah.
every time you see the letter F is actually so big that it's actually the letter R. Is that what it is?
I mean, we say it's the letter F, right? But you
Man, my
can think
kindergarten
of it.
teacher would slap the shit out of y'all with a piece of wood. Ask me how I know.
You can think of it as an R,
So funny,
right?
man.
All right.
Yeah.
We see F, but we believe it's an R. Right. That's how we're supposed to think about the world. Like, I tell you what to think, okay?
That's
How
right.
dare? What do you think? You think you're just gonna be born on this world and start thinking? Is that how we think this works? Is that how people think this works?
No, man.
No, you're told what to think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, think about it, man. I mean, you wake up, you're 5, you go to school, man, and they start you right away, man. Like, boom.
Yeah.
Like,
Can I ask
and
you guys a question?
they spend the next 18 years, whatever it is.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Of course, of course. Of course, of course.
I'm in a pretty long form debate with a guy on YouTube
Okay.
about atheism versus theism,
Okay.
and he's arguing.
Wait, what's theism?
Well, theism is the description of a belief in a supernatural creator.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense to me. I'm tracking.
Okay, so anyway, he's arguing that the default position is atheism. And his evidence for this claim is that before you are confronted with the possibility or one or the other, you are necessarily in a state of ignorance and therefore unbelief.
Okay.
It's
I
an,
know.
it's an
I got it.
And I
interesting
keep trying to tell him that every time you invoke any type of truth claim, you must necessarily appeal to the supernatural fabric of truth,
Mm-hmm.
because you're appealing to the laws of logic, you're appealing to the laws of non-contradiction. You're appealing to truth as such, and therefore, once that whole domain is breached, right, you must necessarily appeal to that which is more true than less true, or more powerful than less powerful. You must necessarily rank order things metaphysically
Mm-hmm.
based on their properties, and therefore must acknowledge that there is a Most High.
Well, can I say something to that? Because like, here's an example. Like, I was born, right? So when I was born, I didn't know about like God, and I didn't
You
know.
didn't know fuck all.
I didn't know anything, right?
None of
I
us
can
knew fuck
remember
all.
being 2 years old, right, and
Yeah.
walking towards the fire, like the heater, and being beaten because I was going to burn myself, right? You know what I mean? That's the first thing that I remember learning was that fire can hurt you.
What's hot, Mikey? What's hot, Mikey?
Somebody's got
What is it?
coffee time. Coffee time?
Check his day. No, it isn't day.
Arigato.
Should I disconnect him? I don't wanna.
Who was it?
Mute
Yeah,
him
ban
out.
him.
Coffee
No,
time. No, he's a flat earther. He's just
Yeah, he just.
no.
Anyway, let me
I'll
continue
disconnect
now
him,
that he's-
No,
and
no,
then
I
he
still
can
mute him.
reconnect.
I just remute him. I just remute him.
Just mute him. He's fine.
Don't
Okay,
forget to
let me
unmute
continue.
him, though. Yeah.
He was
yeah.
probably watching a watch page or something, man. That's all.
Go ahead. Yeah, you're 2 years old. You were going to the heater.
Right, so
You were, yeah,
that
go
was
ahead.
that was the first thing I learned,
Got
right?
your ass
But
beat for going to the
from
heater?
a very young age, I
Damn.
actually saw spirits. Like when I was a child, I saw like figures that were walking through my home. I don't know why I saw them. I just see them like as a child, right? I grew up seeing these people that had no faces walked in through my home and out the door, and some through the window, and just not like every day, but just different things. And so I had this. I didn't know like what the difference was between a physical person and a spirit thing, right? And when I got to a certain age, where I said to my mum, what about this lady, da 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 da, who was sitting in the car? And then my mum said, no, you don't tell anyone about that, right? And for the rest of my life, I had experiences that kind of like that, where I was told you don't tell anyone. And then when I got older, my mum came and apologized to me, and she said, I'm very sorry, son. We just didn't know what to do, because this is something that has been a part of our culture and our people for generations. And it's just that, like, because I'm a native New Zealander, so I'm a Maori from New Zealand. And she said, and
Oh,
then,
cheaper, Sydney.
yeah. So that was just normal until it wasn't allowed to be normal. Colonization came and changed the rules, and so she told me, you're not allowed to talk about that, or they'll lock you up. And then it's interesting, because I learned about God, like, obviously from my parents, but I would say that I didn't have a default that there was a Most High God. My default was there was a spirit realm, or a realm that was, that was here among us, that was made a spirit. That's what I knew as a default. So I don't know how that fits into that discussion, but like, I would say that I didn't have a default.
Well,
we have the same. You and me, we have the same belief, and we have the same. Let me just. We Samoans and Maoris, we have the same religion. It's exactly the same. And yes, thanks for sharing that. I've been trying to share stuff like that for a while now, man. Yeah.
I gotta quote some triple. I gotta quote some Crow, man. Belief's the enemy of knowing, man. I just can't let that one go, man. First time I heard him, I'm like, oh, damn, that's good. I can't really argue with that. Okay, yeah, belief is the enemy.
Yeah, tell that to Matthew when you see him, because he's going off of Merriam-Webster's definition.
Believe me, I've actually told it to his face. Hey, belief's the enemy of knowing.
Well, hold on. The story we just heard is very important, though, right?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about the experiential basis of all knowledge, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you got a kid walking around seeing spirits,
right,
then that must be admitted as a phenomenon.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not a question of belief, right? Belief is a limited epistemological domain that pertains only to claims. Or I suppose you could say sensory experiences. But this motherfucker was just telling us that he saw this stuff.
I got a
So
question
now
for
we
you,
have
bro.
to say,
Can I just say that when my parents were trying to teach me religion, right, and the religion they were trying to teach me was Mormonism, I would say to them, but what about these things? And then they'd say, oh, we don't talk about that, even though they knew that there were others among the Polynesian people that had seen these things and for generations, and so
Dude,
they were just ignore it.
No, bro, they weren't ignoring it. What they were doing was they were hiding it, right? And I gotta say, that's a defense mechanism, right? It's a defense mechanism that is a learned mechanism from hearing about what happened to people when they went to the mental institutions, right? Because what they did was they took these people like you, right, who were labeled, not normal by society, and instead of giving them free reign and all the magic mushrooms or whatever they want to drink or eat and just letting them be themselves, and then those become like your shamanistic, like, the elder type person, right, that you go to for answers, right? Because they're allowed to just experience, right? Just everything. And that was taken away from you when the Europeans invaded your land, because before that, I bet you had like shaman, like ancestors, medicine men, seekers.
Yeah, they were called tohongas, and they were I guess like prophets in a way, or healers.
Bro. My wife is Maori, and I'm always speaking against the ancestor worship that our cultures have. When she mentions these things, I try to educate her. What I think it is, I think they're demons. And what is your take on it? What do you think these things are? Like, what do you feel?
I've had experiences where I've seen good and bad things, and so I know that there is a difference. Like, you know what I mean, in terms of, but I knew the spiritual realm existed, and then I was trying to understand. Okay, are they good? Are they bad? But I think the important thing for me was understanding that they exist, and so ironically, I actually went into work and worked in hospitals and worked in mental health field. I worked in places like the psychiatric wards and the crisis teams, and I've had experiences where I've stood in a room and I've had a guy like a patient who's sitting there, and we're standing there, and he's telling us what he's seeing, and I can see the very guy that he's talking about. Like, I can see an ancestor dressed in exactly what he's talking about.
Wow.
Yeah, and I can't say anything because I'm going, if I acknowledge that what this guy's saying, they're going to lock me up with him, right? So I just say nothing. I just go, wow.
You have the gift. It's the sensitivity gift, man. I think that's what you're experiencing. Certain people are sensitive to these things than other. It's like antennas. We're tuned to certain frequencies. You probably would have been one of the medicine man, right? You probably would have been one of those guys if you were living in the old days, because you can see them. In my place where I'm from, we have people that do that. We call them medicine men. These are the people that can see the spirits of the dead and everything. But I believe they're harmful. I believe I believe in the God of Abraham, and according to that, it makes sense what these things are. I've seen it. They're not ancestors. They have an agenda, right? And they're trying to control what people believe. And I think the Vatican Church and the spirits that they worship or believe in are the same spirits scattered around the earth. Of these religions, these beliefs that cultures develop out of. What do you think about that? You reckon that's
I will say that first of all, that I do believe that the God of Abraham is a true God. I do. I've experienced and witnessed things of a spiritual nature that have helped me to acknowledge that, and that's through reading the Word and then praying and then having an actual experience that confirmed in the Word that I didn't know about. So I had experiences that where I had things happen, and then I found them in the Word of God, and in terms of the Scriptures. I left religion, so I'm not in a religion because I believe that the religions have a lot of corruption and a lot of influence that isn't of the Most High God. But I do believe that God bestows light and knowledge and power to all those who He chooses to, whether we are righteous or unrighteous. It doesn't actually matter.
May I
according to the
interject?
Word. So,
May I interject?
Yeah.
May I, please? May I?
Go ahead, bro.
So you just said the Most High God, and that to me is exactly what I was going for with my previous line of reasoning, which is, we got to this whole discussion about the spirit realm via my introduction of the fact that in order to assert that any metaphysical entity exists, one must acknowledge that all metaphysical entities might exist, right?
Yeah.
So once you say something is not physical, not observable by a telescope or a microscope or a piece of wire or whatever have you,
like
it's
oxygen.
possible that they all, yeah, exactly. It's possible that they all do. And then you have to do a certain different type of science. You might even call it a meta science, wherein you narrow down all the different claims made by all the different metaphysical institutions and persons and whatever. And it's amazing. Like I'm gladdened to the heart to hear that people are still willing to have these types of discussions, right? Because most of my peers in my
It's quite nice to have
day-to-day life are like, they're just like, spirits, metaphysical entities, what are you, fucking nuts? Like, forget it. And I'm like, bro, how many
can't,
masks are you wearing, bro?
your bros can't go that deep, man. My bros can't go that
Well,
deep.
well, we've all been conditioned by the education system to be materialistic, right? That the physical is the only thing that's real. That's what we've been conditioned to think like. So if you mention, like unless you're religious or you come from a family that has taught you spiritual, a life, how to live a spiritual life. That's even me. I grew up in church, but learning science made me, that thing, that only physical. I think we've been brainwashed that way, and that's why when you bring it up, because metaphysics is a thing in Greece, in Greek philosophy.
Oh,
Well,
hey, can I interject, hey? Yeah, I want to give a big shout out, hey, to old Nappy, hey, what's up, buddy? Oh, hey, I muted you, hey.
I'm out of that loop. I don't know. Not hip on that.
Anyway, I just want to say
Nappy's
that
some black chick who fucking talks a bunch of nonsense, if anyone was wondering.
Hey, thanks, brother, man. Looking Canadian brother here, shooting the hockey puck there all day long. Top corner, top shelf.
Outer odor, eh?
That's right, man. Here we go. Here we
Go
go.
ahead and finish, bro. Yeah.
Hey, I want to touch on that metaphysics, eh?
Oh, you gotta
Hold on. Yeah, let Dave go. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh,
I just
my
want to say
bad.
that, I guess one of the things that I guess I was lucky with is that because to me, I didn't have to be taught that there was a spirit realm, right? Like I just knew it existed already. Like no one taught me that. That was something that I could see, and so it was. I had to search a lot about, look at all the different things that were being taught to try and understand. Because when I would tell things, right, when I would actually say some of the experiences I've had, and I've had hundreds, I would have to try and ask, now how would you perceive that? And in most religions, they just turn around and said, oh, that's demons. And I said, but how can you say everything's demons when when you read the Bible, it's not all demons. There are spiritual things that are good and spiritual things that aren't good. So I was like, you know what I mean? Like, just from that perspective, not saying that I haven't seen demons. I have seen and recognized that's not good.
You see both, right? You're
Hey,
both.
can I ask you a question? Hold on. I agree with you and right on with that. But are you tapping on the table to try and keep your bird entertained?
Oh, that's
his daughter.
Son, actually, he's
It's what?
He was born very special. He's a special needs son, and he
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, he
Sounded
likes
like
to
a there.
sensory.
Yeah, I
like
can't
he's-
hear him. It was triggering my ticks. What?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry
yeah.
about that. Normally
Hey,
he
I'm
isn't
a-
in here.
No worries, bro. No worries.
Yeah, I'm a father, bro. I need you to understand. My bad. I love children. It sounded like a bird. I'm sorry.
Yeah. There's a guy named John D. Right? There's a guy named John D. that developed almost all of the science that we have today, even the globe, even the instruments used to navigate the globe. You know, the sextant. These guys. So this guy, if you read about him, John D. Queen Elizabeth's, advisor, needed to perform. You know, he's the guy. He's like the Tesla of his time, the smartest guy ever. So he decided to consult angels or spirits to acquire more knowledge, but he couldn't do this. He couldn't perform the ritual because he didn't have the sensitivity. So he needed someone who had that kind of sensitivity, who can see things, you know, can access the spiritual realm. And the man that he found, his name was Edward Kelly. So Edward Kelly, that's what I'm saying. I think you might have something like he had, you know, where you're very sensitive to the spiritual realm, and you're able to see things and maybe even interpret things. But his story, that story is the story of the globe Earth, you know, and that's why I say this knowledge that we call science. How do people know how many protons are in an element? Did they count it? It's based on a model. How did we receive that knowledge? And we know about Genesis 6:6. So that's why, you know, that's why I don't say they're demons, because I say they're evil spirits. Because if you look at Genesis 6:6, that's where evil spirits come from. The Nephilim, when they died, the giants, their spirits are stuck here on Earth. So that's my explanation for it. Go ahead.
Hey, Bob, can I wait? Hold on a second. Can I just offer something that may be like really
I had
weird?
a couple comments on that. You know, Hebrew word giant translates to bully or tyrant. You know that, and most people leave out the Rahaim, the great men of old, and the Nephilim. Oh, hold on, the great men of old, of renowned, the giants. They were Rahaim. They were children of Ra, and
yes.
Yeah, so most people leave them out. Listen, so it's not just Nephilim spirits, but even the spirits of the fallen, the Rahaim or the Elohim. When they came here, they were the Elohim, the hosts of heaven. After the fall, they become the Rahaim.
The demigods that we know of. In my culture, in Samoan culture, we have so many demigods. So those have to be the spirit, right?
And
that are propagating this lie. You know.
Listen, okay. I got to say it, and you know it, Bong. I believe in serpent seed, so I believe the demons that left their estate for our estate, you know, and transgressed the law of God, where we're all supposed to live in our appointed estates. I believe they live among us. So it's a bloodline, and not, you know, wandering spirits are wandering spirits, but they're not called demonic or demons. You know, demonic entity. Well, that we know what an entity is, and that breaks down in Hebrew to a life form. A demonic enemy is like we're human, they're demon. So in earlier texts, they were described as a pre-Adamic creation, pre-Genesis.
Well, yes, I don't believe in the serpent seed, but yeah, I agree.
Listen, it coincides when Cain was kicked out of the garden, right? What did he say to God? He said, I don't want to go out there, at least they kill me. They know who I am and they kill me. Who? It was just Adam and Eve and their descendants in the garden, but if he goes outside the garden, somebody might kill him. So that implies a pre-Adamic creation. They were there before the foundations were laid. All the hosts of heaven, Elohim, which is not the plural of God. It's the plural of gods. So the lesser gods, the demigods, demiurges, the host of heaven, not the Most High. You can't be the Most High God unless there's other gods. So you got to understand that first. It's a difference between Ionis and Theos with the denotator. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean, and that is exactly what I was trying to get to. And I apologize if I'm interrupting again. You can ban me whenever you want, bro.
Oh no, you're
but
good.
I'm just trying to say.
But
I'm just trying to say. I'm just trying to say. Like, hold on, Mike. As soon as you start entertaining the idea of any god, it is logically necessary that there must be some god that is more powerful than another.
Yeah, that's beyond the ontological question. Yeah,
that's
but you're
all
right.
God.
That's what,
okay, who created God? You know, come on.
No.
Well, God God is the everlasting, all omnipotent being, and He created the other gods. You think He wants to sit up here and do the work?
Well, what I'm trying to say is like the spirits that we experience in our cultures, right? That's what I've been. You know, in my culture, we have so many stories of these demigods that have brought us all these things for our culture. Our tattoo that goes around was brought by two sisters that swam from Fiji. Is that a demigod? I think so, right? Wait, one more. Well, there's another one called Nafanua Warrior Princess.
Yeah, I was
So
going to
I
ask
think
you about your belief. Listen, don't you guys believe there was a time when gods walked with men?
For sure.
No, not really. No.
The two sisters on the water weren't gods, and they weren't there, and you didn't experience them, and that's where the fairy tale came from.
They were Siamese twins. They're stuck together. That's what I heard.
Well, Native Americans do believe that the seven great fire spirits came out and walked with men, so those could be fallen too.
Right,
dude. I've never seen any kind of like spirit, ghosts, fucking UFOs. I've never even seen a UFO, man. I mean, I don't know. Am I special? I don't know.
Well, I think that's what those things are today. UFOs and aliens and why the earth is the ball. Because they're trying to change the story and cause things that people would probably not allow them to do, you know. So
hey, there's a dumb joke about that. If you haven't seen a UFO, you've seen a UFO. It's an unobserved flying object.
Yeah, I've seen lights
like
go by
the curvature.
I've seen lights, but I have never seen like dude, I was always like hoping to see like some land right in front of me. I'd be like, oh fuck yeah!
I've seen lights I can't explain, dude.
Man. We could fly for free. Can I get on your spaceship and go to Europe for a weekend? Thanks, that'd be cool.
Can I just say that I haven't seen the most
I can fly through the ether, man. Just, I mean, for free.
I like the ideals of lights in the sky phenomena during wartime. You know, like Foo Fighters and stuff. Mm-hmm. And there's a reason for that. When we parachuted in the desert the first night, we seen a light phenomenon. That's all we can call it, you know.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of light phenomena.
So it seems that they're observable when we're at war or on a war front. I'll tell you what, though.
What's that?
Have you ever witnessed an aurora borealis?
No, man. I would love to, man.
I'm a Michigander. Listen, we observe the aurora borealis yearly or bi-yearly.
Don't you know? You gotta say, don't you know?
Oh, don't you know? You betcha. Hey, I'm Otter Oder, eh? He's correcting my English, eh? So we were watching the aurora borealis, eh? And it was supposed to be a special event, buddy. And they said it's a rare occurrence. But when we went up there, the whole family, we just stared at this shit in the sky in awe, you know, because I've seen the waving trails of red, the waving trails of green. Cool. But in what they said, listen.
I can only
and what-
imagine, man. That's so awesome.
What they said in this special event was going to be rare. It's a rare light show, but within 5 minutes, nobody said nothing. And I had to say, hey, are you, my kid and my wife at the time, are you guys thinking the same thing I'm thinking? And my old lady was like, well, I see lights flying around as if somebody's driving them. And I'm like, yeah, because they were tracing all over the sky, but they looked like they were intelligently controlled,
Right.
Like they were doing an aerial display. And this was a rare natural phenomenon. Well, it didn't look natural. Even my daughter said, yeah, I think them are UFOs. Them say aliens. I said, well, we can't say aliens unless we observe little green men.
Damn. Well, I want a flying saucer. Come on. We all
Well,
do.
you know what I mean. As a military man, I've always held the idea it could be something we own. We just ain't told nobody about. I still hold that idea. That could
Area
be what's
51, man. I knew about
what?
it.
Yo,
What?
yo,
I got
yo.
my
Hold on a
own
second,
idea.
everybody. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Area
If you wanna-
51 is like the 51st state of technology,
Go ahead.
where we try out
I'm just
our.
saying. I'm just saying, if you want a flying saucer,
Yeah.
just tell your old lady that she's fat during tea time.
Look, I'll one up you. If you want to go lift off like a rocket to the moon, just tell her she's fat and ugly while you're having sex.
Hey, man. You
Hey,
guys are too
bingo.
young. but
Say your
anyway,
sister's better.
Bingo, eh?
if you
Yeah,
want,
boy.
You better get that one some hot cocoa, eh?
What do you do when the dishwasher breaks down?
Go
The
ahead,
what?
dude. I'll quit trolling you.
The what breaks down? The what breaks down?
What do you guys do when the dishwasher breaks down?
The dishwasher? What the hell is that? Oh, the
Dish-
dishwasher?
The
Yeah.
dishwasher breaks down. Got
Well,
it.
I remind
I'm gonna go
my
buy a
ex-wife.
new one, man. That's what I'm gonna do.
No, you slap it, bro. You slap it.
Yeah. Hey, why does your bride wear white? Why do you get your bride a white dress?
Purity. It's purity, my friend. Purity.
No, it's so the dishwasher matches all the other appliances.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
My dad told
That's really bad. You guys stop
it
it.
is.
Shit.
My dad told me that one. My dad told me that one, but my mom had to be specific. She's like, "Look, son, that's a joke you only tell after about 6 years of marriage."
All right. So we don't have a model. What's a model? We don't have a model, man. Well, it's the burden of proof is on the person that presented us with a model. I believe. I could be wrong. Whatever.
Yeah, we have a negative claim. They have a positive claim. They
And,
say it's a globe, and we
throwing
say
it-
it's not. It's not, eh?
Battle, man. They keep throwing that at us, man. Where's your model? Where's the edge? It's like,
Listen, we don't need to model a negative claim. You say it's a globe, we say it's not. Prove it.
I was the same last night, man. We got to take it easy on the
Right.
globe. 'Cause
And
we can crush the Globers. Like, we can crush them. Like,
I heard you say, "Hey, bro, where do you live, eh? Are you up there?
I'm out here, man. I
You're
don't
in
know where the fuck I'm-
are you a Canadian?
I know I'm not spinning, man. I know that 100%. We're not
No,
spinning.
I was wondering if you was a Canadian, eh? Like in ancestry, I'm a Canadian. I can go from Michigan to Canada without
Dude,
having to
just say,
get a
I don't know.
passport.
I know that it's not what they told us it is. I just have to get that off my chest for a second, man.
That's right, man. The natives own Canada, not the Queen.
Hey, man, where's your model? Where's your model, eh? Where's the
I hate that shit.
Wait,
It's
Battle
ridiculous.
Mod though,
It's
like,
ridiculous.
isn't the concept of ownership itself a begging the question fallacy?
No.
That
So here, I'll give you a status where this becomes true in universal law, okay? Lion has a pride, right? Lion has a territory, right? What happens to you in nature if you invade the lion's territory? Try to take it as your own. He comes in and defends his hereditary claim, because a hereditary claim is based on the first people. It's called first seizure. I was here first. My people have arranged this for our living and our life. We're using it, even though Earth is common property, because we're all born free on Earth. This is mine. Under status, I worked it. I sweated. I teared for it. My generations died here. That's hereditary claim. The land owns us, and we own the land. We are symbions in nature, which is true in the ecosystem too. So when you become symbiotic with the land, you establish a natural hereditary claim. This is universal law that even the kings and queens follow.
Well, I
Interesting,
think that's
yeah.
great axiomatically, but what happens when there's like
It's not
discontinuity?
axiomatic, it's reality, and I can show you legal documents to prove it, where we're arguing in Canada and in the United States over this
I'd say
exact
that's
thing.
a concept though, because
So
my
listen,
native people didn't believe that.
hold
They
on,
didn't
guy. I
believe
want to enlighten you to some people. If what I was saying wasn't true and it wasn't a reality for the elite on this earth, then you wouldn't be hearing about a great reset where all the treaties on earth are owned up. The Queen says she has a claim to 90% of the land on earth, but that's not true. She stole it all through treaties and trusts from the hereditary claims Occidental or First Nation peoples of that land who first seized it. It's hers by natural law, and she knows it. The Great Reset is we either have to reset all the contracts or kill off all the contract holders. In other words, me as an Occidental, I'm a contract holder to a trust and a treaty over my land, wherein you instilled a federal authority over top of it. And then you made another covenant or another trust in the form of a constitution as you developed a legal fiction. But we're talking about universal law and hereditary claim. I can break this shit down to science, bro.
Don't break it down, man. Don't break it down.
I just say, as a native in New Zealand, that I always said to my elders, like, why do we even pay them tax? Like, they took all this land and claimed it, and we never paid tax to each other or anyone. We never had that concept, right? And so
welcome
I said, now they're giving it back and saying we're sorry. They give us money, they give us land, and I say, why do we pay tax? Right? Like, it doesn't make sense. And there's actual people that don't. There's actual natives here that say, nope, I'm not paying nothing, and they don't.
Oh, we don't have to. We don't have to. It's our land. We're the principal deed holders, the Occidentals of the land. Russians in Russia,
That's a couple of years of study on that subject alone. Okay, at least 2 years.
Yeah, I spent a lifetime, bro. My dad.
Most people are not ready for that, man.
I know. My dad had a master's degree in universal and Occidental law.
For fucking 30 years, and I'm still not ready to deal with
the difference between common law, law of the land.
Forget it, dude. I'm
admiralty law.
Can't navigate
Wait,
that shit.
Maritime law.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, so I'm a quarter Finnish, a quarter Danish, and then half unknowable mixed European.
You just a mutt?
But I currently live in Washington State because that's where my family is, and I bought land here on a private mortgage or deed of trust.
Right.
Now, are you saying that I should move back to either Finland or Denmark?
No. But I'm saying you pay tax to the Queen because you're a tax slave. Because she's basically a landlord. She's a major debit holder of the contract. She's the corporate trust. And she herself has overseers and authorities. So, but you pay her rent. It's just like if, say, I own a rental complex, right? I got 500 apartments, but I don't want to take care of those apartments, right?
Yeah.
So what I do is I say, fuck it, I get a rental agency. And I form a trust, which is a contract, which is a trust with them, or a treaty. Treaty trust, same thing.
Gotcha.
So I form a trust and a contract with them wherein we endeavor. They'll collect all the annuities from the people in their lands that they lord over, and they will pay on to me a percentage of the revenue, for they are my goyim, my tax slaves. And I am the master and lord. Are you with me? So
I'm following you, man. 100%, man.
So-
we know
Queen,
we know who runs the land and the show, man.
so the Rothschilds are the exact supreme
Sure.
debit holders of all trusts, and they're the lords over the queen. They're the queen's masters, but she's the rental agency in front of the rental agency. She just collects your revenues, takes her chunk, and then passes it on down the road.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is like you just said that your natural or universal rectitude based on your people's existence on a piece of land.
Rectitude. No, it's universal law. And it's a hereditary claim. You're confusing the words. The law is very specific, bro.
Let's get off the land.
Okay,
listen,
wait. Let me try to reconfigure. Let me try to reconfigure.
I want you to understand this. This isn't my claim. I didn't come up with universal law, but it is the law by which the elite are governed. That's what you got to understand. They govern each other over this. Trust contracts. Listen, you're a man. If you stand in as a man in any courtroom and not let your words be sent against you, used against you, you don't have to speak to the court. You do not have to speak in court. You can say, I'm a man, and beg for claim to be laid against you for a man or a woman. You don't have to, you owe no allegiance to dead men and their contracts. You owe nothing to a legal fiction. What's fiction? It's not reality.
Yeah.
So universal law states that you are born free until you voluntarily give your authority away. That's trust, contract, deed, constitution, covenant.
Battle. We are battling. You and I know how deep you could spend the next 2 years studying this shit.
No, I could spend the next 2 years preaching it. I spent a lifetime growing up with a full-blooded Occidental who understood universal law, studied in Oxford, and was licensed to do law. Eggs, a lot of times you guys cut eggs off. He studied in the same Lexington Law, Oxford, in the UK. This is universal law. The kings, queens.
It's a
very
the universal law. That's my question. Who created the universal law?
Well, it was natural philosophers who watched nature and came up with laws of nature, such as I described. This is where we get hereditary claim. You can't just go in and move a herd of animals out of their land. Why? Because generation to generation, they lived there, they died there, they seized it first. In
so you're
nature,
saying
it's
man
there.
created universal law. Is that
So
what you're
we
saying?
yeah, man did by observing nature. Yes, there's many books on
So
it.
man can change the law whenever he wants. Then, if man created it, man can create new law.
No,
Man's
that's
law.
wrong, bro.
Man's law, not the law of nature. It's obvious. It's a fact. It doesn't change. It's already been defined. You can't change the Thomas Hobbes' definition of universal law or any person who ever came up with universal law.
Wait, Mike, can I ask you a question?
Because
it's based on this hereditary claim. It's based on the hereditary claim. Is my hereditary claim stronger in my former people's nation from which I've been alienated?
In the land you come from, it is stronger because right now you're just you're in my building under a rental agreement with a person third from the person who actually owns the land.
Yeah, but even if I go back, like after generations of alienation, what about then?
Well, listen, whether or not you had to go back by universal law would be up to the Occidentals of that land. Whenever a horse leaves a herd and goes to a different herd, or a deer from one herd to the next, If they're not accepted, they leave, right? But if they're accepted, what are they? They're part of the family. They now have claim to the land, and they're going to mix in and live and die in our generations on our land.
Right on, brother.
This shit goes real deep, man. It's a lot of people don't study it, but the problem is, if you denote it how it's been denoted, universal law can be considered the law of the universe, the law of creation, or law of God. We get people who want to say, I'm not under the law, I'm saved by grace. Okay, cool. You're saved by grace, but understand grace, that means gift. So it's a gift to God. You're only saved if he gives you the gift, okay? So don't give me that crap. Grace translates to gift. That's covered in universal law too. If me through my grace I accept you into my generations and give you hereditary claim to the land, then you live on the land under my grace. It's a gift. Gifts are given freely when people are happy, right? That's the whole premise of grace. Please your Father, and you're saved by grace because he'll give you the gift that he promised you. That's the good news. Not supposed to go around preaching the bad news, but even Jesus preached universal law. I can break it down to Latin, Greek, Aramaic. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Treat people the way you want to be treated. When you do it, I can do it. It's a golden rule. It's universal law. His entire ministry was law. He believed in these laws, and most people believe, when you get really back into the religious, that we are Leviathan, that we're surrounded by oceans and we're the beast of the sea. We're giants in the fact that we're bullies and tyrants and we rape the land rather than caretake it.
Hey man, battle. I'm part American Indian. You know that, right?
Hoorah!
I'm all about the land, man. I'm all about the land, taking care of the land, man. That seems like stupidly fucking easy to do.
You know where I'm coming from. I was raised by a full-blooded Ojibwe father who had reached as deep as he could into his past, knew his heritage and knew his people, and knew the laws that confined
the land, man. Knew the laws of the land, bro.
Yeah, I mean, when they say ignorance of law is no excuse, they literally mean it. You're ignorant to the fact that you can choose what law you're judged under. When you stand as a righteous man, you're not a sovereign citizen. A citizen is property of a state. A state is a legal fiction, and you become a tax slave. You're somebody else's property. You gave away your authority. That's why you're under their universal code or uniform code. If I'm not part of a corporation or a corporate identity, then I don't have to adhere to uniform code. I can stand on universal law. So no other man was harmed. I can do, and this isn't do what thou wilt. It's you can do what you please in the creation God gave you, so long as you harm no other. It's a golden rule.
Golden rule. Golden.
If we all live by the golden rule, we wouldn't live by man's law.
Well,
and
it almost sounds like the law is written in your heart.
It's in your eyes, in your heart.
It is, brother. It is. So
it's in what you fucking do.
Here's the example.
In the morning.
Yeah, here's the example. It's written in your heart. You might do something wrong and not know it's wrong. But after you've done it, and in retrospect, you realize it was wrong. The law is written in your heart. Otherwise, what would you weigh against?
You guys don't lie to yourselves. You know when you fucked up and did wrong. Come on. We all know.
God.
When you fuck up, you restart, right? Pause, restart, because I fucked up.
Whoever created us must have wrote the law into us, right? Whoever created us must have wrote that law into us.
Yeah, the same as he put a law.
Yes.
All of it. Listen, this is the ideal universal law. All of God's creation adheres to one law or the other: life, death, resurrection, fruitation, growth, vegetation. You can look at the seasons of the forest and see the seasons of a man or a woman. It all depends on how you look at it.
Yeah,
Man, that's a good one.
you can also feel it. You remember when you were little, and you still remember when I was little. I still told different girl at school was 4. Okay, I was really bad feeling in my stomach. Really bad feeling. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. You know, when you're about to do something bad, right?
Yeah.
Still from old person.
You know, man, and those are the senses and things that they don't like tune us into, man. They do everything they can to tune us
out.
Those senses, especially, man.
See, I done smacked the hands off my dial, bro. I knew I had to hold the station, hold the line.
I'd love to share a quick story if that's okay with everyone. About 20 years ago, maybe a little less, before I had my children, me and my wife had been trying for about 8 years, and we just no children came, you know. And every Mother's Day, my wife would get really upset. And one night, I went up to a mountain just to pray because I liked going up to a mountain. I don't know why. I just felt like that's what I should do, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'd always find a mountain.
Mountains are cool.
And I had
man.
I had a specific mountain that I used to like going to, and I'd go up there, and when I go up there and just pray and try and talk to God, it's interesting because I wasn't in a building, you know, it wasn't like these big temples and all these religious things. It was just a mountain and trees, and I'd go to this place and time would disappear for me. I don't, you know, like I'd go up there and I don't know how long I'd be there. I'd just be there, and then when I was finished, I'd leave and I'd just pour my heart out. One particular night I did this, and when I left that place in the night, and I didn't know what time it was before we had these really flash cell phones. I was walking back, walking back down the trail, and I heard marching. I heard marching behind me, right? I turned around and I saw about maybe 6 to 8, I can't tell you exactly, but 6 to 8 beings in like a column formation in 2 lines, and they were dressed in what looked like glass armor. It looked like glass armor with a kind of a robe to one side, hanging off one side, right? And they had helmets. I couldn't see their faces, just these glass-looking dudes. And I freaked out. I turned back around, and I was like, should I run? And then I looked back, and they were gone. And I went down to my vehicle, and I was like, man, what happened there? And jumped in my car, and I shot home. Now here's the kicker. When I got home, I ran into my wife and I said, "You're not going to believe this, right?" Because I'd never seen anything like that before. I'd seen plenty of things, but nothing like that. I ran to her and I told her what I saw, and she turned to me and she said, "While I was away," she said, "I was really worried about you because you were gone a long time." She said, "I went and prayed, and I had read in the Word of God that there was a thing called warring angels. So she asked God, would he send warring angels to bring me home, to make sure I got home safe?"
Wow.
And I looked at my wife, and I was just like, wow.
Fuck yeah.
That's a true story. Like, I was just
like,
like,
wow.
wow.
That's actually how it
I
works.
don't know how to,
Yeah.
That was true story. It's a true story.
Yeah. Hey, so did
man.
you see?
That's awesome, man.
Did you
Good
see the link I posted? Laws of Nature, Hubble Thomas. It covers the ideals of property and ownership. It covers a lot of what I talk about. Hobbes' principles are a lot of the principles, but there are many other. And if you get into this, they quote their sources, so you can get pretty deep into it if you just study that link I posted.
Cool. Dig into it, man. Dig in.
And so this is only chapter 14 of Other Laws of Nature, Hobbes Thomas, of man being the first part of Leviathan, the Harvard class.
Nice.
So this was written for Harvard. But if you go to the bottom of the page, this is chapter 15. You can go to the previous chapter or move forward to the next chapter. You can move through the whole book on this link. It's a good link. But you really have to research the principles if you want to know the founding, where they come, the foundations of them.
Those principles are inherent when you get down to it. They're
Yeah,
inherent.
in most of them, yeah. If you
It's
want to
like-
know the origins, all the principles will stay the same.
Yeah.
So, I can give the chapter where it covers being born free, the right of nature. You're born free, jus naturale. That's what it's called in Latin, jus naturale, natural law, or your natural right, your birthright. See, it's written in the Constitution. See, we tried to take you away from the natural Constitution when our forefathers gave you a Constitution. Those rights are already yours. No one need to declare them for you. You need not be a party to that. You were born with them rights.
That's right. 100%.
So-
You were born with them.
So when you sign on to this Constitution or this trust that's formed with this Constitution, that others may speak for you what your rights are, you just fucked yourself.
You just fucked yourself. You just bent yourself over the freaking
Because you got to understand, they lured you in with such rights that were yours anyway.
Yeah. That's
You were
right.
born with them. You're born free. You're born a man.
Yeah, the Constitution ain't for us.
No.
Hank
it's not.
knows. Hank knows what I'm talking about. But you're born free. You're not born owing the hospital you're born at. You don't owe them shit. Some dead guy came up with the ideal that you got to pay us to come into this fucking world, and you as a baby owe him no allegiance. You don't know his ass. You had no chance to agree with his premise.
Yeah, man. Bastards.
But the thing is, I can't even say lazily. We just live our life through this, and it's a world that's been presented to us. And deep down at heart, we know what the fuck are with these laws of man? They're not even just. They're not equal. They're not fair. But I was born fucking free with an equal right to all that is just, equal, true, and fair. You know it in your heart. You know the truth. It's written in your heart. You're born free. Laws of men are just words on paper. You either agree with them or you don't. And I could be called a tyrant or a terrorist. I could be a patriot terrorist in America for saying this.
You're a horrible person. You're
So
horrible.
knowing this, so understand this. I want you guys to understand this. Knowing this sets me free. Teaching this endangers my freedom. I could
That's
be,
it, man. You
I
can
could be
stop.
in prison I could be imprisoned for endangering the economic status of the United States of America as a corporation.
Don't you disrupt the quo, man.
Well, you got to understand when you're born free, does that make you a goyim or a tax slave? Does that put you in bed with all these legal fictions that include you when they say goyim and tax slave because you're not an elite? You haven't written your own papers. Listen. You gave your trust away when you let
I wrote my own paper. By the way, I'm going to tell you. Listen, man. I wrote my own paper.
Listen, I can't teach that, but I know somebody on here that is willing to teach that. You can write your own papers.
Yeah, I wrote it because I lived it. I just went out and said, no, I'm going to live the way I want to live.
No, I mean identification papers.
I understand, man. I've seen it.
So, do you accept your social security card and your ID? Is that you? Your legal fiction? Or do you define you as a man? And then you would just need to know how to declare that by man's law and capitalize what you need to be capitalized, quarter what needs to be quartered. Even sometimes color of ink matters in wording.
Oh, yeah.
But you can make a legal document that state you're a man, a free man, and you can hand that to any court you go into and just stand there and be quiet till somebody makes a claim against you, a man or a woman.
This is very difficult, very long subject. You can spend a decade learning about this stuff, man. It's not easy.
Yeah, and most people would listen. Most people would spend 10 years listening to me, then they go in court and they'd say two fucking words that make them an acceptance of the contract when they were told not to speak in the first damn place.
Yeah. So yeah, you got to know what you're doing, man.
What do they tell you? They give you your natural right. You got the right to remain silent. That's your fucking birthright.
Oh, I've seen guys go to court just using that.
Because anything you say, then they give you the truth. This is man's law. Any word you use can be used to attribute you to a contract of a legal fiction and a legal identity.
Yeah.
So every word you say will be used against you in a court of law, but your transactions are private, and you can denote that too.
Man, you're stepping onto a ship, man, and there's rules.
Yeah, Admiral.
You gotta know how to navigate those rules, man.
Yeah.
And if you don't, man, you're fucking toast. Because they'll just bend you over. Like
Well, you know what I do? What man or woman said I did them wrong? And then I sit there quiet and do the dumb look thing, no matter what they say.
That's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, I just stand there and wait till they tell me to leave. I did that after beating a motherfucker's ass. I was like, is he here? To say I did him wrong? Fuck, he was beating his wife in front of my kids. Where's he at? The state can't make claim for him. They're not a man. They're a legal fiction. Bring in the city of Jackson then. The city of Jackson's prosecuting me. Bring that motherfucker to stand. I got a right to face my
accusers.
Yeah. Accuser. Yeah. And that's a birthright too. You was born in nature, and Fred said, Tom said he seen you sucking dick, right? You go over to Fred and say, hey, motherfucker, the fuck you telling Ted shit? Don't be telling Ted shit. I'll kick your ass, motherfucker. You know, if we was in nature, the law of man wouldn't stop you from getting justice. No man owes you justice. You got to understand that. And if you believe in the scriptures that you believe in, I don't care what your doctrine is. If you're trying to be a good man and live by the principles that Jesus gave you, then more than likely you'll probably go to heaven, yeah. But you should live free. And you shouldn't give your authority to other men. Read the scriptures. This is what you need to take from it. Who was given dominion over earth?
The sons of Adam.
Even God's people were
the inheritors of Adam.
That's right. Now, I told you how you inherit land on earth, right? You first seized it. We came out here, we were told to be fruitful, multiply, and subdue the earth. What happens in subduction? Somebody seizes something. That's where your first seizure law comes from. Creation. First person to seize the land, use the land, live the land, die, and take care of that land. That's their hereditary claim. That's universal ownership.
You can't ignore that God allowed, people to also seize people as property.
Not true. So
the Israelites, he allowed them to be enslaved.
See, that's not true. That's Levitican law, and a lot of people mistake that for God's law, but it's a common mistake.
Well, God said by his own word and his own scriptures, it says it. That he allowed his people to be enslaved.
Leviticus? Oh, yeah. It's part of the prophecies. They'll be scattered throughout the earth, the four corners, and enslaved, treated bad. Yeah.
I think this thing we call sin and death is the slavery. That's what we're slaves to.
Were you slaves to other men and their concepts and their contracts and their trust, bro? You should admit that first.
No, I'm saying people die.
When it comes time to question the spiritual realm, is when we're there. At least no man.
No, I think it's now. I believe it's now.
Born of water,
go ahead,
then no man shall see the kingdom of heaven except for how? If he's born of water and born of spirit. So when the water breaks, you're born in the flesh. When you die, you're born in the spirit.
Right.
So to be absent the body is to be present with the Lord. Yes.
Yes. Well, my point was that this law. We're talking about laws, right? And my point was when we're born, right? We're born. There's this thing called death. The soul that sins will die, right?
Well,
so we're born and then we die.
That's a whole nother journey, though. It doesn't really.
But what I am saying is all these lands here on earth. Well, because I believe in the Abrahamic faith, all these lands on earth, I've heard, right? All that has been given to me and I can give it
Yeah,
to
yeah.
anyone that I want, right? All you must do is bow down and worship me. So to me, this earth and all the kingdoms on it, right, is dead. And for us to be living, to live and living in the law of
Listen,
God, right, is that's
listen,
what they call us, right? They call us
listen, Vaughn.
right? Corporations.
Hold up. I want to ask you
Go
something.
ahead,
So
go ahead.
you believe you're going to go to heaven, or do you believe in the millennial reign, the New Jerusalem?
Jerusalem, of course. Yeah.
So this place was created for us. The dominion was
But
given
this
to us.
not now, right? That's
Excuse
the
me.
new
Hold on.
Jerusalem, right? Right.
No,
New earth, new
this
heaven.
place. No, that's the promise. I'm saying where we are. We were created for this, and this was created for us. And man was given dominion over this in Genesis. No man was
And he
given
lost
dominion.
he
No
lost the
man,
dominion.
no man was given dominion over another man. We didn't lose dominion over earth. We lost access.
Yeah, we did.
We lost access to the garden. We did not. We
Well,
were
I
given.
mean,
Listen, we were given dominion after that.
I believe the opposite. I believe
Behold,
that Adam and Eve were.
behold, I give unto you even the authority to tread over serpents. Come on, man.
But that's Jesus.
Is it
That's Yeshua.
not written that ye are gods yourself? What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's referring
it's
to
him.
rulers.
It's him trying to tell you to turn your face back to God and live by God's law, not man's law. No man was given dominion over man. Period.
Right. So the point I was trying to make is that there is a government and a kingdom that we can be a part of.
Listen,
That's not of this, corrupt physical.
hold up, Mark. Let me
earth
give you a
where
new
we're at now.
perspective on one of the sayings of Jesus Christ. Right? Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. Right?
Exactly. I agree.
They tried to trap him, and do you know how much truth is in that? If you look at
Yeah.
the law of creation,
Yeah.
man was given dominion over this, right? And you got seizure laws. I seized this little lot, it's mine. I collected them grapes, they're mine. Now hold up. So if you judge what's owed to Caesar by universal law, Jesus told you to give Caesar nothing, because by
That's
universal
where we
law,
disagree. Right.
yeah,
That's
I know
where we disagree.
listen.
No, I mean,
I want
go
to
ahead.
preach what I'm saying.
Go
By
ahead.
universal law, it's the same as Jesus was telling Satan. Okay? By
But,
universal law, hold up, Bong.
Yeah.
Caesar isn't own shit because Caesar didn't own shit. And just like when the devil tried to tempt Jesus with all the kingdoms of earth,
Yep.
yeah, he said you can't give away what's not yours.
Well, I disagree. Yeah, I have a different. Because of Genesis, right? Because of that mix of that opposite belief we have in Genesis, where I think Adam was given dominion, but when he believed the serpent, he lost dominion because sin and death, because the power of death, right? That's what that's what Satan has over us, is the power of death, which comes through sin, which is how I believe he lost dominion over all the earth, which is why he has to eat by the brow of his sweat. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, what is sin specifically? Is it not the transgression of the law of God?
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
yes. It's not trusting God,
hold
right?
up, Bond. Hold up.
Yep.
No, God has a law, bro. So here we are back at the law. Now, I'm not saying the law is the way to heaven. Grace is. You got to get the gift. You can't fucking earn it. It's got to be given to you.
Well, I'm talking about jurisdiction here, right? I mean, we're talking about spiritual, metaphysical, and the physical, because I believe we're both. Okay?
I'm covering Jesus. Yeah, I'm covering Jesus in his ministry, bro. Did he not say, love your God, your Father first?
Yes. Yes.
And then love others, each other, like I have loved you? Well, that sounds like my brother telling me to love my dad. Same way he loves all of his brothers and sisters.
Well,
so,
right, but then the question is, who is my brother? Who is my neighbor? Right?
Everybody's your brother. It's a web of life. All creation.
Even,
but listen, my brother would tell me to, if I wanted to please my father, to obey his rules. And then we as a family, we as the earth family, would share those things my dad said we could share among us, just like we were told. And we try to get along because that's what our father wanted.
Well, that's the. Well, see, I have a different outlook. I think
I
to
know you do.
continue.
I
Wait.
know you
I
do.
think you get dominion back when
I'm
you
trying to show you
when
the
you
logic
receive.
of the law. You get
Well,
it back
I'm saying
when
that.
you take it back. When you take
Well, I
it back.
think you get it back when you accept the covenant, the new agreement God has made with us,
Not-
right, with the blood of His Son. That's when
Listen,
you get the power back, the
all
authority,
that's
in my
cool,
opinion.
but God gave you power to tread over serpents, power to speak in His name, birthright of freedom, free will, discernment.
Through the blood, yes,
the Holy
through the
Spirit
blood, you
God.
get that, right?
No,
Right,
these
through the
are all
blood
things
of
that
the
are
Son.
given to us in the Old Testament, bro, before the gospel, man. It was already man's.
That's gone. The Old Testament, the Old Covenant is not there. It's not valid anymore. It's about the new covenant.
I want to
the
cover
new
the covenant. I want to cover the
Right.
covenant. Did He not
I'm
say
not
don't?
saying the law is gone. Sorry, go ahead.
Didn't He say don't swear no oaths in my name?
Yeah.
You know what a covenant is? A trust or a contract or an agreement under men, among men, where they swear an oath that binds them.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the new covenant, right? He said that. This is the new covenant.
I don't
want you to
accept
yes,
I don't
right?
accept covenants. I was born free, bro. I don't
Well,
have
this
no
is the
blood in my
creator.
hand.
This is the creator coming to us and saying, "This is the agreement and contract I want to make with you, man."
I don't
So
see
who are
that.
we to say no, right?
Those are all legal terms, and I don't see that legal terminology in the Bible. Not even when
Is
you
it
break it down.
binding? When you give me your word, Mike, is it binding? Is it as good? Is it good as a written contract when you give me your word?
Word is no
Your
good.
word.
Listen.
So you're telling me that if you write it down, then that makes it binding, right?
No. It's agreement that makes it binding.
What makes this valid? Spiritual
Your
world and the physical world. This
listen.
agreement that we make.
Listen, if you listen to the concepts that I say you're born with, free will, you would understand that just because if you didn't sign or write a contract of your own free will and you don't agree with it, then fuck no, it's not binding.
Right, but then the what I'm saying is the contract that we're presented, you have full control and choice and option and free will to
No, you got rules.
right?
No, you got rules. Cursed is the
All I'm
man that
saying
does
is
this.
you either
Have you ever really read the covenant? Cursed is the man who commits adultery. Cursed is the man who commits murder. Murder is a legal term. It's such we'd use in a contract. We're saying the law says when you can kill. Murder is when you take a life outside the limits of the law or for not a good reason. So you can see legal terms in the Bible when they're used. Covenants, contracts.
okay, wait.
May
What
I
I'm trying to
interject?
say is this idea that we have of a contract, man, what I'm saying, this
You
is a
don't believe in
spiritual
spells
thing, right? I'm saying it's first spiritual and then it's physical. That it's binding in the spiritual world
How
first,
could he
and the
tell
physical
you?
doesn't matter.
Listen, dude, you got all that from the Bible, and the guy said, "How can I tell you of earthly things or heavenly things when you don't understand even earthly things?" The man said
I
that,
understand.
but you think he went into all this? His wording was specific.
Into all what, man? Like it's the whole Bible that's telling me this, and he confirms it with his words.
Yeah, through somebody else's vision. That's what a doctrine is.
No, it's the words that I read. Tell you, man, I don't. I've cut away from all these churches. I read the Bible and I pray to the Holy Spirit.
Put it in chronological order, then, Bong. Put it in chronological order, then, and understand. Understand this. Listen, understand this. When God my Father gives unto His Son a gift, until He actually says it's not mine no more, it is mine. When a gift is given freely, it's mine. It's not taken away, unless specifically denoted.
We're gonna be butting heads on this forever, man. And I think it's because of our disagreement on the serpent seed. That's where I think it all flows down.
No, this has got nothing to do with the serpent seed and everything to do
I
with
think
the
it
law.
does.
Where Paul It doesn't. Listen, if you agree sin is a transgression of the law, and you can't put one and one together and say, well, I'm a sinner if I transgress God's law, that
Yeah.
means I must follow the law, or I'm just a
Yes.
lowly sinner.
Oh no. Or you are a lawbreaker. See, lawbreaker, right? The
Sinner,
laws are made for
yeah,
lawbreakers. Like we don't make laws.
that's what a
I
fucking
don't wake up.
sinner is. That's what a
Right,
sinner
a sinner
is.
is a
A
person
lawbreaker.
who would choose to break the law,
But
right?
dig
And,
this
and I'm
here.
talking about the law of the land. I'm talking about the
So,
law that's in your heart.
so you believe you're not under the law, that you're saved by a gift, grace. Well, you know a gift is never guaranteed,
Do not
right?
think, yeah. To that, I answer this. He said, "Do not think that I came to destroy the law,
Okay,
but to
okay.
fulfill it. To
Yeah,
fulfill
listen,
the law, right?
listen.
Make it even more
listen
bite."
to me.
Go
Now
ahead.
listen to me, because this is what signs it. If you read up on this universal law, and then you go back through and you look at the ministry of Yahshua Messiah, you realize and understand that the man lived his life perfect by universal law of the law of creation. He was a big part in people developing this law. His
Well, I
demonstration.
believe he was the
So,
son.
so
I believe
listen,
he was the son of God. You
he
know,
fulfilled the
before
law by following the law, and he gave you the example, the way. That's why he's the way. And his entire life is a ministry to adherence to the law. Elites follow this same law he refers to. The queen, the king, even the pope.
So why do they eat babies?
Well, they feel
I
somehow
don't think
somebody
they
gave,
follow the law at all.
listen, well, by the law, that baby is my property. And they feel like if I gave up my own authority, I gave up my right to ownership of property also. And they feel I freely gave away my authority, which we do. Who stands up and says, fuck you, that ain't right? You watch
No,
your
I'm
neighbor
saying,
go to jail for
how
some
can
shit. Some
how can a
shitty
person like
shit
Queen
in jail.
Elizabeth be following the law? I mean, obviously she's not.
She adheres to a higher law. This is the law I'm telling you about.
I don't think she does. I don't
Have
think
you
any of
ever?
those people do.
Oh, you've never heard her say, "I hold true only to a higher law." I've heard.
I hear you're right, but I'm not going to assume that's the Abrahamic God. That's the God of Abraham. I'm going to assume that that's Satan she's talking about, the God of the world.
Listen, universal law is. I've done demoted that for you. It's the law of nature. It's in God's creation. It's written in your heart. You can observe it and know it to be true, bro. What do you mean? This is the law of Satan. Did Satan create Earth? Did he create nature?
Well,
Did he create
there
the
are
love?
law,
Did he
there are
create
laws.
love? Did he create the love that we can
Well,
witness when a cat kisses a dog?
I'm talking about the Ten Commandments
Yes or no?
and
What God
the
created
Torah,
that?
right?
I'm gonna do you like you do me.
I'm not talking about what people feel is right or wrong. I'm talking about if it's very
I'm not
specific
talking about
set
feelings either.
of
You act
laws,
like
man.
universal law is the law of the devil when it's developed from observing God's great creation. So
Well, no. What I'm
excuse me,
saying is,
did Satan create this? Is that what you're saying? You're one of them Luciferians that say, well, God gave the word, but Satan created us.
no, I'm saying when people use the word universal law, right? They're not really ever specific about God's law. They're usually talking about any law that's the universe, and the universe comes to you and brings you to, as if it is some kind of thing, you know. That's
Did
why
you read
I'm
the
responding
PDF?
about universal
This is
laws.
why I tell you to read the PDF. It's a Leviathan principle, Levitican law. What are you talking about, man? This is absolutely the law of Yahweh, Jehovah, Yahovah, however you want to pronounce it.
Right. And then it says it there too. If the law wasn't brought to you, okay, if you didn't know the law, then
But
you would
listen,
be innocent, right?
people don't talk like this no more, but listen. This law was brought up in the year of our Lord, developed in the year of our Lord, when the year of our Lord was still the year of our Lord, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, is it 2021, the year of our Lord, anymore? No.
Right.
Is it
So what
after
laws
death?
are we?
Is it after
I mean,
death? Listen, you got to understand they use the biblical text and the scriptural text for a basis of history and the timeline and legal
yeah,
definitions. This is where
yeah.
Levitican law springs all this, dude. This isn't Luciferian principles. We don't leave out the do as you want we don't leave out the so long as you don't harm any other. When it's Luciferian, you just take what God created and take the love out of it. Do what you will. Do what you want. No, with love, you do what you want so long as you don't hurt nobody else. Are you going to
I
argue
thought
that's not the God of Abraham that says,
I.
do unto others as I would have you do, as you would have them do unto you? Didn't he tell you to love your neighbors?
Well, yeah, of course, I agree. I mean, I think we're
So,
agreeing. We're in agreement, except I think a lot of our disagreements come from the serpent seed. That's why we don't
no,
see
it
everything
doesn't. You're
eye to eye.
Listen, if that's it, the problem is then that you're applying universal law to a serpent seed theory like they go
Oh,
together, and they don't. They're
oh,
two separate. They're two separate topics.
right. What I'm saying is because the serpent seed is a different belief, right? We're not even on the same page anymore. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm
Oh,
over there and
we're
you're over
not.
there because branch
We're
out in
not
different
because
directions, right?
you
So
literally believe that Elohim means God, and it doesn't. It means all the hosts of
I'm
heavens. Because in the
What are you
beginning,
talking about? I don't believe that. I think 2 ago I fully explained exactly what it is. It's the whole anything that's from heaven is called Elohim because it's not human and it's not.
Elo,
I mean, I fully went over that so
listen,
many times. I don't
listen,
think
Vaughn.
that.
Even a generation before me understood this. That when Yahweh came upon the face of the planet, he brought along with him the Elohim, which are all the hosts of heaven. Whenever you hear a reference to the hosts of heavens, that's Elohim. It's all the
Right.
other pre-Adamitic
Uh,
creation.
right. When I hear the word gods, I think Elohim too. Like when like the Greek gods, it doesn't
Well,
matter.
yeah, they're
Even
demigods.
a ruler can be called Elohim because rulers claim they're descended directly from gods. So even I said
Well,
you are gods, right?
no,
But you will die.
they claim divine right of rule that God
Right.
takes that. Yeah, but that's not
Whoever
true
thinks, yeah,
because we
whoever
can
thinks
read
he's
from
from
the
God.
scripture. Listen, we
Right.
can read from the scripture and we know it in our heart. Men are born free, just like they're created, intended them. If you believe anything
And
else,
that's what.
that's Luciferian. But this is
Okay, then I'm Luciferian because I believe everyone is enslaved and dead, and I must be Luciferian then.
No,
I
God created you to be free, Bong. He put you here free.
I
We
don't
give that
free. I do want to die. That's not freedom. I'm in
Listen,
fear of death. I must be Luciferian.
listen, the
Because that's
Native
what's in the
American.
Bible, bro. It's in the Bible.
Listen to me. Were the Native Americans free to live in their hereditary land before the white man come here and invaded? Were islanders living by their godly principles and probably laws they just observed from the animals and
No,
nature?
in my opinion, they were dead in their sins. You asking me? That's what I'm
Okay,
asking.
yes, that's a spiritual question, but I'm talking about the here and now, the fleshly body, the creation that was given to us by our Father.
Well, I think they're still
It,
dead in their sins because they're preaching false gospel than what the apostles preach. All these
yeah,
churches
so
are.
listen, to say we're dead, born enslaved, that's just an excuse to let God's creation go to hell.
That's what
We
God
can't,
says in the Bible. That's what God says in the Bible.
well,
So
yeah,
you're attacking the God of the Bible then, right? You're saying
no,
that the God of the Bible is
no.
wrong.
God
He
in the
says that.
Bible, no, listen, God in the Bible tells you to take care of your neighbors, to take care of widows, and to take care of your environment, and to be good people.
Yes,
Why,
and he said that
why
we are dead in our sin. He said that.
Yeah, that's death by original sin. We die because of original sin. That's no excuse to keep sinning and to just let the environment that was created for us deteriorate. You're not listening to what I'm saying. We're the caretakers here. People sit down, say I'm dead in sin, and then they don't do a fucking thing to make it better here. That's why we never have heaven on earth. We could have heaven on earth if we live by godly principles.
No, we
really
can't,
could.
because we can't live godly life without God. So
Listen.
therefore, we're never going to have heaven on earth. There is no such thing as maybe paradise. You
Listen to
mean
me.
Eden
Listen
on
to
earth?
me.
Yeah.
Listen, you're confusing the actual heaven with we could live in a heaven state on earth. We could.
Right.
We could
I didn't
live
mean
in
literally, bro. Yeah, I didn't mean literally. I meant like the ideal, the utopia
So-
is called the New World Order. That's what I think.
I'm not talking about a utopia. I'm just talking about where each man respects each man as being equally born free and doesn't fuck with him so long as he doesn't harm other people. Now, when you start harming other people, it's our natural born right to come over and take you out. Because transgression of sin, what's that? Death. The wage of sin is death. You transgress the law, who brings you death for the transgression of the law? Righteous men, but we have none. Looked around and couldn't find one.
Right.
You know what
Well,
I
I'm
say?
saying that
Here I am, Father, choose me, because I'm willing to live by your law and teach your law to other men. They give water in the church, but it doesn't quench anybody's thirst. Why? Because it doesn't answer any of their fucking worldly problems, which was given to you. Salvation was given to you, which means peace of mind. It breaks down to peace of mind. You get peace of mind knowing you were created special. This is your world. You could take care of it. You got free will. You're born free. Your father created you that way. He gave you authority to tread over serpents, but what do? You allow certain serpents to oppress you, and you do it willingly. You even in the face of freedom, you say, "I don't want to be free. Let others run shit." It can't be
that's
that
not
way.
what I mean by free. That's not what I mean by free.
No. The water in the church doesn't quench your thirst because holy water has salt in it.
Yeah, well, listen, you're confusing spiritual salvation with earthly living in a godly manner, bro. Just because, if you think you're getting the gift of salvation, that's cool with me. You think the gift is going to be given to you out of grace because you are a grateful man, then that's fine by me, by whatever doctrine you live by. You will come around to universal laws that are golden truths. You don't have a right to harm me, and I don't have a right to harm you. That's a universal.
All I'm doing,
a universal law.
Right. All I'm doing is reading and comprehending what I'm reading for what it is. And that's all I'm doing. If people try to reinterpret it so it means something different what I read, I'm not going to accept that.
I don't need some other man to tell me
earthers.
what to interpret. I got the Holy Spirit to guide me in discernment. That's God given from my Father. Okay?
All right.
So it's just plain and simple. Through the grace of God, you were given the gift of life.
Well, I think. Well, I'm a stupid man, and I think for truth. I don't know how to. I don't know. No, listen. I don't know how to find it. Okay, but what I do know, that there is something inside me, and I think everyone else tells them that's not good. That's good. Don't do that. Do this. You know what I mean?
I want to tell you what the grace of God is. The gift of God. Grace is a gift. And the gift of God. When they talk about the gift of God in the Bible, they're talking about God's grace. Or whenever they're talking about God's grace, they're talking about the gift. The gift of God is life. You were born free with free will. It's up to you what you do with it.
But what is the grace? Why should I have grace? What did we do that he needs to give us grace for? Like, did we do something? What is it so bad that I have to die, when I'm born?
Grace is a gift. Even in Hebrew or Greek, it translates to a gift. Grace is freely given. If I give you something freely, I give it to you by my grace. That's what you got to understand. Grace, when God gives you grace, he gave you a gift. He gave us many gifts, many graces. Life, dominion, freedom. What do we do with them? Come on, Jesus tried to point this out to you. I give you freedom, I make you free men. I tell you you're sons of the Father. What do? You bow down to Caesar. You give everything to Caesar. You give everything to Caesar like Caesar fucking owns anything.
What things? What am I giving to Caesar? What's everything?
Well, I don't know. What do you think? What do you think is Caesar?
Well,
Give unto
well, tax money to me is nothing. I'm giving him his tax money. It's nothing to me.
what do you
It's
owe
nothing.
him? You don't owe
I
him
don't
shit.
know. I don't know. I don't care. It's his money. I'm living in his city, working in his job, and receiving money, right? That I
You're
can
not.
use to buy his food, right?
No,
But what
you're
I'm
wrong.
saying is, what if he tells me to give him this much money so that I can keep having services? Well, what am I gonna do? Tell him to
His,
fuck you. I'm a free
listen,
man. You know,
yeah,
he's trying to provide services, right, for
it's his
people,
city.
right?
Listen, it's his city,
Exactly.
not his land. It's his city, not his land.
It's his city, right? It's his system. It's his
But
money,
here's the
right?
thing: he's a
But it's not
tyrant.
everything, bro. Yeah, I'm just
He's
saying. Go
a
ahead.
tyrant. We can't even enjoy the gift of God, the grace of life. We can't enjoy that. Why? Because we bow down to giants, tyrants, and bullies through free will.
Well,
People don't want to accept it. Listen, and it's understandable because nobody wants to accept their fault and everything. So when you have to accept that you willingly gave down your God-given birthrights, and that's why the world's in the status it is, because of the sins of our fathers and our forefathers and our forefathers before them. They all willingly entered into these contracts, trusts, and covenants. It wasn't
and you
our
would have too, and
but,
we would have too if we were in their positions. We wouldn't have known any better, and we would have done the same.
That's
It's not
right.
their
So
fault,
this
right?
is why he says, my people perish for lack of knowledge." I'm trying to give you real knowledge.
Well, I don't know, man. Circumcision versus not circumcision. I think we might be
No,
fighting all
we're
day. You know?
talking about universal law, bro. I'm not. Listen, I'm not.
Right, and that's from your perspective. That's what I'm saying. That's from that perspective, and what I'm
No,
saying is from my
no,
perspective. So
no.
we might,
Listen,
okay.
serpent seed and universal law have nothing to do with each other. Show me in Scripture where God said this man got the right to rule over that man.
Well, which scripture am I checking? The serpent seed one or the one without the non-serpent seed one?
I
That's what
don't
I'm
know
saying
what
because
that, I don't even know what that means because that Gnosticism. Do you know what Gnostic even means?
Yes, it means hidden. But check it out. Do you know
No, it
what?
means
I
in
mean, who do you? Can you answer this one question that'll clear it up for me, bro? Like, do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right.
We've
Right.
had this conversation before.
Okay.
Absolutely. I believe his
Okay,
mission
good.
was to come here and teach you his Father's law. He was in his Father's
Okay.
good grace. Why?
Okay. Okay.
Listen, you can't deny this. The Son of God came here, lived by all his Father's rules. His Father shined a light down from heaven and said, "This is my Son with whom I'm pleased." So his life, he fulfilled the law. He adhered to the law. He lived by the laws his entire life. Do you think that's what pleased his Father?
No, because see, Jesus was born through a woman, right? Came through a woman, and if you trace that woman's genealogy, it
None
goes
of that's
all the
got
way back
nothing to
to
do
Adam
with
and
the
Eve,
law.
right?
I know.
Wait. Let me finish my point, bro. Come on, man. It's important.
Listen.
So basically, what I'm saying, let me one sentence, bro. What I'm saying is, Jesus was born, right, through genealogy, right, all the way back to a woman named Eve who had sex with a snake.
Yeah, this is what
That's
I
who
want you to
Jesus came through.
understand.
So basically, Jesus is the son of a whore, of a slut that slept with a snake.
From the first
if that's
generation
not blasphemous, man.
From the first generation till his, there had not yet been a man created and lived on earth that lived by the law. No man had pleased him. He looked for a righteous man and couldn't find him till his son came. Then he said, "This is my son with whom I'm pleased." Well, we earn the right to be called sons of God, but we don't follow the law. No righteous men are followed because no righteousness means you made your best shot to follow the rules. That's righteous, dude. You know?
I think righteous means believe God and try, yeah, and then and
Listen,
yeah, of course, okay.
Listen, you want to believe that the Son of God was already born with instant favor and instantly perfect, but it's just not true. If we can look at nature and see that the Father has to teach the Son, and the Father becomes pleased with the Son on the day he realized he did good. All his work wasn't for naught. My son's a good man. He followed all the laws of his Father, and then bam, he's a good guy.
He came to die for our sins, bro.
he
the lamb that was slain before the earth
he
was
was
created. This is what he came to do.
he
To die
came for
our
the
sins.
lost sheep of Israel. And why were they lost
And to
sheep?
die for our sins, right?
Listen, he came.
Yeah.
We know until it was covered on the road to Damascus, and the girl said, "Hey, heal my kid," and he said, "I wasn't sent for you." And she said, "But even surely the dog eats scraps from the master's table." And Jesus said, "Well, yeah, that's a good point. Let it be done." And her kid was healed. Until then, he was just sent for the lost sheep of Israel, and they're lost because they turned their back to their father and they transgressed the law and started living by the law of Baal. You got to understand everything that led up to his life, bro.
I think we are too can be called the lost sheep of Israel. That woman that asked her, right, was a lost sheep of Israel because of her faith, right? She impressed him with her faith.
Go
ahead, bro.
Faith or logic, because the dog does eat from the master's table, and sometimes he gets steak, sometimes he gets ribs, but the dog eats good and he stays healthy.
Yeah. So her point was that she believes. That point was that she believed who he is, and by her statement saying he too believes, and that's why he healed and helped her.
Or by natural law, all living things deserve an equal portion if they're willing to work for it.
Yeah.
What you got to understand is, listen, you got to understand the Bible isn't just a book of creation from beginning to end. It covers the fall of man where they sinned. Sin, we covered, is the transgression of the law. Man fell from his natural state, right, when he transgressed the law. This is the law we're calling the law of nature, universal law. To understand man's
there was
fall.
no law in the Garden of Eden. Remember the law did not come until Moses, right? The law that we call the law did not happen until Moses. We call Moses. There was only one command that he gave him: don't eat from this tree. That's what he did.
Laws, motherfucker, and he broke the fucking rule. Listen, the law was simple in the fucking garden, all right? Don't eat this fucking shit right here.
You had a job to do.
What?
You had one job.
One fucking job, and you transgress that law, and there's the fall. None after you because of the sins of the
Don't
father.
disrespect our parents.
Adam said, fuck it, this is all ours. We can do what
Dad did his best.
And then what happens by universal law, when we learn something, we spread it to our kids multiply, and it becomes 10 times greater. Well, you can see this universal law in the Word of God, where he says he visits the inequities of the sinner on to the 10th generation tenfold. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay, so by natural law, you sin, you teach your kids to sin, and 10 generations later, it's multiplied tenfold because they're doing 10 times greater sins than you ever did, right? So the entire book is about the fall from the law, the sending of the chosen or anointed one, and the way back, to turn your face back to the Father. The way. What did the way do? He demonstrated the law could be followed, and a good man could be accepted by his Father. But you throw that out because you want to believe the law is not the way to heaven, because Paul said that shit when he was in prison, getting his ass kicked by Romans, writing multiple books. You need to put things in context and look at him as a reasonable man and ask the Holy Spirit to guide you with the discernment that your Father gave you.
Why is Paul not considered a disciple?
He was in prison. He was writing books under duress. So he was a killer. In the beginning, he was a killer of men, a hunter and a killer of sects of the way, peoples of the way. He didn't hunt Christians and kill Christians. He hunted peoples of the way.
Look, if we're going to throw Paul under the bus, then we should also throw King David under the bus. He killed a man and stole his wife, the motherfucker. If we're going to throw Paul under the bus, then we're going to throw everyone under the bus because they're all pieces of shit too.
King David fell too, right? This is all the story.
I mean, we should throw him under the bus. Yeah, we should throw his book spoke out as well. Why only Paul though? Not all these other acts that came before him.
Well, Cain killed Abel. Cain was alive. He bothered the nation, right?
I believe that Paul is an anointed, was chosen by God. And I just want to know why people think he's not. Because he was writing under duress. What was he writing?
No, you're mistaken. I didn't say he wasn't chosen by God. I didn't say any of that. He was.
Well, why did you speak so disrespectfully about what he said about the Lord? Why throw him into the bus like that?
Is the truth disrespectful, Bong? I put things in
context.
context.
It is disrespectful because of who Paul is.
No, put it in context. Was he in prison?
You have no idea what he wrote in his books.
Okay, just don't answer the question. Yes, we know he was in prison.
Yes, he was in prison for teaching the word, for teaching the gospel of Jesus.
The way.
That's what they locked him up for.
The way, bro. Because
the way, yes.
Because Jesus, Yeshua was the way, and his people were followers of the way. Christian is a ridicule.
Right.
What
I'm saying is Paul, disciple, and he deserves all the respect that the other disciples get.
He does, but we judge a man by their actions and by their geography and all that, dude. So,
but not these men. These men are God's men.
Like listen. Like God gave you discernment for a reason. Don't give your discernment. Don't give your God-given gift of discernment away.
Okay. Check it out. Let me say. Remember they asked Jesus. Remember the disciples asked him, "Lord, when we come up, when we're, where can we sit next to you?" You remember they were about the seats, the high seats, and he said, "These seats have already been reserved." That everything has been reserved, meaning that people who are alive here on earth, right, when they pass, God treats them with the utmost respect, and we should. Who are we? What have we done? Have we bled for the gospel yet? Has anyone been persecuted? Has anybody thrown a rock at your head, pulled your beard, spat on your face? That's what I'm saying. These men died and were persecuted.
All just ad hoc. There's no reason when we're talking divine holy scripture and the inspired word of God, we shouldn't consider the context under which it was written. All that you said doesn't say I shouldn't use my God-given discernment.
Paul's my dude. I'm just saying, he's
no offense. No offense, but all bets are off once we start torturing you. When we tie that rope around your ball sack, right, and we stick a stick through it and we start twisting it, shit looks a little different through those eyes.
Yeah. And what? It's just I'm willing to die for that.
Yeah, you're willing to
die
just to accept what he wrote while he was in prison being tortured.
No, if you're trying to force me to believe something, and I say no, I believe this, and you want to kill me for it, I welcome it.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about what Paul went through. We're talking about what Paul was going through when he wrote the damn books.
The torturing, the torture, right? But he wasn't like if you read it, okay. If you read the books that Paul wrote, okay,
I read them.
The Holy Spirit
makes you think I haven't.
I don't. Yeah, but I'm not reading anything from a tortured man. And I read something from a man who's experiencing people wherever he goes, and he's reporting to us what people are like. And
some of his books contradict themselves when you read them all in succession. He says one thing, and then later on down the road, he states it to be untrue or wrong.
Like what? Like which one?
Well, I'd have to dig in. Who the hell is Crypto English Bear? I'd have to dig through my PDF, man. I haven't covered.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good, man. Yeah, don't worry about it.
I haven't covered this in a long time. Listen. I ask you to give Yeshua Messiah the same respect and observe covenant his life. We first covenant by observing things, right? And being aware of them, right? That's how we first covenant a thing, right?
No. Well, what do you mean by covenant?
Covenant, start to accept. So you can't or want or curdle or hold or take for our own.
What it means.
A covenant is an agreement. We've covered this, Bong. So when we first start to covenant things or agree with things, we can't do that until we observe them or we're aware of them. So yes, that's the first state of covenant.
Well, no. Well, the first state of the covenant, yeah, you have to observe it to know what to do, but you also have to agree that I am going to do.
Well, the first state of the covenant is agreement, but observance is just a logical step along the way. If you're not aware of it, you can't. Listen, I just want you to observe everything that Yeshua did. He was the way. His life was a total adherence to the law of his Father.
We agree. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Yep.
Okay, then. So if he was a living example of the way to be an anointed one, a son of God with whom God is pleased and speaks directly to, then how would you say he did that? How did he display the way? You say he fulfilled the law, so we don't have to follow it no more. But he followed.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what fulfilling the law means. Okay, that is not what it means. What it means to? Okay, this is what I understand it means. You know, I understand that it means this: fulfill the law. In the Old Testament, in the old law, right, we were told that if we sleep with another woman, right, we have committed adultery. This is what it means to me fulfilling the law. When Jesus says, "But I tell you, if you even look at a woman and lust after her, you have committed adultery." That's what fulfilling the law means, right? He said also this. He also said, yeah, you don't have to kill your brother, physically kill anyone. If you hate somebody without any reason, you have murdered them. You have committed murder.
Hey guys,
right?
guys,
That's what I
hold on.
Hold on.
Wait, hold up. I want to stitch this together real quick for him. So you said that Jesus said when you first observe and become aware of your neighbor's wife and you lust for her in your head. So when you first go on that first step to agreement and a covenant with adultery, once you decide that you're starting to think about breaking the law, you've already broken it. Right?
No. There's a process, right? There's when the temptations, right? There's two things you can do. You can entertain it, or you can say no, that's wrong, and not entertain it. So by entertaining it, yes, you are now committing adultery, right? But the idea coming to your mind, but you thinking about it and then denying the thought is you overcoming the temptation, is you winning. By looking away and looking away. Let me check this out. I do these things because this is what happens when I don't look away. Okay. If I don't look away and I keep looking at that woman, you know why I'm looking at the woman? Because something with her legs, and then my eyes will start going down, and then my body will start tingling. This is what happens when I don't look away. But when I look away, I notice that my mind immediately goes to where I need to go. What am I doing? Where am I going? I don't think about it anymore because I looked away. And that's what I mean. By looking and then entertaining the thought, you have turned to adultery. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well,
does that work?
When you're lusting after breaking the law, bro, you've already broken it. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Listen, adultery is a fucking legal term.
I know.
So basically, listen. So basically, Jesus found you guilty of conspiring to transgress the law.
You've imagined it. You may have done it, right?
Say something, guys, please.
Go ahead.
Hey, look, it's been a pretty heavy discussion, and I appreciate both views, but I will say,
I'm sorry for taking some time.
Please, can we just leave that for now?
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna close. Go ahead, Mike. Let's close it.
On our way out the door, I want to point something out. Neither me or Bong attacked each other over differences of doctrine, and so no one got triggered and condemned each other to hell or cursed anybody out. We just had an actual discussion. about biblical beliefs, and that's how it's done.
I
Thanks, Bong.
apologize for us. Yeah, I apologize for us taking so long and taking the air. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, anyone?
Hey, you know what? Sometimes two people just gotta like have a discussion on live stream, and that's fine. Everybody else can wait their turn. No big deal.
Listen,
Honestly, that's how it should be, right?
This is why Bong's one of my best friends here, because he's one of the only people I can actually have that conversation with civil. I really thanks, bro.
I know, right? I mean, it's a hard conversation to have, and I'm glad we had it. I hope you guys.
Well,
got
there
something
are
out of it.
people here that would say I was on my knees sucking Satan's phallus, but hey, you know, I love you, bro, 'cause you didn't, man. No homo.
Did you hear him?
Hey, you never told me who the hell's Crypto English there, damn it. He keeps sending me a friend's request.
Well, I think Mike just wants to keep looking at that one chick, but yeah.
Anybody here know Crypto English Bear?
I think he's a flat earther. I think he's biblical. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember.
Well, fuck. I'll just add
Maybe
him.
maybe he wants a discussion with you, in person.
I don't know. It could be crypto, and maybe his other account got took down. I don't know. I was just wondering, guys. Yeah, go ahead, Dave. You guys can take the floor if you want. I gotta yell too loud for me and Bong. We're both passionate in our beliefs.
I just wanted to go back to Fraser's original question and see if we could get to the answer of that, which was, if I'm right, I don't know if I'm right in what the question was, but it was something like, what is the default setting? Is it that we are born, into this world that knowing that there's this God up there, or are we born without knowing? I think that was.
We don't know shit when we're born.
I think we're born knowing. As you grow up, it becomes evident as your brain develops. I think you will instinctively know, but it was taught. Now we can try and backtrack it all the way back, but I think born knowing the law now.
Hey, I like to cover this as a father, because I wondered this question too. That's why I ask all my kids when they were young, right? When my son was like almost 2, and he was starting to be able to talk and tell me no, and I don't want to, and crap, I said, hey, boy, God's not going to be happy with you if you keep telling your dad no. I said, do you know who God is? And the 2-year-old pointed to the sky. And I never taught him God. I never read the Bible to him. I did, I did the same thing with my youngest daughter. Now, my oldest daughter, I'm not gonna lie, I tried to impose my will on her. When she went to sleep, the clock radio would be on Christian Preach Hour or Signs of the Times, or I'd play an Adventist ministry tape for her. I'm not gonna lie. Tried to influence that one, When you're sleeping, you get them subliminal commands and thoughts, and I can just implant my beliefs there while you're sleeping. Teach you everything I want you to know. With tapes, I used to make tapes for my kids. My son, he had night terrors, so me and my old lady couldn't figure out how to get him to do it. Well, I could always get him to sleep, but I'd sit there and talk to him. I'd tell him all my worries, because he couldn't have a fucking opinion. You can't tell your old lady you're worried about this or that. It might make him feel unsafe. So what I ended up doing was making tapes of me talking. And I ran out of things to talk about. So, I read books of the Bible. And my kid would sleep all night.
That's cool, man. I appreciate that. That's really good.
Well, I try to put a lot of thought into everything I do. I don't
Does
like
anyone else have a different opinion of that, or is that sort of the general.
A lot of them have heard it before, bro. They already know.
First time I heard it.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Shoot.
You really want to answer that?
You
Hey,
just
can I
did.
answer a question for you?
Yeah. Okay, so some motherfucker just took me into a separate voice channel to try to argue the difference between ethics and morals to me.
I'm sorry.
And what
Right.
was what happened?
I hate that
Well,
one.
his position was that ethics are the descriptive codes of behavior that are imposed by society upon a person, and morals are what a person self-generates as far as autonomous, self-justified behavior.
First of all, are you
Okay.
trying to publicly, discredit someone right now?
Did I mention your name, motherfucker? No, I did not.
So I
But
kind of
since you're
believe
here,
that.
Problem.
you might as
That's the
well
problem.
self-justify.
You're trying
Hold
to
on.
create
Here, let me take this
frustration,
blunt.
right?
Let me take this blunt for you
Is
guys.
this the guy?
You don't have to fight. Listen, I agree with the fact that we're born with natural morals, inherent right and wrong. But there won't be always a time when a man is, agrees with that or concedes that. He might, even though he knows in his heart he was wrong, make a lot of excuses to say why he shouldn't be wrong because he's ashamed. But he still inherently at heart knows he did wrong. So I agree with that. Ethics, that's man made. Morals, God given. Or you
Yeah.
inherent.
I mean, it can also
whatever you
be
want to say.
it's subjective, right? Depending on what God you believe in.
Right.
Oh, here we go, Bong. It's always got to be what God. We all worship the God of Abraham, man. Get off that crap.
Hey, right and wrong is subjective, man. Some people think drinking blood is right. Some people think sacrificing babies to whatever is right, and some people don't.
Those people
I'm just saying it
absolutely
all comes
know.
on your belief in God, right?
Those people absolutely know what God they're, and they say His name a lot.
Check it out. Let me just expand on this, man. Check it out. What I think about morals is this: when you collect data from people, right, to study how people behave, right, and I want them to behave a certain way, meaning I want them to have certain morals, right? Then I can manipulate their behavior, right, using the platforms and the internet, right? Now they're behaving according to my morals, right? Does it mean it's right or wrong? It doesn't matter. As long as I believe it's right and wrong, that's what morals will be. I mean, it's what society determines to be wrong, right? If society says the earth is a ball, even though it looks flat, that's moral, right?
No moral.
I'm just get in there. Yeah, what do you guys think about that? Go ahead.
Moral fiber has nothing to do with society.
Well, that's what I mean.
You should
Go
read
ahead.
that thing and see how society is formed.
Well, a man meets a woman, they have a baby, right? There's your society, man, woman, baby.
No. A society is like a group trust where all men come to a common agreement. That becomes the civil communion.
We call it village or an extended family. Now we call them cities, suburbs, but we're not families anymore, right? We don't look after each other anymore, right? But it's a society and they have morals. You got to wear a mask.
No.
That's
Society has laws. God gives you morals, man. You need to look up the definition of moral, Bond.
I know. But see, what I'm saying is we have to use words the way they understand it in the context that people are using today, and not the whatever it's how people hear. It's what people hear that matters. So if we might use a word, but they're not hearing what we're saying. You know what I mean? When
Can you guys
we
hold
say
on a second?
yeah.
The reason I brought this discussion up is not even necessarily because of the philosophical ins and outs, but because this guy I was talking to was claiming that a polygraph test could establish whether or not a person was acting in honor based on their pulse rate and other material
That's not what I said
considerations.
at all.
by
You're lying
That's
through your
exactly what
mouth.
you said, bro.
Right.
That's exactly
You're
what you
lying
said.
through your teeth right now.
Holy
That's
Okay,
not
shit,
what I
can you
bro.
said.
like,
Why
can you
did
let
you
him
even
say
bring the
it? Go ahead.
polygraph test
No,
up?
let him say it. Go ahead. You say. Can you say what you said, bro? Go ahead.
Of course I can say it. So basically I said there must be a difference between morals and ethics. In my opinion, the morals is something you are born with for some reason, from somehow you have some knowledge about how to act in your life and how not to. You're always feeling when you're acting right or wrong. But ethics doesn't tell you anything like that. It's just a book of rules and laws that are made up from other people that you think are how do you say it?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Pseudo morals.
authoritarian towards you. So
Yeah, so it's either
that's the problem we are
feels
having
or
at hand.
rules.
And regarding the polygraph test, that I only said that the polygraph test can show you that there is such a rule set as a moral rule set, because
I don't know
if
about
there
that, but
wasn't,
what it
it
does
shouldn't
do,
show anything.
it measures
Yes.
anxiety and a heightened anxiety and a lessened anxiety. If you really look at what it does, and the premise is that if you have high anxiety, then you are lying. But this isn't always true. Some people are just scared to fucking death.
I agree with what you say. The fact that a polygraph test, I think what he says, because polygraph test, therefore morals, because people lying, right? Because people lie.
No, that's not what I said. That was just an example.
No, I heard what you said. I pretty much I agree with what you say, but I just don't think polygraph tests work.
Is that
You shouldn't
God?
rely on your feelings, right? You shouldn't rely on your feelings and all things, because the scriptures themselves says that the heart can lie to a man, can deceive a man. So what I'm saying is that all you do is rely on your feelings. Well, I know plenty of people who say this feels right, and then they go sleep with their mate's wife, right? Like, I think we're going to be together, and like, I know plenty of people who've done that and have truly believed in their heart that that was what they needed to do. That was the right thing.
But it wasn't.
No, definitely wasn't. Wasn't good for
So in
anyone.
my opinion, it's just interesting that I had a conversation with another fella and he brings the frustration into this conversation right now publicly.
Sign. Well, you know.
Well, you know
yeah, it's
why
good
I
that
did
you're
that,
here
right?
too, so you guys can have both sides. It's good that you're
Do you
both
know
here.
why I did that? Is because this guy said that I was not interested in talking further on the subject and left the voice chat that we were in. And so me being
That's not
further
what I
interested
said.
in
You're
this,
lying again.
it's not only what you said, it's what you did. And meanwhile, I brought the conversation back to this voice chat and I said, hey guys, do you think there's a difference
You
between
started out
ethics
by
and
saying this
morals?
motherfucker.
Yeah, that was a bit rough.
Oh.
That was a bit rough, hey. But hey, wait. I think it's your
lying.
fault for leaving the chat room, right? If you would have stayed, could have hashed it out. So because he's come here to continue what you left behind,
All I want to
you're
know,
here now.
Belongs to
Right?
me.
all I want to know is
Sorry, he was
who wants to debate ethics versus morals, and one's God given, and one's man made. Because I'll crack your
We
fucking
can do it
head
right here. Let's do it here. Yeah, go. Let's hash it out here.
Yeah,
My claim is that
there are no morals without God. That's why
No, I
that's
won't
my
be
claim.
doing that. This
That's why
guy
he
when
had to
comes in
send
here
his
and
son to
tries
teach
to
you love.
simply
do it.
discredit someone that
Well,
over
then you
something
should
that
go
he had
with him again.
somebody
Then
time.
you should go with
Yeah.
him, and you
Again?
should go back to him.
Why?
Oh,
Yes,
Christ.
because
Shut
you're
up,
the one that
Bong.
left.
Shut up,
Yeah,
Bong.
up to you
It's a
guys.
good topic, damn it. Be quiet. We
Yeah,
talk.
or you can stay
Look,
here
look,
and do it
look,
here.
look.
Sorry, go ahead.
You and we're gonna defer to Hank, and we're gonna let Hank fucking talk for once. Come on, Hank.
Yeah, I just have one thing to say. So it's morally wrong to cough in someone's open wound, and I guess if you're giving a surgery, ethics would say that you need to wear a mask. But it's like, one is like, well, no shit, and the other one's like, okay. They're two different things, though. So, like, once we become more technologically advanced, right, there's more possibilities to things we can do. And, you know, it isn't quite clear, right, what's always the right answer because there's so much, I guess, minutia in some things. So there's like a group of people. Go ahead.
Are you saying that ethics is the same thing as etiquette?
No.
Okay,
It's like
because
agreed upon rules. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think
that's what etiquette is.
Like,
That's etiquette.
Something that men agree on, right? Men agree on ethics.
Well, I think a good example of this is if you go back in history, right? There was a period of time where there was this Black Death, and there was this death that was really plaguing young babies, right? Babies were born and dying. They were born dead or born and dying after birth, and and these guys got together, these doctors who were delivering the babies, and they were trying to figure out like what's happening here, right? Like what's happening here? Who is to blame for this thing that's going on? And you all know where I'm going with this. It's the whole they figured out eventually that they need to wash their hands. But the interesting part about this is that there was a doctor who said that right in the beginning, that he recognized that, and none of them wanted to listen to him. They all said, "No, you're rubbish. We don't want to hear a thing you say." Right now,
Okay, that's a total red herring, though. That's a total red herring, right? Because we're already assuming that it's good or bad that doctors accurately prescribe treatments, and we're already pre-assuming that it's good or bad that babies live or die. And what I'm trying to say is, when it comes to human conduct, there is a single code of behavior.
Let me get to my point, and then you can critique it. So the point, I'll just make the point. So the point that I'm making, right, is that there's a kind of a line where it sits where we go, okay, who's to blame, right? But is it morally wrong what's happened, or is there no one to blame, and we have to actually create and look at some ethical issues? Now the ethical issue, I would say, in that particular stance was that there was a group of men who we assumed had that authority and knowledge when they didn't. So they were sort of in a place where they needed to figure out what was wrong. And I think that's where the moral side of it came, is that they needed to figure out what was going on. But sometimes when you have the same guys who are the problem that are trying to figure it out, they don't want to look at themselves, right? They don't want to. And that's why it took so long for them to figure it out. You know what I mean? And I think this is sometimes where morals and ethics can clash, is where if the people who are creating the ethics are also the ones who claiming moral authority, then we get into that trouble of we have to figure these things out, and they're the ones figuring out, but they don't look at themselves. They're naturally looking at everyone else.
Pardon me for barging in. Pardon me for barging in, but I have to ask you: are you saying that there is such a thing?
Yeah.
Are you saying that there is such a thing as an ethical code that is completely divorced from morality?
Okay, so I have to ask him something crazy.
I don't
now.
know.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if that's.
Sorry, I have to ask him something. He just said sorry for barging in, right? He told me like 6 times or probably 6 times to shut up.
Oh, Christ, let him talk, man.
That's my answers.
Again, this guy that I. Oh my god.
I don't know. I mean, I kind of see it like there's a cross between, like there's a link, but I'm trying to understand what the like how do you best define the link that puts it
Hey,
in a
did
safe
you
place?
did you hear that guy talking, bro?
Which guy?
So I wanted to ask Crazed. I don't know what. I'm not
That
in front of
guy.
the monitor.
Can you hear what's up?
I can hear. Yeah.
No. I was asking the other guy, could he hear you? Because I know sometimes there's just computer lag. Discord fucks up.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Sometimes there's people in the voice chat you just can't hear. When it happens to me, I just leave the voice chat and then come back in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just answering the question that was asked to me.
No problem.
Yeah.
I was trying to answer the question that was asked to me. So,
Yeah,
Make your high, bro.
I wasn't pointing no fingers. I don't want to say no offense, but
Yeah.
because that implies a offense. But I was just saying maybe there's a problem. I'll shut up.
I mean, maybe the question wasn't for me. Maybe it was for him. I assumed that Craig asked me a question, so I tried to answer.
Question is for everybody.
Yeah.
The
And you
question is
answered
for
it.
everybody. The
Now I
question
would
is
like
for
to
everybody.
ask something because
you
I
said
wanted
you
to
are-
fight
Hold on.
for 5 minutes.
Let me just pose my question, and I'll see if anybody can answer it to my satisfaction.
Yeah, hold up. So we're gonna let what's up answer it finally after he spit it back. Yo, recap.
Yeah, I
it.
just wanted to point that. Yeah, so I just wanted to point out that this guy Crazed Commando, when we were talking in private in the Bible study voice chat, he was cutting into me like 100 times, and at least 7 times he told me to shut up, shut up, shut up. Right now, when the other guy was talking, sorry, John Kimball, I think, you didn't say such thing, did you?
Yeah, because the other guy did not claim that a polygraph test was able to detect by physical means whether or not a person was acting morally, as you did over and over and over and over again.
Well, if you mean by acting
No, that's not
morally,
what I did,
lying
and I
or
already
telling
told
the
the
truth,
other guys
it
clear
actually is
what I meant.
a good way to judge that. If we mean by morally acting, does that mean speaking the truth or telling a lie? Well, then yeah, that's a good judge of that. That's what the hell it's built for.
It doesn't work though.
It does on some people. If you're a scared bitch and your heart's always pounding, well then generally they set out a format. Listen, I know how to administer one. I've watched MPs do it. My brothers are cops, man. So it doesn't matter if you're already anxious. It's going to read your shit, and it's going to read the amount of anxious you are, and that's going to be your norm. And then if you get more
Such
fucking
a thing
anxious,
as baseline.
when I ask you, hey, did you fucking kill your dad for no reason? But you did, and you say no, it's going to spike. So yeah, they do work, dude. There are just people who are trained to beat them. They don't work
guess
on.
so.
Listen,
Well,
they
it's not
don't
even
work.
about that, by the way.
They really don't work on a cold-blooded motherfucker. Because dig this here, a cold-blooded person can lie about murder to a machine, and they feel no remorse, they feel no anxiety, and they feel no fear. So the machine has nothing to register.
No, sorry, that's not how it works. So basically, when you're talking about the spikes, we are talking about the polygraph spiking up, right? So it reads something in the sensor, and the main problem is that even if someone is a cold-blooded motherfucker, it will spike, just not as big as if he wasn't a cold-blooded motherfucker.
Well, yeah, that's to presume all people have an emotional response to it. But there's those people who are born without emotions, bro. You can't leave that out. There are people who can.
This is what I'm not sure about.
Listen, there's a lot of cop trades and ticks. You scratch your head, you look up to the left, you blink your eyes. This can all be an indication that you're lying. But you can have that guy that can look you steadfast in the face, never blink an eye, never twitch, never move, and say, "No, motherfucker, I didn't do that just because you said I did it," and you could have watched him do it.
Okay, but hold on a second. You're right. But I just want to state for the record that this guy I was talking to. Sorry, what's your name?
Can we get over this guy and that guy thing, man, and just have a fucking adult conversation? It's getting a little annoying, man.
For sure. So the
okay,
claim
you
was,
guys butted heads. So fucking what?
So the claim was in some type of ethical framework, it was okay to lie. And I disagreed with that because to me,
How is that when
ethics,
your morals and honor depends on whether or not you are lying, and we use the polygraph to discern that? Then how the hell do you pull that from that statement? The polygraph can tell whether or not you're acting honorably. The man said morals are God-given and inherent. You're born with them. I just
yeah.
don't see how you're rearranging his words like that and pulling that out of that, bro. He didn't say it's
No,
by
my
ethics.
That's what I
position,
You
told
can
him.
lie.
That's why I led the
Listen,
conversation. He was twisting
yeah,
my words when we were
yeah.
talking
Listen,
private.
I can find an ethical reason to fucking lie to you, man. I can
really?
pad,
Yeah.
yes, I can. I can pad your fucking feelings. I can worry about your little cupcake princess heart, or I can just tell you the fucking truth.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying is that ethical principles are necessarily ungrounded in morality.
Yes, and I've agreed with that principle from the beginning.
Ungrounded, yeah. Ungrounded.
Morals are inherent. Ethics are not. They're learned. They're demonstrated. You learn more about a person's ethics from watching them, not by listening to what they say. You know this. Our children learn more from our actions than they do from our words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you can go around spitting the law all day long, morals and ethics, but we can watch your behavior and see that you don't follow your own law. And this is, it's just it's a law of nature. That's how you learn the laws of nature. It's observance. This is why men are judged by their actions, because it's a universal truth. You can say whatever the fuck you want, but you can say it's not cool to beat your wife, but then when you walk over there and slap her in the face and call her a bitch, I'm going to judge you righteously, as I should, by your actions. We're not defined by what we say or what we go through, but how we react to it and what we do.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that I don't think we're actually really in a huge position of disagreement. But my claim is that ethics and morals are synonyms based on different translation. They're different translations of words from different language groups that have made their way into English.
Ethics are based
They
on
are
what.
not, by the way.
Listen, ethics are based on what's acceptable in a social environment. Morals are not. They're in no way synonymous. You're born alone,
So,
individual, and free with morals. Ethics, you got to get
anybody
together
can look
with a
up
group.
sorry.
Yeah, well, with ethics, you got to get together in a group, form a communion, and then agree on ethics.
Okay, but that necessarily begs the question, that agreement.
It doesn't beg any question. It makes a clear distinction.
It doesn't.
You can't have ethics without a society agreeing on them. Like you can say it's not. One guy could argue, and this isn't a good argument because I disagree with it. Murder's not morally correct, but then you could argue that it's ethically correct. Well, in truth, murder is the legal term. It's so both would be true. Morally, it would be okay to take life, and that's when the law says you can take life. So it could be morally and ethically true. But that's because sometimes in life, our ethics are just a mirror image of our morals.
Oh, a mirror image of our morals. So they're
let me add
derived
something.
from
Let me add
morals
one
then?
thing.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say they're derived from morals because you're wanting to put a blanket term on all ethics. And morals aren't always civically acceptable.
Okay, my claim.
So listen, here's my example of that. A bunch of faggots walk around protesting in the street with dildos, or lesbians, or whatever you want to call them. I don't hate the people, but in my opinion, this isn't morally acceptable, but it is ethically acceptable. or
On what
civilly.
grounds? On what grounds?
And they get away with it, so people must accept it, right? It's pretty obvious. It's an axiom, an observable truth. If it wasn't accepted, would it be happening? And ethics even can stem from the law. The law of man isn't always going to reflect the law of God and the moral principle or moral fiber, just like the law and justice don't have anything in common.
No, you just contradicted yourself, man. Like literally 40 minutes ago, you were saying that all human laws are derived from universal laws.
I know this, but when we're talking ethics, we're talking about what's accepted by a legal fiction known as a society. So you bring in man's law and it's got to be considered. In my opinion, all this shit is unacceptable. You do what you want. Don't harm me. I'll do what I want. I won't harm you. But if you come fucking around over here, I'm going to want my flesh. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. It's that simple. Do what you want. Just don't harm me or anybody else around me. And if you want to kill something, make sure you're going to eat it, man, because life is precious. It's created by a father.
I agree.
So
I
don't
agree.
go around killing little animals and shit. They're golden rules. But the thing about ethics is you got to get a group of people together and agree on them. And they're going to reflect morals and sometimes not. So you just can't make the blanket term that all ethics stem from morals. No, it's not true. Some stem from laws, and some laws have nothing to do with morals.
Okay, so I'm just gonna straight up lay it out. One, I agree with you, and I'll agree with this distinction in the sense that ethics are just arbitrary, ungrounded codes that people follow.
Agreeances.
I can,
Yeah, they're agreeants.
I can totally
Kinda
follow
like
that
etiquette.
logic.
Yeah, it's like
Okay,
etiquette
exactly.
or manners.
Exactly like etiquette. Ethics are etiquette in this instance. But what I'm saying is, as soon as you agree, like the very act of agreeing necessarily invokes a moral compulsion to obey your agreement. It absolutely does. For an ethic to exist.
Okay. You can't make an ethic a moral through agreements, but yeah, a man is morally bound to his word. Naturally, universally, and morally. If your word isn't worth nothing, then you as a man isn't worth nothing. And that's my word. If I give you my word, I'll keep it. You can hold me to it. I agree with that. But in no way can, because I act on moral fiber, does it make every one of my actions moral. They might have stemmed from a moral thought, but they could have strayed. I mean, there's no way you're going to make the two synonymous, dude.
Okay,
Period.
so ethics are the codes of behavior that human beings follow when they're acting immorally, is what I'm gaining from this conversation.
No, when they're forming civil societies, covenants, and contracts.
Are they not acting morally when they're in honor? Is it not moral?
In my opinion, anything that's unnatural or ungodly is immoral. So when you make covenants and contracts, when you were told not to, swear no agreements, that's immoral.
Okay, and we'll call that ethics, and we'll just describe that as the category of human judgments and behaviors that are outside of universal law.
It's actually how ethics are defined, dude. They're just socially accepted principles. That's an ethic.
Okay, but they're only socially accepted principles in the sense that they are not in accordance with universal law. Otherwise, they'd be morals.
No. Ethics can be anything, either. It can be morally good or wrong. It doesn't matter. Morals can be only right.
This is like some levelist curve. This is some levelist curve double speak bullshit. I'm not gonna accept it.
It's you who's doing the double speech You're wanting to cram 3 categories together and call it one. And you keep trying to do it and ignoring the distinction between the 3. Universal law, morals, and ethics are not in the same category. You keep performing category errors.
Wait, there's a difference between universal law and morals? Fill me in, bro.
Yeah.
Who told you moral was a universal law? You, in your mind.
You, only you, nobody else. Yeah.
Okay, so to whom should I look for definition of these words?
Listen, I said morals are God given. That means they're a gift. They're a grace of God. Gifts are given freely. So no law can combine the giving of them. Maybe he didn't want to give you morals and that's why you don't get it. I don't know. It's up to his grace. You know? Inshallah, mashallah, deuce bolt. If he wills it, it'll be so. But if he doesn't, well, here you are.
I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm saying that universal.
No, I'm not misunderstanding you. You, from a standpoint of ignorance, not even understanding what universal law is, or even studying the concept, want to wrap your ideals of morals and ethics around universal law when the 3 are 3 separate conversations and can be clearly defined as such.
Please do.
I already have, and you missed it. Why would I? I can logically infer you won't comprehend this time either. I just made that distinction for you. You took my words, switched them around, and said, so morals are universal law.
Yeah.
And I don't know where the fuck you grabbed that from. That's just a thought in your head.
This is why I left the conversation. This is
It's like
exactly
you
why
get-
I left the conversation.
No. I get there with this guy, and I'm not going to stop. It's like you think aloud, bro, and then we're supposed to answer your every fucking thought. Well, be firm in what you say before you say it. No offense, man, but I am no way told you morals are universal laws. I've never told you universal laws are combined by morals. I did say they were both God-given. They exist in his creation, and they exist in you. I would say morals and the law are both written on your heart, but you'd probably twist that somehow too. Because
I would say that I agree. I'd say I agree, and that makes them the same thing with different sounds that come out of your head hole. You know, it's just like semantics. But I say they're the same damn thing.
It's not semantics. They're not.
It's not
because
semantics.
Listen, not every living creature in this universe that we live in has morals. So how can morals be applied to the whole of the law? It doesn't make sense. You think the ant is ruled by some moral universal law?
I think that there are some ants that act immorally.
Well, I would say that's a human concept. And you're judging an ant outside of his own context. He just shits on that berry before he drags it away because he wants to. Doesn't have anything to do with morals, and he's here for a purpose, homeostasis in an ecosystem, an environment created for us, where we're all symbionts. We work together. They basically clean up all the trash we make from eating what's given to us for food. So there's processes that produce our life that we eat, the life we eat, vegetation, meat, fish, poultry, all that. And then the defecation goes back into the production of life for us to eat again. And so go on the cycles. It's a circle of life.
I understand that. I compost my own feces, bro. I understand exactly what you're saying. What I'm trying to tell you, or what I'm trying to explain,
is why you're trying to take many facets or many attributes and conform them all into one attribute, so they can't be clearly defined.
Okay, what I'm asking is what the clear definition of ethics is. It just sounds like a word people use when they try to explain.
You can just call ethics what's politically correct. Does that do it good enough for you, or how many?
Yeah, that I can go with that definition.
Socially
That's fine.
acceptable, but legal fictions, morals, and universal law, the only thing they have to do with each other is that they're in the same story about the fall.
That seems like a non sequitur to me, but I'll take your word for it, I guess.
A non sequitur. You keep trying to attach each one of them to each other, and I told you the only way they're attached, it actually is a sequitur. It applies to the point. They're not entangled.
Because of the fall?
They're not entangled. One doesn't exist on the other. One doesn't owe its existence to the other, but they are all in the same story. And in your story, they're all one.
Okay, let me just re-clarify my position.
I would call you a demoral degenerate, no offense, but you'd be a sodomite.
You can call me whatever.
From my position.
You can call me whatever you want. Let me just re-clarify my position.
If you think.
Okay, the reason why I'm trying to tease out the difference between ethics and morals is because, in my view, things that are described as ethical always have a moral basis, such that
that's an absolution. It's ethically correct to file bankruptcy for my failing company and not even pay my employees on the way out the door. But is it morally correct? No.
Okay, but I disagree that that's ethically correct.
Oh,
and
it is. It's sound business. It's legal. It's designed that way, and it's just being a shrewd businessman. So yes, by ethics, it is correct.
Okay, so ethics is do what thou wilt. Is that correct?
Are you strawmanning me again?
No, I'm asking you.
Well, ethics coincide with the law of man, right? So if it's socially acceptable, it's not against the law. So the law of oh my God, the bankruptcy law was designed to help me. Why shouldn't I take advantage of it? That's ethically correct. Who gives a fuck? You don't get your last paycheck. I'm bankrupt.
That's what I'm asking you.
So that is ethically correct. You're not
so
asking
ethics.
Me.
So I'm asking you: are ethics the sort of catch-all rules that people use when their morality has failed? Is that what it is?
No, that's your implication. Not all men's morals have failed, but some men will follow man's law perfect and ethics perfect and still have absolute moral fiber. That's why they follow laws and ethics, because they believe that they all the same thing, just like you. But it's to counteract the statement that all things ethical or moral. You're wrong. In ethics, if it's legal, it's okay for me to do, but there are laws of man that are unjust, untrue, and unfair. Therefore, lack all moral fiber and content. Morals and justice actually have something in common, wherein law and justice has nothing in common. Law and ethics have something in common.
Yeah, but doesn't that just mean that what is approved of in an ethical framework but prohibited in a moral framework are just immoralities that have a fancy name applied over them?
Is it wordplay or what? Do you just like wordplay?
No,
I'm me?
Literally just asking, bro. Okay, well, like, just to give context.
I'm not going to label the loss of immorality or whatever you're calling. Listen, there's a difference between ethics and morals. I'm not going to say one's the absence of other. If your premise needs agreement, then it just doesn't stand on its own. So morals are God-given, but ethics are designed by men, and they coincide with what's politically correct, what's legal, what's legal in business, what's proper to do in public, what's not. You're just
Yeah, but
trying
I
to
just don't
compare
understand.
apples and oranges, man. You're acting like
No,
apples and oranges. You got a slice
what
of
I'm
an orange,
saying is,
and you're saying
what I'm
it's equal
saying
to the
is,
apple.
okay, so if someone like writes a bunch of laws that say that it's okay to cheat someone out of money, or if someone writes laws that say it's like okay to
That's
flash your tits at a
ethically
kid,
correct. Yes, that's ethically correct. Then yes, now you're making the
but it's still
distinction.
it's
It's
still
still
immoral.
demoral, not immoral. Demoral.
It's immoral to do those things. So why do we even have this category of ethics?
I don't
Why
know what
even
the word
bother with the category?
immoral means. I do know what demoral means, though.
Well, maybe the original interlocutor might want to throw his 2 cents in at this point, unless he's gone. Okay, so just to recapitulate my position, it's not that I believe that the concept, as you have described, of ethics and morality are the same.
That's a definition. It's not a concept. It's a colloquial definition. You can follow all ethics and all laws and still be a demoral degenerate. So don't try to compare the two.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's not that I believe that those two things are the same. What I
And
believe
we all know the
is that
biggest
the term,
example here, right? It's the Rainbow fucking Warriors, right?
I agree. Listen, fundamentally, spiritually, logically, I completely agree with what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is people use the term ethics to condone behavior that is immoral. And what I keep trying to figure out is on what basis is any ethical judgment or any ethical behavior derived? And if it's the mere agreement of people, then I say it's just etiquette. And you can just call it that.
So are you saying morals are an agreement?
Yeah, absolutely, bro.
See, the difference between a moral and an ethic is you, not others, you know you did wrong when you did wrong. Whether you cover it with shame or pride or you just refuse to concede, either way, you still inherently in your heart know you were wrong. That's where moral fiber comes from. Ethics, you need to agree on. Morals and principles, I don't need your opinion on. I was born with them. It doesn't matter what you say. I know the
I think
difference
that's
between right or wrong, and people want to act like they don't because they want to act like there is no right or wrong. Do what thou wilt.
yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I think there is objective moral truth. I think the
I'm not going
vast
to add them Paleonistic expressions to it. When you give moral, you've already you don't need to add a relative or subjective because the moral is already described. You're describing it in two different manners here. See, morals are inherent, but relative and subjective are not. So it becomes a Paleonistic statement. You know, I hate to have to treat you grammar, but you're describing morals in two different manners. Now I don't know what manner to accept for the context of your sentence. Are you with me? Is it
I'm totally with you. And
a
actually, based
relative?
on what you
Is
just
it a
said,
relative moral or a subjective moral? Is it a true moral, or is it just your opinion of a moral?
Okay, I get where you're coming from, and I agree totally. I will never, ever on this server or in your presence utter any type of qualifier to the term moral, because we both are at an understanding that morals are intrinsically objective. And I agree totally.
And so you do understand that when you use two different level words of varying descriptions or adjectives for a noun or a place, that it becomes Paleonistic, right? Meaning it's improper English. You said, I'm a super very smart person. So which is it? Are you super smart or very smart? Which one? Because you can't be two levels.
Right. I totally get it.
It's like
all I was trying to say.
It's like saying I'm super hyper fastidious. That doesn't make sense either.
Right.
Because you don't need to describe your state of fastidious when you already did with hyper.
Or with the term fastidious. I totally get what you're saying now.
Exactly, but there are varying levels of being picky. Yeah.
No, I get it. All I'm trying to say is that for something to be ethically true, it has to be fundamentally grounded in a moral truth. And so when people talk about ethics,
but I've given
as being
examples
distinct,
where ethics can be not based on moral principles, because it's not right morally for me to send my employee home without a paycheck, regardless of my economic status. That's just not morally correct.
Okay, but is it right to follow the law?
Whose law?
Man's law. Is that a right thing to do?
Well, if you feel it is, if you entered into that covenant. But I would say you're a moral degenerate because Sodom and Gomorrah got destroyed by following man's law. You can do the same. Fuck, I don't care.
May I interrupt? We have a question.
Go for it, man.
So Day has not heard of the Lucifer telescope, and I wanted to interrupt you guys if you wanted to help us out. I was just gonna grab a link and send it to him, but maybe if we could get a conversation going about that. If you guys are tired about talking about that, go ahead.
Well, as far as I understand, the what is it? Yeah, I don't know much about that telescope. I'll defer to somebody else.
Sorry to interrupt. Then I'll just give him a link.
Well, honestly, I think we're in agreement here, so we don't need to talk much else about it.
I have a question for Battle Mod.
Oh my God!
No, it's just a super simple question. So like, say that you basically captured like a serial killer. Like there was a serial killer trying to like kill you, and
you want my honest opinion on what morals or ethics would promote me to do?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say if he's a serial killer, he already transgressed the law. I live by the law of my father, and as a righteous man, I judge him on his actions. To protect everybody else, I'd probably risk my immortal soul and take his life myself. But I would say the law, I would be well within the law. Because when you walk around taking people's lives and somebody else takes yours, the blood can be considered to be on your hands. Live by the sword, die by the sword. And not on my hands. If you didn't want people killing you, then pay attention to the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And as a free man, I'm born with the natural right to defend those in my family, in my community, my brother. If you love your brother, as Yeshua loved you, you would defend him. You wouldn't take false witness against him. You wouldn't covet his wife. You wouldn't steal his land. You'd be the first to defend him. So yeah, I'd take that motherfucker right out. Say a prayer for him and give him back to the cycles.
I have a question. It's kind of like this too. many years ago, I knew a person. There's a person in the family who had done some terrible things in terms of like sexual abuse. And my cousin came to me and he said, "Let's go and kill him. Right? Let's go and kill him. He's done this. A senior figure in the family, and we're very, in our culture, we're very tribal, right? So, he came to me and he said, "Let's go kill this guy. He needs to die. Like he's gonna keep doing this, and we need to end his life." And the family keeps
And
hiding.
he's your family member, right?
Yeah, he's like a grandfather figure, right?
So can I add something to that? So by universal law, it would be your family's given to you. It's your property. It's your bloodline. It's your right to take care of it. It's not only your right, it's your duty. You are your brother's keeper. Well, if your brother transgressed the law of sin and you follow your father's law, the wage of sin is death, right? Transgression of the law of sin.
I guess at the time, like I personally,
I would agree with
now,
you. I would agree with you.
I wanted to kill him, but because of the way I was raised in the Christian religion I was raised in, I kind of said to my cousin, "Do that or go to hell." So so I convinced him not to do it. But part of me just looks at the damage.
Truth is, I don't believe you would. It said, and was it not written, "Let their blood be on their own hands," when they transgress the law of my father? Yeah.
Well, I mean, the damage that they leave, right? Like he's dead, he's died and gone off.
We get to the founding principle.
Family still think he's in heaven. Family believe he's gone to heaven. Like,
yeah, no, it would be
hard.
better. Yeah, he said it'd be better they tie a millstone around their neck than harm these little ones, right? But
and so it's just one of those things, right? Like, I know in some cases, family members have killed like their dad or the same, and
beating mom. He beat my mom his entire life. I had to take him out to keep my mom safe because you knew in your heart that was right. It's what's right. It's not right to watch somebody beat somebody forever now, is it? Bad things happen when good men fail to act, right? So
I totally, even if you go to,
we get to the heart of my belief and where it usually leads us to. Men living in a natural state by natural born laws, the law and the justice, they would go hand in hand. Righteous men wouldn't sit around idly while the law is transgressed. And that we could say golden rules. So you could say just golden rules. What we know in our heart is wrong. In a natural environment, if you watch your dad beat your mom too fucking much, and the community didn't get up as good men and stop it, and one day you killed him, nobody else would say anything else about it because that was your right to protect your mother, There's certain things we allow to happen on earth every day that we know are wrong, but we accept it. And that was one of my father's biggest thing. By universal law, you get what you accept, son. Always remember that. So what
so
you
like the churches, the organized religions that kind of go into that universal law, right?
Jesus told you this, hold up, when he said, "As you believe, so shall it be unto you." It's pretty much the same principle. We believe man is righteous and we got to follow the laws of man, right? So we watch unjust things done all the time. And when people try to wake you up, you get a whole group of doctrinal people telling you to shut up. You're worshiping Lucifer because you're wanting to talk about the law of God, and they're not under the law. They're saved by grace, which grace is a gift. And you can't say, "It's mine." You can't say that. Gifts are freely given. You don't know if it's yours till you get there. To say grace is a gift, to say a gift is owed to you for anything, any action that you can earn a gift, well, it's just not being true to the word in the context. A gift is freely given out of grace.
Well,
You can't earn
if
you
if we were
can't
given
earn it.
what exactly, and if we were given what we are truly owed, well, we'd all be dead and in the fire wherever God wants to,
Well, we wouldn't
But
be
that is
living in the
grace, right?
I agree with you on that. We wouldn't be living in the flesh because our Father created us in His likeness, and He is the Most High. He's the Holy Spirit. We were created in spirit.
Right. So
By the Most
if He were to give us what we're owed, right, because of sin, that would be death and separation from our Creator forever, right? I mean, but through grace,
Here's the
He
thing.
pardoned us.
You look at death through the human eyes, right? I don't see it as, I literally believe what Jesus said. Least a man be born of water, then born of spirit. He cannot see the kingdom of heaven. He also said to be absent the body is to be present with the Lord. When the water breaks, you come to this world, you're born of water. I don't believe it has anything to do with the baptism. He's just telling you the kingdom of heaven is spiritual. Because when a man dies, death isn't really death. It's a birth. You're born in spirit. Just like you died in spirit and became flesh, you die in the flesh and become spirit. So that's the cycle of life. You're born of water, and then you're born of spirit. You die. Then you're in the kingdom of heaven, the spiritual realm. He said it over and over again. This isn't my realm. The earthly realm's not mine. This isn't life. This is a gift. It's not reality. We're doing something other than reality. The flesh is the veil, bro. That's what you got to figure out. Because the veil, what is it? You think the veil was torn? Well, do people see spirits now? And if the veil was a division between flesh and spirit, and you couldn't see spirits, but now you can, then yes, it would make sense that the veil was torn.
Well, I see spirits. I was born that way.
Well, how about this one? The veil only is there because of sin, right? And they ate, right? And their spiritual eyes were opened, veiled, right? We see through a veil now, but then we will see as we
What
should.
do you got to eat, though? What do you got to eat of to see through the veil, bro? That's
what I'm saying was when they sinned in the garden, right? And their spiritual eyes were opened, remember, and they knew that they were naked. That's when the veil happened. Death and sin entered, right? That's why we can't.
When they walked in the spirit, listen, when they walked in the spirit as they were created, they knew not nakedness of flesh. But when they ate of the fruit of the tree, they become of the flesh, and their fleshly eyes were open when they became aware that they were fleshly naked.
Right. So that's the veil, right?
You gotta realize there's two creations in Genesis. First, man was formed in the image of God, or created in the image of God, and then he was formed in the image of God. But these two gods, listen, because I know this to be true. I've got older versions of the Bible.
Look, man.
Where it
there
says,
are not two accounts of creation. It's the same account.
Listen, dude.
That's how I read the Bible. That's how I read Genesis.
Listen, if you read Genesis, it's right there. You can't miss it. First, we were created in the image, then we were formed in the image. Both being God and God. So if God, I wanna answer this. If God created me in His image, why would He then have to form me in His image? I was already created
Look,
in His
man,
image.
what I'm trying to say is the book of Genesis, right, is an account of the beginning. And the way it reads to me, the way it reads to me, why there's seems to be two accounts, is because it looks like it's some kind of fragmented. It's a fragmented. I don't know how they put these two together, but it's one account.
No,
the scribes, whoever put them together, right, put together these.
Hold up.
I don't know. I think the story is preserved. Go ahead.
Moses described Aaron fucked up, and he wrote two paragraphs.
It's not Aaron or Moses. It's whoever found it. Us.
You don't even know where Genesis comes from, bro.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We think we know where it comes from, but the way it reads like it was put together, right? Like, the word is and the message is there.
Could it be the Tanakh?
Well, look, what I'm saying is
Yeah.
it's
Hold on.
old. It's the same account. Go ahead. Ed.
Let's make some golems.
You know where Genesis, the book of Genesis, comes from?
Egypt.
Comes from God.
Yeah.
Oy.
It wasn't written first in the King James Bible. That's all I'm going to tell you. Yeah. But listen, bro, you can't deny that first you're created in the image and then you're formed in the image. And you can't deny that there's a possibility that two different words were translated to the one word, God, in English.
I'm not gonna accept two accounts. When I read it, I read it's one account.
I didn't say
okay. I'm not gonna accept two creations. To me, formed and created is the same thing.
I'm
The
not
second
saying
account that we think we're reading, right? It's just a
They're the same.
recap
No,
of
dude.
what
You're
we
not
just read.
answering my question. I didn't assert two creations. I said first you were created and then you were formed.
And I'm saying it's the same thing.
It's not.
I know
It
you are.
happened at one time.
I know you are.
That's how you read it. The way I read it, it's one story, one time.
Listen, God isn't the author of confusion, man. He doesn't have to describe one thing two different ways for you to understand it.
I agree. God is not the author of confusion, and I'm totally not confused about this.
I created you, but then I had to form you, both in my image. No.
Look, I don't believe that these 66 books, right, are the exact writings that God gave us, but God preserved His word, and I found what He wanted to show me, which is the man and the Son of God named Yeshua, to the best of my knowledge.
You just
died on the
quoted
cross
an Old
for our
Testament
sins,
quote.
came back to life.
You just quoted the Old Testament quote and then took it out of chronological order and applied it to the gospel. Do you understand that? Listen, His word. Do you believe the King James Roman Catholic version of the Bible with the 66 books in the canon is His word? Does God censor His word or filter it? Why would He?
I believe those 66 books, right? God has preserved everything that He wanted me to read. His word to me is Yeshua, is His Son,
so
right?
the original writings
The whole Bible is about His Son, is about His word, the word that He sent out, right? When He sends out His word, it comes back with
This is what I want you to understand. The original scriptures that were written, they haven't changed. The story hasn't changed, but through translation, a lot of the versions have changed. So when He was talking about His word shall not change,
right?
Heaven and earth shall pass, but His words don't change. That implies to me that the original writings will always be there in original form.
Well, then that means we have to learn ancient Hebrew and ancient Greek. In Greek, so we can read His word, right? Because once you translate it, you changed it. I'm not saying that that's what change means, but if what words matter, then it's already changed.
How do you do righteous judgment, right? You got to know everything about it before you judge it righteously, right? And how do you exercise discernment if you have nothing to discern from, or 2-3 different things to measure it against? Discernment. If there's only one book, then we need not discernment. We don't need the Holy Ghost to guide us, because there's one book. That's it.
Well, no, it's not about the book. Look, what I'm saying is suffocating. Sorry.
Listen,
suffocating.
You can't deny this. Listen, if I take a story wherein there's 3 separate people,
suffocating.
Listen, I heard you, bro, and I get it. But I'm gonna keep choking you, you little motherfucker. You said you wanted this.
I'm just hinting at you. Go ahead, bro.
3 separate words were translated. Actually, there's like 32 separate words that were all translated to the word God. When they made the English version from, the Bishop's Bible and the Greek text, Ionis, Theos, all that, with denoter, without denoter. We take the plural God, we call it God. We take the lesser gods, we call them God.
I just
we take
remembered
the
my point.
demigods, we take the
Yeah,
demigods and we call them God. So multiple
I just
words that
remember.
had multiple
Yeah, I
meanings
agree.
in originals were translated to one, that God,
I
which is supposed to be a reference, hold on, not to the demigods, not to the plural gods, but to the Most High God. So now the story is taken out of context.
Well, what I wanted to say was, if this is the real one and only true God that created the world, the God of Abraham, then He is able to preserve His word,
But
whether
we're
it's
not
through
talking
the
about what
corruption
God chooses.
of men. And
Listen,
66 books made it to me that I
listen,
believe He's powerful
we're
enough to
men. We're not
preserve.
supposed to judge what God can do. Yes, God can do whatever He wants to do. But the thing is,
And that's
He didn't filter His word for you. He didn't change it. He sent it through people, and they wrote it in this form. So
right. That's what I'm
you're
saying.
pretty much telling me you'd rather listen to CNN or
No.
RCV. You'd rather listen to RCV news broadcasts than the original
No.
words God sent through His prophets, because we have these, and they haven't changed. They have.
No. What I'm saying
No,
is,
you're
after
not listening to me.
Yeshua, right? Let me say this one thing that'll cover everything I want to say. After Yeshua said, "Search the scriptures; they all point to me," I didn't need to read the scriptures anymore. I only had to read the words of Yeshua and everything after that comes
Well,
out.
how'd
That's
you get the
all I
words?
really need to know about, right? Because He is the Word.
How'd you get them words without reading all the scriptures? That's what I'm
This
asking.
is a, they said we touched Him, we heard
He's
Him
the
teach,
way.
we watched Him heal people. The Word of God, they
Who is
became
we, brother?
flesh,
The
right?
way. Listen.
That's
You
what
keep
the
saying the
John
word.
says. John 1.
That's John's reference. The word.
Yeah,
When you
John, mother,
when
this is your son. That's what he said to his mom, right?
I
This is
know
your
the book
son
of
and
John
this is
by
your
heart.
mother.
Listen.
Yeah, John.
Yeshua was the way. His followers were followers of the way. They were known as sect of the way. So the word is the way, and the word, dig this here. Any words you use can be used against you in a court of law. The word is how we define legality. So the way, the word,
Logos.
the law.
The logo, right?
Yeah, well, logos is a legal term.
Branding.
Yeah,
It's all about law.
it's a fucking copyright telling me
Well, law is all about God, I think. I think
the
our
way is,
ideas of law
listen,
and economy and
logos.
governments is all from God.
When
Go
you
ahead.
put it all together, you get the copyrighted word and way to heaven through the one, the anointed one, which is the law.
Can I just add that when I left organized religion, one of the things that I went and did was I started to research where the Bible came from, where Christianity came from, and as a result of that, God blessed me with a Kohen, a Hebrew teacher, who I visit, monthly or weekly when I can get there, and I've learned so much about the Word of God from him, and and he explains a lot to me about the difference between how Christianity says conveniently that they've done away with this law and that they've got this new law. What he explains to me, this is an actual Hebrew who speaks Hebrew and reads and he actually has Torah scroll in his own home. He has a real scroll.
Oh,
And
he's got the law scroll right there in his house, huh?
does the full thing. He does the real, like the original.
Yeah,
And he said to me
Torah
that
is
law
the law.
is renewed. It's not. He said when Yeshua came, he didn't do away with the law. He renewed.
No, he
the
even
law.
said that.
It's always existed. It's always existed from the beginning of time to the end of time.
Yeah,
It
he
doesn't-
fulfilled it. It's a copyright statement. I fulfilled the law. The law can be fulfilled. There, I proved it can
but
be
he didn't
done.
say you
But
don't have
not
to obey
one.
the law. You don't have to. You don't disobey the 10 Commandments. That law still exists and still
Exactly.
must be.
He was a
Well,
statement. not once since the day of creation till he was conceived, concepted, and sent, did what he did. He obeyed the law of his father and thereby pleased his father.
Yeah, and so I agree with actually the Hebrew account, and I can see the truth that it actually clarifies a lot that's misinterpreted through mistranslation. Because if you don't go back to the original, which is where it was translated from, then you can easily misunderstand and follow some of the more Christian beliefs that have
Exactly.
been.
Yeah.
And you need to
Especially,
learn. Yeah, you need to do that.
yeah. Especially when
So
you translate it to Latin and then to another language. I mean, can easily lose
so
meaning
so
of
then
words.
you're either, well, they're two separate things. You follow the Torah or the gospel. One's got nothing
No,
to do with
no,
the other.
no, 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 no. It's the
Yeah,
opposite.
yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
one thing, right? It's exactly one thing and one thing only, and it
New
will
Testament,
always
Old
be
Testament.
right, right. And Jesus came to
New
make that one
Testament,
thing right.
brother.
So the Son of
Like
God came to make the Old Testament more binding. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, you
Okay?
can't make something more binding. It's binding or it's not binding.
But there are Hebrews who follow the Torah, who actually believe that he's the Messiah. So they accept the Messiah, right? So just don't misread that there are those that don't accept the Messiah, but there are those who actually are Hebrew, who are Levite descendants, Kohens, who actually believe and follow the Torah and believe that Yeshua is the Messiah, and he's one of those. And so I've been very lucky to have that teaching. But there is one thing I will say. He said to me that I should be circumcised, literally circumcised to get into the New Jerusalem. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna go with that yet. I don't agree with that. But he's still cool with that. He just says, well, you can sit outside. That's his belief, right? That's his opinion, and I'm just not sure about that one.
Yeah. Well, I can say this. Jesus was circumcised because he's Jewish, and that's the Jewish tradition. And he had to fulfill. You remember John, right?
How
You
is
should be
it, bro?
baptizing me. Hold on. Let me explain
What
this
is
to the
the
brother here before we get lost. Hold on. The same way that Jesus said to John, John, we have to do these things to fulfill all the prophecies, all the law, So that's why I think Jesus did get circumcised. But for us, we should not get circumcised because we are not of the Jewish
Brother.
people, right? And that's, I don't know if that's useful anymore, because it's about circumcising the heart. In the past, the foreskin to me was a sign that when you look at it, or when it calls you, or when you look at a woman, that you remember when you look at your foreskin not there, you remember your covenant with God, right? That's what I think it is. It was in the past, but today I don't think you need that to
But
have
I'll add to
salvation.
this though.
Right.
Jesus did
Speak
not
up.
come to do away with the law. He came to fulfill it. So that law that was beforehand still exists. So getting circumcised is still the way, in
Yeah, but
addition
listen to
to
me.
circumcision of the heart.
You can get circumcised, right? But it doesn't mean that you're going to follow the law. The flesh counts for nothing. Okay?
Right.
The reason why Jesus was circumcised and had to go through the baptism and everything he went to, because it was prophesied and it had to be fulfilled and it had to be done for the Jews first. Okay?
No,
Us Gentiles. Go ahead.
Yehudites. Jesus was
a
not a
long time
Jew.
ago.
He wasn't Jewish, right? He was a
Yeah,
descendant
he
of
was
the
he was from Judah.
Yehudites.
He was house of Judah. He was the house of
Yeah,
David.
David.
So
The
what's
You
son
know
of
what a
being
David.
a Jewish
Gentile is?
guy?
Why would you denigrate yourself with that?
Well,
It's what
you say,
everybody outsiders.
like if
Yeah.
we follow Yeshua, right, and Yeshua did it, that's kind of how my Kohen teacher said. He said, "Look, if it was good enough for Yeshua, then don't you think it's something to consider?" And like he never tells me
Right.
I need to go and do it. If I don't do it, I'm gonna be, he doesn't say it like that. He just suggests that I should think about it, study it, and then decide for myself. And you know, and I thought about it.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know, because then I'd look at my sons. I'm like, man, then they'd have to do it. You know,
Yeah,
something that
I
would be
agree with what he said. It's up to you.
I'm thinking about it, but at the moment, I'm sort of leaning towards no. I don't really want to do that, but I'm not saying that I wouldn't at some point if I felt differently. You know?
Yeah, you're just proving free will at this point. Yeah, you have free will to choose.
Because I want to make sure, like, if I do need to do it, then I would like God to make sure that I know it from Him. You know, like I'm not just gonna trust some guy who.
I think you should pray and fast on for that one, man. You know, I think you'll get an answer. I mean, that's something I think God will probably give you a quick answer to. It's up to you, man.
Yeah, but, you know, the thing is, if you commit to that, right? And I'll be honest, like in my heart, I don't want to do it because I'm like, man, it's gonna hurt and it's gonna be really, you know, it's like not something I want to do. But if it's required of me, and so I'm like, if I do that, then I might actually have to do it. Because what if he says, you know what, you got to go do that? Then I'm gonna be like, oh man, now I gotta go. But I'd probably do it with joy if God actually told me to do it, you know. So, but it's a scary thing to think about, you know, because then I've got to look at my children. Yeah, I'm like, now what do I tell them?
Right. Right.
I got 3 sons, you know, so.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't, but yeah, it's up to you. How? I mean, I would ask why should I do this if I have the true circumcision? If I already have the true circumcision, like will this benefit me? I mean, I think the answers are in the Bible and scriptures. I think you'll get the answers there, but you could pray for it. God might show you where. I'll
Well,
have
they
a
were
look
doing
too.
it
It's kind
since
of
Joshua,
interesting.
right? So they started circumcision with Joshua after they left Egypt. That's when they started making that covenant. That's when the men. So they weren't circumcised. So when they were born, Joshua and them, they got circumcised.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, back in those days, it was how they were. It was a sign that they were separated from all those other people, right? And that there is also a sign that we're separated from people in this world, right? Come out of her is the blood. So that's I think that's what it was. I mean, because they were surrounded by all kinds of people, and sex was the thing, you know that, you know what I mean. So I mean, he even asked Isaac. This is how degenerated those people were. He even asked Abraham to sacrifice Adam. That's how people talked, and that's how people pledged their loyalty, right? So what kind of? I ask all those questions. It was like God planned this from the beginning. Well, I think it's up to you, yeah, and what's in your heart, and how your kids are going to deal with it, and how you're going to explain it, the why. I think the why
Well, they weren't
is
children.
already.
They weren't children that got circumcised. So that's the good part. Like, so it's not. I wouldn't say now children you have to go get circumcised. I would say to them.
Oh, is you explaining to them why you're doing it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because I would say to them, when you become a man, that's something you'd have to decide. Like, because that's
I
one of
mean,
the things that's very clear about the word. They didn't do it when they
yeah.
were children.
I
These
mean,
were
it sounds
men.
like something you should decide if you want to do. I mean, I don't know if
Well,
it's necessary or if it's going to hinder your walk.
Let me add this. Genesis
Go ahead.
17:9. It says, "Then God said to Abraham, as for you, you must keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you for the generations to come."
Keeping a contract.
I was 9 years old when I was circumcised, and it hurt. And I had to go stand in the ocean every day, and my grandma had to help me take off the gauze, and it was the worst experience ever. I don't know why. A doctor showed up on our island, and 3 of us were not circumcised. And my dad took us over.
Oh, bro.
Wow.
Sorry,
It was
bro.
terrible.
Fuck,
It
bro.
was terrible. I wish I was born and it
I'm
was
so
done
sorry,
like
bro.
everybody else.
I love you, bro. Sometimes we have interactions, but bro, I'm so sorry, bro.
My
Bro,
cousin
I'm
got
so
his done when he was 16 in Samoa.
Oh, bro.
Scripture also gives
How's
a
he?
time frame as well.
It's not a
That's
pleasant
hectic, cuz.
experience. No.
Bro.
It says 8 days old. You know, for every male among you who is 8 days old must be circumcised, including those born in your household or bought with money from a foreigner, those who are not of your offspring.
Oh
What
wow,
is
that's what.
Wait, hold on. The
offering,
reason
bro?
why that alone, the reason why it doesn't count is because when you're born, right, you did not decide to do it, right? It's now it's just a custom. So when you're, if I was an Israeli
Exactly.
growing up and I looked at my thing and it's gone, I don't know what that's about, right? It has to be explained to me by my father and the elders. So it being, it's a spiritual thing. That's what I mean. Like, what about that guy, who doesn't know who didn't get to choose to circumcise? You know what I mean? Go ahead. 8 days.
Not my panini.
Yeah, I get it. I get how I get the plea, but before all this, Abraham was 99 years old, and the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am God Almighty. Walk before me faithfully and be blameless. That I will make my covenant between me and you, and you will increase greatly in your numbers." That's Genesis
Why does
chapter
God,
17.
bro? God created everybody, so why is so-called another God making a contract with you?
Sorry?
You
I'll
just
explain it. I can answer that. Let me
neglected
answer
the
that,
whole
man.
creation. Nah,
The answer is
but
so
you can answer it
interesting,
to him,
man.
bro.
God, the reason why he picked a man is because everyone was worshiping false gods. Okay, they were calling these fallen angels that rebelled against God. They were sacrificing babies and all kinds of disgusting things to those gods. And no one recognized who the real God was, the creator. So he picked a man who was looking for him. His name was Abraham. So you see, the Jewish tradition and religion, culture, right, is not an Abrahamic culture or a Jewish culture. It's God's culture. That's how I see it. That's why I gave up my culture and the demons that those people worship. Because I asked, why should I give up what I believe in the gods of my people and our culture for some other God? And this is why. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Right. It's the same story retold everywhere.
That's what
There's only
everyone
one.
says, but that's what everyone says.
Bro, God is not the
That's
author
what
of
I keep
confusion,
hearing
bro.
people say. Exactly. That's
It's
what we
simple.
say. That's what we say. That's what I say, right? Like
Yeah.
when we look out into the ocean, right, and we see that the ocean is flat and level, are you confused about it? Does that make you
No,
scratch
bro,
your
it's just
head? Like, wait a minute, isn't it curved? You know what I mean? Yeah, there's the
nah, bro,
confusion right
it's
there,
just
right?
there. It's just there, bro.
Right, right,
You see it. It's flat.
right. Right. But if you look at it and be like, well, it looks flat, it must be flat. Well, there's no confusion there.
It's like taking a
In the
glass of water,
same
bro.
way.
Have a
In the
glass of
same
water. Is
way,
it curved?
right. Well, in the
You
same
see
way,
it.
I'm saying, in the same way, the God of Abraham is like that. It's like the flat earth. You just gotta look at it and believe it. Because that's what your senses
It's
are telling you,
unbelievable, bro.
right?
Oh yeah, well,
I'm
you
saying,
gotta
right?
accept it, bro. It's a fact. That's why I don't like the word truth,
Exactly.
bro. Truth is objective, but fact.
It's an English
When,
word that I learned
yeah,
at school.
but this is the thing. I pull people up on these things. You have truth and fact. That's why I always say creator. I don't say God because God made something else. When you have a fact is demonstrably you cannot prove it. A truth is something that's objective, that's true to you. A fact is like it's
Fact is an
fact.
English word too, so it
Yeah,
kind of
but
sounds interchangeable, but yeah.
no, it's not interchangeable, bro. You just look at the definition. Like a fact, it's demonstrably you cannot. It's not based on objectivity or my opinion. Your nothing. It's just like we cannot walk through a wall. That's a fact. But somebody's truth, somebody's opinion or a group of people's
that's the
truth,
truth.
that might be it.
That's well, we can say that is true too, right? You can't walk through
Yeah,
walls. That's true.
yeah,
I
but
mean, it's
but
a
the
truth.
fact
Can I
is you
just ask
can't.
about the faith part? Like, so, like, it's a fact that if I try to walk on water, I'm just gonna sink, right? But then I read the
Yes.
story, Bible, about Jesus, and he's walking on water, and then his boys jump out of the boat, and then they start sinking when they don't have, or they
Yeah.
start losing their faith or whatever. And I guess I try to look at that and think, when I looked at the ocean, right, and it's flat, and I've seen the ocean for all my life, and I never looked at it and questioned whether it was this globe Earth, right, until my eyes were open. And then when I looked at the ocean, I saw it with new eyes, and I was like, wow, it's always been there, and I just couldn't see it,
Exactly.
But I try to figure out now, was it because of faith that led me out of that blindness? Because without that faith, I wouldn't have come out of the blindness for myself personally.
I
had to have faith first, and then before I found the flat Earth. I didn't find flat Earth, and then find, you know what I mean?
Well, I think it was grace. I mean, I think it was grace how we all came to this fact or truth, whichever you prefer. I think it was God. I think the spirit of truth. It's a spirit.
Yes.
Just like
Yeah.
just like all spirits. So I think it's what guides people to truth or facts, whichever you prefer.
Some are still in love with the spirit of error,
Yeah.
And that too is a spirit.
Yeah. So I think it if we were not led by the spirit of truth, I think we would have been misled all the way to death. To ruin and misery and
I got a question.
despair. Yep.
So the Olympics took place like all the way back in like ancient times, and the Jews wanted to participate. Sorry, the Judahites wanted to participate in the games, right? But you played nude back then, right? And if you were circumcised, they wouldn't let you. So, from what I heard, what they did was they took a little off the top and left like 99% there. So they were technically circumcised, and their children could play in the games. So does the semi-circuit count?
That's racist though. Discrimination. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if that counts. No, I don't think that counts.
Yeah,
You have to be able
If
to. You have to
done it just
recognize
for-
it.
If you
Yeah,
just
you have
do
to.
Yeah,
worldly,
people didn't play naked or whatever in some
that's like worldly
type of
tradition.
I mean,
sport.
yeah. Why? Yeah. If I was Jewish, I wouldn't want to play naked. I think that's against God's. I think that's against their.
It doesn't matter if you,
Well, you know
bro.
what I mean.
Doesn't matter where
That
you
could
are, who
happen
you
one
are.
day.
Nobody
again,
plays sport naked. I don't care
Yeah, it's
where you are from.
Or when you
Like
are.
that's just the good thing.
could
It's a
change. That's
bunch of
subjective.
faggots getting together. Like come on, bro.
Exactly.
It could change. Like if the ratings go
It's
up and
just a
people are willing to do it, you'll see it.
Yeah. Well, it's the gay
well, yeah.
rulers that want to
Listen,
see these things. It's those gay
yeah. Well,
emperors and kings
it
and
might have been, yeah,
elites.
might have
That
been
want
some
to see these.
in-group thing, but I'm just saying, like any place where normal people dwelt, there was no bunch of imagine that, like a bunch of congregating sodomites just hey, let's throw rocks around. Like it's just dumb, makes no sense or logic whatsoever, bro. Come on,
You know how
Well,
disgusting.
let's run around
there are native
run
peoples
around in a
that
circle naked like idiots.
goes on, bro. So, and they weren't looking at each other the way that you see nakedness. Like they weren't looking at each other like, oh, look at that naked woman. Like there are many native peoples that went around completely naked in front of each other and did not look at each other that way. That's truth. That's a
I
fact.
think breasts is the farthest that is acceptable in most in any culture. I'm gonna say any culture because
Yeah, going
and
back in any time, bro.
yeah, every other culture covers up down there. Like But breasts, I think, is that's normal. You know, we used to walk around like that. You know, back in the day.
Bro, if it's hot, of
Someone,
course, it's hot,
it's hot
bro.
as hell, man. It's hot as hell
Yeah,
down,
bro.
and it's humid as. It's like 98%
It's
and 90
just common
degrees, or
sense,
80
bro.
degrees,
There's
90%.
nothing wrong about it, bro. It's fucking hot,
Well,
bro. If you could, you tear off your skin. How is it here, bro?
well,
You know how
until
it is in Australia. Sometimes when it gets that hot, you feel like ripping off your own skin if you could.
well, sex wasn't looked at it that way, as it was some kind of activity you would do recreationally. You know, that's why people didn't look at breasts that way. Breasts were for feeding babies, right? We don't look at the breasts of female dogs and be like, "Ooh, nice, you know, breasts," right? We're like, "No, that's for feeding puppies," right? So
Yeah,
I
those
think
people
a
are
lot of
corrupt, bro.
corruption, yeah,
Yeah, morally
corruption
bankrupt,
occurs.
bro. Bro, everything's right there, bro. It's just it's in front of you. Like I think you're born with just the sense of knowing correct and incorrect. It's men who make this stupid shit up.
Yeah,
Personally,
and
you know,
yeah, and
if you live,
we are also born. We're also born with a sense of sight, right? And what we see is what we are getting. You know, we know that's how our eyes work, right?
Yeah.
And the
If bro, if you
ability.
left a child, I was just gonna say, if you left a child to its own devices, bro, you didn't interfere with its mind, don't corrupt it with any of the bullshit that's going on. The child, you'll be, how do I say? I would say perfect, but close to as, you know, untarnished as anything. But it's people putting their own thoughts, their own things, whatever. You know, a child that knows not to go and do something stupid or steal or do all the rest of it. But it's this constant, you
I
know,
think
what I mean, bro.
Yeah, I think Christmas, Halloween, Easter, and I think these ideas absolutely corrupt the minds of our children, especially Christmas. You know, it you know what happens on
It was
Christmas?
there for some
Business.
Yeah, it's meant there for something else, bro. It's meant to denote like a time of year for you know, people that used to do farming and all the rest of it, but they took it. There's people that use this shit for other means. You know, the fucking these advertising fucking people. Yeah, do you think these people didn't exist back in the days, bro? Just like the people that wrote this fucking scripts, the scribes and all the rest of it, bro.
Not the way, not the way it does today. You know what I mean? What Christmas has become.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's become
Of course.
about making.
Yeah, of course.
So what I think Christmas is doing is making parents, putting a lot of pressure on parents to buy things, right? That's the one thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you save up for Christmas is the day that businesses make the most money, right? That's that's the
bro.
money maker day, right? Too. And now the kids look forward to presents, right? And then they're told, you know, you better watch out, right? You better not pout. He can see you when you're sleeping. You know, Santa Claus, right? They're told that if you're naughty, Santa Claus is not going to bring you a gift. You're not going to be rewarded. You know, and if you're good, then you're going to be. You know what I mean? So there's this weird ass reward system that revolves around, I don't know, greed or what?
Bro, it's for control, bro. It's as I said. But, oh.
Well, it's the day that most.
I'm just gonna say it straight up, bro. You'll get me. You'll get me. I was just gonna say it straight up. It's for people. It's for control. It's because people have a need to control everything that they can't control and exert their influence on every aspect, and say that their way is whatever way it's meant to be. Where fundamentally everybody knows right from wrong. But there's this, all right, it's kind of been ingrained to everybody's psyche and culture and
Right.
Well,
Well, this is the culture.
that-
These are the powerful ones that I'm talking about. Like Christmas. See how you're already corrupting the mind of children by teaching them Christmas. First of all, is all these principles that you're teaching them, right? If you want something, you do. And then there's the religion part of it, right? Like you were saying that Jesus was born on Christmas, but he wasn't, right? We're
Nobody knows,
taking all
but
these the 25th of December and the 12 days of Christmas. You know where that comes from? It comes from the heathens, right? Those have all been put together, incorporate. It's like a Frankenstein heathenistic.
yeah, I know,
you
bro.
know,
But the whole does it really matter when somebody's born, bro? If we again people stating this thing about and becoming God and blah 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 blah, but you're missing the purpose of the whole point of the Bible, because you just reduced somebody from, not saying that you can't do whatever, but people have made the creator something instead of him being the creator, because you cannot conceive, nor can I, in our finite minds, what he or she is, what they cannot do. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe one day when we're up there, we can ask. It's like me asking you, bro. How do you open your hand? You can't tell it to me. You just know how to do it. You know what I mean?
Well, the scriptures say that no man can comprehend God.
Yeah.
The word itself says
exactly, bro.
you can't comprehend God.
Yeah. So why is everybody defining what he's gonna do and how he's gonna do this? How all these people knowing where it says that? No. Hold on,
He says the law, so
He makes a
people
great point.
find the law. Not so much who God is, but the law,
Through
like
the
what
Holy
he said
Spirit,
they should do.
through the Holy Spirit, you come to know the wisdom of God. So you just ask for the Holy Spirit. Ultimately.
We already. I mean, right? Show us the Father, and this will be enough. How long have I been with you, and you do not know? Right? And he said, "When you see me, you see the Father." He is the image of the Father, right? That's how we know. That's what it means. You can't come to the Father if you don't know the Son. How can you know the Father if you don't know the Son?
Right.
How can you know the
Right.
Spirit when there's there's the Son that has been sent, right? So the Son is the image. That's why they killed him.
You need to
Remember
see,
that. Go ahead.
You
Go
need
ahead.
to see the light in the person, the other man or woman. That's how you realize. So everything emanates. Doesn't matter. Even these people that run the show, they've still emanated from. And that's the
And
whole
Jesus
point of
spoke
it.
about that light. Yeah. He spoke about that light. He said, be careful, right? That the light that you think you have in your eye, right? He says the eye, right, lights up the
Mr.
body.
Nine
The
be
eye
single.
is the light of the body. If the eye has light, then the body has light. But
Single.
if the eye is dark, right, then the whole body is. So then he expanded on. He said, be careful that light that you think you have is not darkness. And he said, and if it is darkness, how great is that darkness? This light that you speak of that everyone has. And then he says, I am the light of the world. And he says, you reflect his light, right? That's what he says. No one lights a candle and puts it down or in a drawer, right? You light the candle and you put it up, right? In the same way, your light, when you go, it will shine. You shine like your light will shine, and people will see it, right? You will know them by their fruits, by the shining.
Well, bro,
that word, man, the shining. I don't know.
Nah, but this is the
How
thing,
that
bro.
came
These people, nah, bro.
The
These
movie.
people operate on many different levels, bro. I try to explain it here a lot of times. One day maybe I'll get it just all out and people will comprehend what I'm saying. It's if you cannot see in the other person what is in you, or you cannot see the creator in the other person, then there's nothing left in you, bro. If you cannot see the Father in the other person, that's it. You're good as done. Doesn't matter.
Oh, that's like your opinion, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's from the movie. That's in the movie. The dude. Man. Hey, watch out, man. There's a beverage here, man. He's like, yeah.
But you get me, bro. That's what it is, bro. That's
Right.
like tells you.
Right. I get
love,
you. I get you.
love your neighbor like your brother, and that's the thing that we're lacking, bro. It's a love. If everybody love the other, like just that one axiom. Nobody does not necessary. Nothing is necessary if you love your neighbor like yourself. That's it. And that was the last thing he said. I'll leave you with this final commandment. Da 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 da. We can't seem to do that.
Yes.
That one thing.
Well, he said this is love. But this is how you know what is love, right? He says that you lay down your life. That a man lays down his life for his friend. That's love.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're mostly in agreement, bro.
Yeah, bro. That's what it comes down to, bro. It's the lack of love
That's a lot
that people show for each other, bro. I need to have more than you, or you need to have less. And me and you're gonna punch on about, having $1 more or less, where other people up the top just cooperate and they laugh. And they laugh about people, picking political parties or fucking doctrines or religions, whatever. They laugh, bro. I'm telling you this, and I'm telling you this out of love, bro, because I know this for a fact. This is not my opinion. They know that is the golden rule, love, and they will just laugh at us. I'm tired of it, bro.
It's all right. Love is patient. Love does not seek its own. See? You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
True.
Love is
It
kind.
requires patience. Yeah.
True love
Yep.
serves.
That's it.
Like
Love
when I coached
is
my basketball team, I didn't want to do it. I didn't like the traveling. I hate the coaching, but I love these boys and I love seeing them, do their thing, and maybe one day, they'll go on to be better young men.
better days.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, I was. They listen to different music, right? To what I'm used to, and just driving over to the game, and they asked, I said, "Coach, can we play our music?" Because they all got speakers now, right? And so I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And then they were playing this music, and it was literally like listening to somebody tell me a story about some girl doing this and that to a guy, and I just turned around. And I said, "Look, guys, like what you do in your own time is up to you, but there are some of us here, including myself, that like I just don't want to listen to that." It was, and then they said, "Okay, coach," and then they changed it, and I was just like, "Man, that wasn't so hard," like because. Man, what am I gonna do? Like, listen to this music, Like, what are they gonna say to their coach? And then they were cool. So
I wonder if they even hear the words. Sometimes I'm like, you guys listen to the words. Do you know what this song is saying?
Yeah, but they're
Or just
mesmerized, bro. They're hypnotized.
right.
And
Or you're just nodding your head to the
the
beat
other thing
like
is,
a
bro.
zombie.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. And that's the other thing, bro. Just because I want to listen to something doesn't mean that everybody else needs to listen to it. Everybody's got their own little phone or iPod or whatever. Everything's there. Put your earphones in and listen to it, bro. You don't need to blast for everybody else. Who wants to listen to the
Yeah,
same
but the driver.
thing will come. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying the driver always wins, though, right? Because he's the driver.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, when the
Operational
speaker
command,
dies, like, the speaker dies, you know, power's out on the way back, and they're like, "Damn!" I'm like, "It's my turn." You know, like, boom, on comes the radio. You know, they're like, "This is old, coach."
Time to listen to some real music.
Like 80s.
What do you
Let's go.
play? 80s.
Never gonna give
Yeah.
you up.
What is love? Yeah. No more.
I think they were playing Venga Boys the other day, and I was like, "You guys know Venga Boys?" And they're like, "Yeah,
I
coach."
know. Like what? Finger Boys must have turned into like a cult classic or some kind of meme. Hey, how they know it? 99, 2000, something like that. Oh, it's worth it, eh? It's always worth it. Yeah.
Anyway, guys, it's been a pleasure. I will say my good night. Thank you very much.
All right, Day. Yeah. Likewise. Good evening. Good night, bro.
See you later.
What is love?
Don't hurt me. There you go.
It's
No hurt,
either
that's love.
Rick.
There you go.
Yeah.
It says it in the
Rick
song, bro.
roll.
They tell you in the song, bro. People don't listen to the words. Don't hurt me. That's it. That's love. If you don't get the point of it, then fuck, you're dumb as a bunch of stone.
I like the fist pump part, you know, when the synths come in. Dun, 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 dun. You know.
You're doing the fist pump right now, aren't you?
I was. Any of you listen to music today that the kids are listening to?
I listened to Trippy Red.
Ah, good man. I listen to everything, you know, but not all. Yeah, only once, you know, like
You know, you gotta really detach yourself from listening to worldly music in a sense.
I'm always looking for ideas for sounds because I make music. You know, I'm trying to make
that's your
something to
profession.
counter it. Right. But yeah, you shouldn't listen to me. Yes, you shouldn't listen to what's on the radio.
Let's just all be deaf and not listen to anything. Everybody's silent.
I mean, you could probably write a better song. You know what I mean? Just you know, wing it. It'll be better than Gucci Gang times 10. Trust me.
Imagine they get paid for literally repeating the same words over and over. They get paid for it.
I think they're illiterate, man. I mean, they're drinking that lean stuff, that liquid meth, and you know,
Right.
I mean, how big
That's
is your
codeine, bro.
vocabulary? Yeah, so it's like
But they're getting paid
teenager
millions
plus
of dollars
lean equals
for it.
not a lot of words.
Codeine gets you codified, bro.
Like, are you serious? Are these songs that's on the radio now like teenagers? Or I was like, they're not even talented. They don't even play music. It's like they don't even know music. It's like, look, auto tune is not an instrument. Okay, it doesn't mean you can
They're
sing.
being indoctrinated, basically.
Yeah.
Hey, Bong. Hey, bro. Can you put
Anybody
some
can
auto
be a
tune? I mean, can you help
Put
my
some
vocals out a
auto-tune.
little bit? Right? Like, oh, you want me to put auto tune on your vocals? If you think it's gonna help the track, is that a yes? It's up to you. If you think okay, that's a yes. All right, I'll put auto tune on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
been
Can't ask.
around
Just
for
ask.
God knows how long, bro. Bro, that's been
You don't have
around
to
for at
pretend
least
like
like
you can
50,
sing.
60 years, bro. Singing used to be maybe an art form maybe 100 years ago before this sort
You're
of
a
tune
rapper,
shit.
man. I get
Now
it.
it's just a joke. Auto-tune the bitch.
Well, what I'm saying is rappers like Trippie Redd. I'm not saying that that there aren't any talented people, but it seems like auto-tune has become this crutch. You know what I mean? You go in there, you kind of just and auto-tune
That's
kind of does it for you, right? Yeah, and you just keep looping that. Like,
Just mumble
are
your
you
way
singing?
through it.
Are you singing or rapping? I'm not sure. I don't know what this is.
You're mumbling, stuttering.
That
What is it?
music to the 80s or the 90s. Yeah.
I was like, man, look at these kids just it's going crazy with people's ears, man. Like, I wonder what the next 10 years, I wonder what 2030 song is going to sound like. Like a pig squealing into auto tune. Like, I don't know. Yeah, we got
They
a
have
track.
that
We got
already.
one.
We need people, bro. Don't worry. You won't need people by then. Don't worry about it. Be outsourced. Get like chickens to do
Yeah.
it. Just auto-tune the
You know,
chicken.
all it is. Look, I bet you can write a song right now, right? And then you can YouTube how to release and market your song, and people will listen to it and like it better than what's out there, because that's all it is. Yep.
True, bro.
The sound of your heartbeat should be music.
Yeah, it is.
Nothing wrong with music, bro.
It actually is. Like, technically, that's what we call a BPM, beats per minute, right?
Yeah.
You know that. Yep, that's a beat per minute. When you're listening to a song that's like a dance song, right? It has a fast BPM, and you get up and you start dancing to it. Your heartbeat is exactly the same as the beat, the snake,
Yep.
the song you're dancing to. It
That's
syncs, it synchronizes. Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be cycles per second, but they changed it to hertz. It fucking hurts.
No, I'm talking about tempo. Not that's
Yeah, you gotta be
frequency.
cautious
That's
listening
pitch.
to dead music.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying cycles per second turned into hertz because it fucking hurts, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dumbass music.
Well, war drums. I think that's what war drums are there for. To get the heart, the blood pumping.
Yep.
Bro,
Bro, that's
synchronized.
people. That's how it was back in the old days, bro. They had fucking orchestras going for them, fucking for the people going into war.
We had war
How do you
drums
sloke
and
up
war drummers, man.
Yeah, you can't sloke up, a million people to go into, kill themselves for fucking stupid reason.
Yeah, and then there's the snare drum. You know that snare drum, like back in the 1700s ish times.
Oh, yeah.
Where they march onto the field. The way they used to fight back then. Yeah.
Yep.
They use the drum to synchronize everybody's marching and moving. Yeah, beats per minute. Psych the men up. You gotta raise their beats BPM, right? So you give a speech, get everybody excited, or you play some music, some drums. And now it's just this loud 808 that sounds really distorted and disgusting, but everybody loves it. It's like, what's that? Those are drums. Like, no, it's that's not a drum. No, that's an electronically synthesized sound that doesn't exist in the real world. What is it called?
Distortion,
808.
bro. Fucking shit hurts your ears. That's why they renamed it hurts, right? Because it really does fucking hurt your ears. I know people can stand that part.
Technology is amazing, though. How we digitize everything, right? The computer, the circuit board, the microchip.
Nobody wants to use their brain, bro. The computer is just this, backward engineered brain. If people knew how to use their brain properly, you wouldn't need a fucking computer.
We can't even simulate sounds, man. Like you can simulate people, faces.
It's too hard to get a drum and just hit it a couple of times. You have to simulate it. It's retarded.
Oh, our world is. I like this whole simulation idea. I think it's about the internet. You know what I mean? Everybody lives on the internet, right? Is this a simulated room? Are you people simulated? No, we're real, but the room is simulated, right?
Right.
We're in a virtual room. See, our lives
you real?
are
That's the question.
Exactly, right?
Like I know I'm real, but I don't know if any of you are. But that's
I think we're real, but where we are, how we're communicating, that's not real, right? Is it real? I mean, look, we're communicating through the air, right? Through the airwaves, right?
Yeah.
Like the way magicians and seers.
Yeah, but that's the only way to communicate, bro. When you speak to somebody, it's through the airwaves, bro. Seen or not seen, you can yell through a valley and hear it through the other side.
Imagine going back in time and showing somebody this phone, right? And what you can say is, this phone is a doorway to the other side of the world. What are you, some kind of magician or something? You turn it on, he's like, oh my God, he's showing me what's on the other side of the world that's I've already been to. I know that place. I mean,
It's a
people
ball.
freak out, and they'd probably think that is a gateway there, right? Like some kind of magic.
Oh, you might get
right?
stoned.
Yeah, and we're like, this guy is an alien. I think he's trying to take over. Yeah.
You gotta be careful if you do something like that, or if technology even come to fruition like that.
That's called the phone, right? The black box. The monolith.
I just watched a movie about the black box. Why did you even say that?
No relation, no connection. It
Unbelievable.
just I was thinking of that movie 2000 Space Odyssey 2001, that monolith, that black thing on it. Yeah. So I said black box because I didn't remember monolith, and right when I said monolith, you were like, "Oh my gosh." So yeah. What'd you watch?
Black box. The name is literally black box, and it's crazy. It's just really
What's the-
crazy. I encourage you all to watch it. But I was referencing that black box to be like a digital purgatory because it was this mad scientist, let's say, that basically uploaded their son's consciousness to it and tried, well, she succeeded to upload it into someone else's body.
But what happened to that body's consciousness?
It was still there, but it was like corrupted in a sense. Then it became uncorrupted as it tried to fight its way back to its former self, but it needed some outside help as well because it was almost going to be too late. Yeah, it's really good. It came out in 2000, no, not 2000, 9 months ago. I'm surprised I didn't watch it earlier, but I watched it today or yesterday.
What's the black box? reference? Like, what is there an actual black box?
Oh, that was no, it's not really. But it's like a white box in the movie. I would say it's
It's funny.
it's like
Yeah.
VR. It looks like like a VR box you put your eyes into.
Yeah. Yep. I think because people, well, I don't know if we have, but I think because we don't know what consciousness is, where it is, what it is, how it is. These things could be like, it sounds like they could be, spirits. I think there's spirits on the internet. I think the internet, I think you can look at the internet like a body, like some kind of weird body or brain, that can be inhabited by evil spirits. And if you believe in those things, or if you want to call it aliens, that can be scientifically supported. If you want to call it aliens, because they call AI, right? What we think AI is going to be more like aliens, like very advanced intelligent beings, like Lovecraftian type of beings, like gods, basically. Don't even know we're here to. So I mean, when you look at it that way, it sounds like that's what that's the propaganda. Yeah, that's the idea that they're trying to push. And when I see things like that, technology and connecting it to these
You know what?
entities, or
I was
Yep.
thinking that in a sense, but it was like the movie kind of pressed like as if there was no God, as if you can live forever if they continue to do this, in a sense. Like this
Yeah.
technology allows you to jump body to body to preserve your consciousness in a sense, and like
Yep.
almost saying like, once you die, like no, your consciousness can
You
be
can't do
gone
that
and
shit.
separated from your body.
Yeah.
If people
Have you seen
think that, they're just
Westworld?
fucking retarded. You can't.
I've been
That
Yeah.
shit
told to
doesn't happen.
watch that, but I haven't watched it.
That's exactly what Westworld is like as well. Like it's exactly like that. And the other one is Black Mirror, I think.
Oh, I seen Black Mirror. Yeah, I know what that is.
Something like that. Yeah. What was the other one? Yeah. Yeah, it's the idea that people understand what consciousness is, but in Westworld, it had to do with religion, with a belief system. Like it had to do with the hope, and which comes through religion, a religion or a belief in a higher. And that's what led no spoilers. The first season is awesome. I think you should definitely watch the first season. Yeah.
Okay.
I binged it, and
Lately,
man,
lately I've been watching Stargate. I've been watching a lot of that.
yeah, that's good. What's his name is in it? Anthony Hopkins is in Westworld, so he's pretty good. I mean, all the actors on it pretty good. It's what's his name? Nolan, Christopher Nolan's brother.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good the way they shot it, and it's a good show. Got boring after the second season, but you can decide.
All right, I take that as a sign.
It's a good show, dude. Everybody here kept telling me to watch it because I kept going on about the Matrix. Like, dude, you totally gotta watch this. And then when I finally watched it, I was like, oh man, I should have watched it. Totally. Yeah, I think that's what's happening in the real world today. Like new technology they're rolling out, 5G.
Yeah, that AI microchip that Elon Musk is trying to roll out.
Yep.
He's testing
It's
it
Just
on
stick it in your head.
Yeah.
Nobody's sticking nothing. Hey, bro. You guys watch too much movies. They can't do it. That it's impossible. But they'll scare you with it if you want to believe that dumb shit.
No thanks. I don't want upgrades. That's what they call it, right? So the idea is that if AI becomes a thing, the fear porn, right? If AI becomes a thing, then it's probably not going to be nice to us. Therefore, we should also upgrade ourselves, integrate AI into to help us think faster and keep up with AI. And unfortunately, for people who don't upgrade, or they're going to be obsolete and left behind, and probably even considered an extinct species, or a species that should be extinct because it holds back the progress of mankind. I mean, that's what they say. Yeah. Elon Musk, and the boys. That's what they say on TV.
I'll
It's
give him
fearful,
something.
man.
A bat to the head. Help him.
Yep.
Help him. A nice bat to the head. A cricket bat wrapped around the skull. Give him a nice upgrade. People can't, yeah. There's nothing,
Well,
there's no electrodes, there's no nothing that does none of that stuff, bro.
Well, I
It's
think
just a good story.
I think the pandemic, is a good experiment, right? Like how people
React.
force, well, how you can scare people to force other people to conform, right? Without making it a law. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, something like that, rolling something like that out, where you get a couple people to upgrade, and then it spreads like a virus. People telling people feeling like they're not as good as their competition, or as their neighbor, or the guy they work with. He's now 10 times better than you. These kinds of things. And then
That's what I was
people
saying before, bro.
voluntarily do it. Right.
It's for the everyday idiot to fucking fight against the other idiot about something that's fucking stupid, thinking they're going to get something, but they're not going to get nothing.
Yeah, and that's
And that is
assuming,
the definition of stupidity.
I mean, that's assuming what they're doing it works. Like what upgrades? Like what kind of upgrades? And what does that look like?
There is no upgrades, bro. It's just dumbness. You want to get your fucking.
Right.
If you want to be, or not able to think and cognize properly, then yeah, there can't be any.
Well, it's a problem. If you don't believe what the news tells you, then that's starting to be a bad thing, right? Like if you don't believe what the news tells you, I think they're going to criminalize that. It's almost a crime.
Well, yeah, I don't have a TV.
Well, yeah, it's definitely against the social norms if you don't watch the news, right?
I don't have a TV.
Well, if you go against what the news says, yeah, it's considered, it's almost considered dangerous, almost like some kind of terrorist threat.
I read an article
The
that
way
says like critical thinking is not critical enough. Like it's dangerous to even think like that.
Exactly.
The definition of an oxymoron.
It's so crazy. It's like, are you telling me? Are they starting to tell us that it's not okay for us to think that it's dangerous?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like that's what it feels like. I mean, this is dangerous. Like you're killing people. Wear your mask. What's wrong with you? It's like, what the hell's going on here? They're telling you it's not okay for you to not believe the news because people are afraid and people are dying because you don't believe the news. So imagine not believing science or school, right? Telling you the earth is a ball. That's got to be even worse because that's supposed to be a legit source, right? Not fake news, right? School, education. That's supposed to be real, right? Unlike the news.
School is supposed to earn you a living, but
yeah,
self-education earns you a fortune.
Yeah. If you don't believe the news about the masks, it's not as bad as not believing school telling you the earth is a ball, right? So being a flat earther is actually worse than being a vaccine denier, whatever those things, anti-vaxxers, whatever those people are. Like you're like You're like the worst criminal. Flat earthers. You're like the scum of the earth.
Yeah.
We're
We're
the
like
biggest
we're
problem.
like totally. We're a huge problem.
Hey. So I don't mind people yelling at each other for about masks and stuff. I'm like, all right, man, just let the flat earther through. I don't know what's going on here, man. I'm just a flat earther. I'm not part of any of this. Watch out. It's like, get him! It's like, oh, run! What happened? I said I was a flat earther. Shit, run! Yeah, that's how you stop people fighting over masks. You'd be like, yeah, it's flat. Everybody stops fighting and looks at you like, you run. See, now they're friends as you run. Shit. Right? All of a sudden, everybody starts laughing. Right? Looks at you. They start laughing together and start cracking jokes at you. It was like, see, yeah, I knew we were all friends here. Everybody hates the flat Earth. Yeah, that's right. Don't pretend like this is all real, and that over there is fake. That's flat. This is fake. Why are you guys acting like the horizon is not real, but this is? Like, what are you even talking about, dude? I'm talking about the flat Earth. What did you think I was talking about? I was like, look at this guy. Yeah, that's right. Stop fighting. Yeah, fight me. What's up? What's up? Where's the curvature? Where is it? Where is it? It's not in your mask, is it? That's right.
Oh, that's genius.
It's so crazy. I'm like, is this real right now? Is this the world right now? It's like, damn. You know what it is? It's not the world. You know what it is? It's the flat Earth. That's why. Because if you were still a glober, you'd still be acting like those idiots. So it is the flat Earth. Oh man. Been trying to punch this bong for like a whole hour now. I think this is I think everybody's sleeping in America right now, right? In the US. I think
I'm
these are
not.
the quiet hours.
Supposed to be.
What? Oh, what time is it where you guys are?
For me, it's 4. Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. Oh yeah. 9 p.m. here, Sydney. I think the quiet hours are like, I think it's only like 2 hours. It's quiet, and then people wake up, and then it's quiet again. You guys got anything on your mind? You guys want to share? Just gonna punch this cone now.
A fleeting thought was, I radiate my own energy. I consume my own energy like a sun, like plasma energy, in a sense.
Wait, you what? You radiate? What'd you say?
Yeah.
Huh.
I radiate and consume my own energy like a sun.
Like a sun. Are you a glober?
No.
Oh, What do you mean, like a sun?
It's a fleeting thought. That's why I opened it up with that. I didn't. I don't expect anyone to understand what I just said. Yeah.
I was gonna say like a sun on the globe model. Oh, sorry, go ahead, man.
No, you're good.
Well, yeah, of course, right? I mean, you don't eat, you consume yourself and starve to death, right? I mean, is that what you mean? Like, or what energy? What do you mean you radiate energy? You say energy?
Yes, I did. It's energy. If I explain,
Like
it,
an
I'm gonna look crazy. I just rather not.
like an aura?
Oh yeah, let's go with that. That's a good one.
Like the glow. You guys ever seen The Last Dragon? Or was it? Say Bruce Leroy. Is it The Last Dragon? Yeah, The
Yeah,
Last Dragon.
everyone has
Bruce Leroy.
an auric
The
field.
glow.
Yeah.
Who's the master? And then he started glowing. His aura started. He started auraing. Yeah, I can feel other people's auras too when I'm around them. Sometimes it goes against my aura, right? So it's like whose aura will occupy this space? Because there's like a lot of head nodding and eyebrow, so it all depends. Can you sense negative people or negative auras, or when people are down and when they're radiating the? Yeah.
That reminds me of this guy. He wrote a book about like just like the art of war and stuff, and like how like if you're in the eyes of like a predator, you can like feel it, and it kind of like it's called void. And it, like if you're in like you realize that you're in the gaze of a predator, you like freeze for a moment. It's called void, where you're frozen, and you can like break out of that. It's like break it. I don't know. It's pretty wild. Like David Icke talked about that. Energy goes where attention flows. Just,
oh yeah.
There's like, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds deep. Oh, I haven't seen that, but
David Icke, that's what you talked about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's yeah.
The shell.
A controversial guy on YouTube, I guess. That's what he would say.
Pretty sure he's a shell.
Yeah. Yeah. He talks about the lizard people, right?
Yeah.
Anunnaki. Yeah.
How they use frequencies to indoctrinate you. Certain frequencies or certain hertz.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, they're all saying the same thing, right? They're all saying the same thing. Aliens.
Yeah.
Low birth.
Who knows? Maybe there's some sort of lizard species from beyond Antarctica. Like it's a flat plane, but there's like some other species controlling us by telling us we're on a ball. Could be. I think that. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to talk about the fear frequency thing. X Temptation actually talked about that, like how you can tune sounds to like be a different frequency. I actually like do that, and it, like you can like all sounds are tuned to like a certain frequency, and you can like adjust it to like a healing frequencies, and it sounds like super chill, and it's pretty cool.
Yep. Harmony, right? The harm. Yeah. You can tune. You can also play people like a fiddle. Because yeah. George Bush. Pull me once, shame on you. Pull me twice. The point is, I was like, really, really, George, really? Like, I know you're a cowboy and all that, right? Stuff, but really, this one? Come on, man. Come on, man. You're a Bush. People throwing shoes out here. Funniest president. Donald Trump, number 2. Second funniest president.
Man, imagine if if like a flat earther became president. Like if you became president, like you just like say you like okay, you run for president and you just kind of do like half truths. Like you just say like, oh well, men are men and women are women, and you do that whole like Ben Shapiro thing to get the people on the right, and like you basically play everybody. And then the second you win, you just hold a press conference and you just start flat earthing like on everything, and you just start fucking like going off, like, dude.
Well, you don't want to get shut down too early, man, right? You want to kind of like get something like, slowly build something up and then unload it, right? Like,
Yeah, like you just kind of pepper in some. You just kind of go like, hey, can't we see like you just go like, can we see Venus tonight? Yeah, and they just like change the subject. Like you just bring up like throughout your whole career, you'll just bring up like,
oh wait, scratch that, bro. What about this one? You know how Donald Trump brought up Lil Pump, right? Lil Pump came up onto the stage, right? Well, you can do something like that, right? But instead of Lil Pump, Quantum Eraser. And now Quantum Eraser will say a few things for us, and then go straight to the car and get ready. Wait for Quantum to jump in and fuck off. Right?
and pretend that you don't believe it. Just be like, oh god, this guy.
No, just let Quantum Eraser flat smack everybody on live television. Hop in the car, right? Go to the airport, and then fly to wherever. That it was worth it. That's it. That was the plan.
Yeah, like it was all for that one moment.
Yep. Have fun, America. Don't know who's going to be your president, but you heard it right here on live from QE, yeah, or Nathan, or somebody loud, and very disrespectful. Numpty dipshit. What are his spinning numpty boltard? You guys tired? I gotta. I'm getting. Yeah.
Should be asleep.
I just got to do something real quick. I'm listening.
All right.
That was quick. We have any Globers here? God01. What's up, man?
Going on?
Oh, hey. So you new here?
I've been here before, but yeah, I'm revisiting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're the one I was talking to?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What's up, man? God01. So you're a flat earther?
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure. I would say that. I say since the information I received from this server, I would say I'm like 90% now. Not
90%.
100% yet, but
All right.
I
I'm
came a
I'm gonna
long
I'm gonna
way.
give you I'm gonna give you on the fence role, right? So just so you can get some perms. Is that good? Does
Yeah,
that sound
I'm
right?
okay. That's fair, I guess.
On the fence? Yeah.
Um, but I guess the
I'll
next
give
step I need to do is do my own observations. I would say
well, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. And I
that's
think
that's where I'm at.
from now on until forever, you're always going to be observing, right? Because you're everywhere you go now, you're gonna be conscious of it. You know, when you see
Right,
something, you'll be
exactly.
like, oh, you know what I mean? So that's gonna be it. But as long as you understand how the globe works or doesn't work, you know, we get the black swan and all these things, curvature not
Yeah,
being
the
there.
information presented is like,
As long
it's
as you understand, right, how it cannot be a ball,
right.
I think that's all that matters. You know, like, so uh, all it takes is one proof of curvature. That's all it takes. I mean, it's the easiest thing to do if it was a ball, but it's not there. Yeah, and some people come here and expect us to like just believe in like some kind of magic that happens from here to space. You know, where boom, here's a picture of the ball Earth, and out of nowhere, right? Some people are doing that, right? They think that way. They
It's
think, oh,
funny
you can't
how
see it.
back in the day, years ago, they talked about how how the sun revolved around the Earth instead. How the Earth was stationary. Then now it changed up to where the Earth revolves around the sun.
Yep.
It's interesting. They have a
Yeah.
lot of things accurate back then, but now they had that inaccurate. Just makes it,
Well,
like okay.
well, first it was flat and stationary. Then it became a ball and stationary, right? That's geocentric, where everything is going around it. And then it became what it is today, where it is revolving around the sun. Heliocentric. So it went from flat to ball in the center to the sun in the center to gravity in the center of all things. Like God holds everything together. It's like, how is this not like God? Okay, it's a force. Okay, it's not a person, but it holds everything together. And it created everything. And atheists love it because no God in their world, right?
Right.
No
Yeah.
accountability. Right. But all it takes is all it still takes is curvature. The easiest thing to do, you know. And you get all these other stories, you know. Oh, the sun is a ball, therefore we're a ball. That's not even logic, you know. It's crazy.
We just a light in the
Curvature,
sky.
yeah. Or level is curved, you know. Level is curved. That's another crazy idea that the oceans are curving. We can't measure it, we can't see it, but it is.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy that it's okay to think that
itself
way.
is formless, you know. Water forms whatever it's filling into.
Takes the shape of its container, right?
Right.
Yep. And it always seeks its own level.
Yes, yeah. You're not gonna have a water that's on a slope and it's like a mountain in a sense. Like you're not gonna have that.
Yep. Or if you take a cup and you tilt it sideways, a cup of water, right? And tilt it sideways. And you hold it sideways, like, at an angle, but not spilling the water. It's leveling itself. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, accordingly.
And then when you tilt it back up, it's leveling itself again. No matter, yeah. So the earth is a ball. What about water? How does water work on that world? What world? That water ball world you're from? Multiverse, whatever. How does physics work there?
Yeah.
You mean what do I mean? Water
Yeah,
doesn't
let's
stick to
just start,
balls, bro.
snowballing that larger and larger. And they'll serve it to everyone as truth. Crazy. Yeah, I understand how government lies to us, and especially NASA itself. Yeah, we've been lied to for quite some time now. But the truth has always been out there. The truth has always been in the beginning. That's what I say.
You said 90% sure, right? Like what's the
Yeah,
other
for sure.
10%? What's this other 10%?
The other
Yeah.
10% is
What
like, okay, well, what if like they are telling the truth, right? What if,
about
the NASA, going out in space and the space station is actually truth and all the recordings that they have of the Earth is actually truth in a sense, right? But I take that even still with a grain of salt, and I'm like, it could be bullshit, But yeah,
Yep.
I still, all the
How
evidence
how
there.
can how can it be true?
Yeah,
What
I'm
and
okay with it.
what would be needed, right, for it to be true? Right. What do you think? Like
All I'm saying is
what is it? Yeah,
I
go ahead.
need to be in a rocket ship, blast me off into space, let me go around the Earth, and let me see, like, for my own two eyes.
Well,
If I can do that.
I think that's where you're not understanding, right?
Okay.
Because so table, we got a table, okay? We got a table, really big table, flat table, and we got a basketball, okay? The thing about the table, okay, is that when you go up and down on this table, we see, if we were to extend this table infinitely, we would see exactly the same thing we see in the real world as we would see on the table, right? But
Right.
on this basketball, there's a big difference, a very big difference. The basketball surface is always curving, right?
Yes.
There's no flat areas, right? So how small do you have to be in scale compared to this ball in order for anything to appear flat on it? And when you do get to that scale where everything seems flat, okay, as soon as you increase in elevation, as soon as you go up just a little bit, you will see the ball. You will see the horizon drop down just a little bit, no matter how
True.
big
I will
the
agree with
ball
that.
is, right? Because it's always curving away, right? Therefore, as you go up, the horizon is not going to stay at eye level the way a plane would, right? Because it's a ball, because it's a sphere, it's curving away. So as you go up, that thing we call the horizon, that flat thing across us, is going to start dropping down because we're moving up away from the ball that we can see the edges of. We call it the horizon. No matter how big you make the ball, So we have a size which is called radius, which is 3,959 miles, right? That's the radius. So if you're on a ball that's that size, this holds true on that ball, right? That when I'm standing and looking, there should be curvature, right? Which means that thing over there, I shouldn't be able to see it because it's on the other side of the ball of this curve. But as soon as I go up, right, that horizon should immediately start dropping down in relation to this radius, to its size. That's what we should be seeing. As we go up, all the way up, this should be immediately visible. The curvature of the earth dropping, the horizon dropping down. We're moving up away from the ball. Okay, and we're looking down at it now. Unlike a plane, you won't see that. What you'll see if you were standing on a flat surface plane, as you go up, depending on how big the plane is, and if it's really big, you're going to see what you see in the real world. A plane, right? This is how we know, right? Without having to go up into space, this is how we know here on Earth, by looking at the ocean, that the Earth is not curving in respect to its radius like we're being taught. And if it was a really big ball, then gravity is off. All these things are off. I mean, it's still a lie, right? If it's a really big ball, we should still be able to see because always curving away. Does that
Yeah, that's a great picture you
close?
painted. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope that.
Hey, think about this too.
Mhm.
Like you're saying, like, okay, go up in a rocket ship and go to space. If that was like possible, like you're going up in a rocket ship and you actually go to space, you're actually leaving the atmosphere and going into a vacuum, and you're making that journey. Why is the gas pressure that you're leaving not going to space, but you can? You know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
there's
All right. Well, I would
there's
say
air.
that. Mhm.
Yeah, there's all this pressurized air.
Yeah.
Touching a vacuum with like no barrier.
Well, that's interesting. Well, I would say that space is, infinite in a sense, right? If that was the case, and if any type of minute scale of air pressure, right, it would even be hardly even noticeable in comparison of space. Um, but that barrier you're speaking about, I would just say that would be like atmospheric pressure, you know. But yeah,
Right, but that atmospheric pressure can only exist inside of a container. So you're saying like, okay, when you go up in altitude, the air gets thinner. That can only happen inside of a container, because if this isn't contained, like the air that you're breathing and that we're all breathing, then this air is just touching like a vacuum of space, like on all sides. Like if what they're saying is true about where we live, like if that was just set into motion, the heliocentric model, instantly all our air would just get ripped out by the vacuum of space.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's a good one. It would be ripped out, but all life wouldn't even exist here to begin with if that was the case. It
Yeah.
would have been with that,
Space.
countless, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. It's totally impossible. Like space, even like as they say it could not exist at all. Like it's just not even conceivable.
You see.
Getting closer to 100.
Oh yeah, definitely. Just like, man, like everyone else is just living a lie, believing that's truth. I'm just waking up to it and like coming up to it in a sense,
Yeah.
But yeah, this is good.
I posted that image. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Black Swan. I mean, if you can understand that explains everything. That'll help click and make it connect. Yeah, just have a look at it. Yeah, it's good. That's what I was explaining earlier. Sorry.
Okay.
Do you understand it already? Have you heard that one? Black Swan?
No, I haven't heard of this before, but it seems very interesting. Trying to comprehend it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a curvature in this picture at all. There's no curvature in that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So yeah, basically it's saying if P then Q and not P, therefore it's not. I mean not Q, therefore it's not P. If the Earth is a ball, right? Then curvature. But because no curvature, therefore not a ball. That's what it's saying. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and the other thing is that the Earth has been given to us as a specified size, specifically, yeah? So there's no escaping. NASA and the scientists and the astronomers, astrophysicists can't argue the point because they've given us the specific size of this Earth. And in this image you're looking at is proving that what they've said is completely and utterly incorrect.
Yep.
It just doesn't match, doesn't make up. There's no way we should be able to see those two oil rigs or even the horizon beyond their specific size, which is known as the geometric horizon. That'll be the horizon according to the specifications that they gave us, 24,901 miles with a radius of 3,959 miles. So according to the observer height, when you square root it, depending on where the height is, determines how far your geometric horizon should be. And it cannot be any further than that, according to the specifications. So a height of 1 foot off the ocean, the observer's distance to the geometric horizon should be no more than 1.22 miles. If you raise the height, let's say it's 8 feet, then the geometric horizon, as you square root that, should be no more than 3.46 miles. Okay? But we're seeing clearly those two oil rigs and then the horizon beyond that. And if we did the maths for that, for the oil rigs and that, it's making it 10 times the size of the Earth. 10 times the size. So yeah, that's what's good about that particular image. That's the importance, is that we're seeing well beyond that. And that's irrefutable evidence. The scientists, astrophysicists, NASA, they've got a big problem.
Yeah, I'm going to share
So
this.
I mean, but I mean, by listening, do you get how you don't have to go to space, right? Because you can do it right
Yeah,
here.
yeah, that conversation previously, yeah, definitely.
Right.
Yeah, I understand that.
Because it doesn't seem to be worth going up if it's not actually down here. I mean, you know what I mean. So who is allowed to go up? How far do they go up? And all that. It's like
So many lies are going around this table. It's crazy.
Yeah. In order for them to go to space, as they said, the moon, Mars, sending satellites to Venus, another 2 going to be happening in the next coming years. They need to know the circumference and the radius of this Earth. And if they've got that wrong, then clearly they could not have gone to the moon, because if that's wrong, how would they know the distance, the fuel? They'd have to have the fuel correct, yeah?
Yeah.
And they didn't go anyway, but that's another. It shoots down the moon landings completely, because they wouldn't. How would they have known? And how did they measure it? Even today, you ask the scientists today, they're offering 2,000-year-old method. They're not offering today's method because they're not measuring it today.
Yeah. And it's funny how they can't even go back over there. They say they went the
Yeah.
first time, but they never went. I believe that's some
Okay.
animation studio or something like that. I don't
But
believe in
Yeah.
that.
but I think they're doing something right because the question is like, where's the money going? Right. I mean, I know it doesn't cost that much
Well,
to
they're
produce
spending
this
money at that. Money
bat,
doesn't.
right? Well, I'm
That's
wondering
all.
what are they developing? What are they doing up there? You know, because we have surveillance systems, we have airplanes, we have all kinds of spy systems up there. You know, and they say there are satellites, but we know they're balloons and airplanes and all kinds of technology, drones, whatever. You know, it seems it's all for this. You know, this new technology that's being rolled out, 5G. Everybody's going to be, you know,
I don't buy that.
Well,
on the grid.
The money's been spent amongst everyone that's involved. That's where the money's gone. It's just gone. Hasn't gone into anything special, any kind of special surveillance up there. Any special surveillance up there? That's extra money that they're putting in. They're putting that up.
maybe.
Well, you know, you remember Ronald Reagan when he did the Star Wars program, right? It was supposed to
Yeah.
be a laser. It was supposed to be a laser, right, that shoots down missiles, and to stop all this nuclear war, you know, that the world, you know. So I'm wondering what is that? You know, what, because I think there is something up there. I mean, I was in
Yeah.
the military, and I know that we have stuff up there that takes pictures. You know, we Google, you know, Google gets their photos from somewhere, you know. So
You guys know
Yeah.
Carol Rosin, the doctor who like was taking care of Werner von Braun when he was dying.
Yes, I remember her.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
She said that or she said that he said that
Yeah.
the number one thing that can't happen is the weaponization of space.
That's
And that's
right.
what's
And the
happening.
aliens.
and that's
Yeah.
exactly what happened. That's what I mean when
Yes.
they say
Space
this is
Force.
what we're doing. Yeah, when they say this is what we're doing, they're actually doing the opposite, most likely,
Yeah.
especially on the big scale. I mean, damn.
Yeah. You know that movie?
No,
There's a
no,
movie. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that. I don't believe they're weaponizing space because there are no enemies. The enemies are there for us to be fooled with. Russia is not an enemy of China. China is not an enemy of America. There are no enemies. They've signed the Antarctic Treaty. This is all smokes and mirrors, keeping
The
us.
enemy's us.
we are
We're the
the
enemies.
enemy, right? What
Exactly.
I'm saying, what we're saying is that this is the new world order, and everyone is friends in space. That we are the actual enemies. We're told, that we're going to space and all these stories, but it's actually to press down, you know, and like, gotcha. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's that,
And
we are
we're
the
the
enemies.
ones who know that it's all bullshit, and we're like the problem for the new world order, pretty much. Like we're a threat to them because we can actually use our brains. And there's a movie, I forget which one, but it's a Captain America movie where they send up these gigantic like helicarriers and using like all
Winter Soldier.
this data. Yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah, using data from like everything, they can figure out which people are going to be a problem for the New World Order, and basically they send up these things that are going to eliminate millions of people at a time with these gigantic guns. That shit that's scary. That's like some we're totally on the list if they ever do something like that. Like every flat earther is getting
Right,
scratched off.
of course. But when I say we, I mean everyone, all people. That's what I mean by we. Right? Every human, every man on this earth and woman and child is the enemy.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? And we're just the ones that are causing problems,
Well,
troublemakers,
that's right. That's why they're
thorns.
ushering in all this nonsense with the injectables and things. They can't get that.
Yeah,
They
tell
can't
me
get
about
that
it.
program quick enough.
I mean, whatever happened to chemtrails and all that stuff they were doing up there? Like,
Yeah.
what have they done? What's the next phase? Or a mask?
Probably called smart clouds now.
Smart ass
Smart.
clouds.
Yeah.
Smart clouds because they're connected to the network.
I think Bill Gates was like looking into that, or I don't know, something like that. It was something that wanted to block out their sun or something like that. Not too sure.
Yeah. Of
Mic
course,
check.
he would look into loud and clear. Of course, Bill Gates would look into playing God.
I was just gonna say, I've been listening in on the YouTube for a minute. Whatever happened to like stranger danger? Don't take candies from strangers and stuff. The government, in the way, is like the stranger, and they're like, "Come to the van. I got something for you," to get the Fauci
Yeah.
ouchie. Like,
Oh, wow.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Times have changed.
They have definitely changed. They're moving pretty quickly now to bring in that change as well. It's coming in at a very fast rate. Very fast.
People have been saying that since the 20s, eh? I mean, I think there's a song, Anything Goes.
Yeah, I remember that.
100 years later.
But what is the solution to all of this? Like, what are we supposed to do? We're not gonna just sit around and let them, try to take control of us or just lay down, when they say so. Like, what is organized about this? Like, what should we do?
It's hard to get
Just
into specifics on the live stream, but basically, you need to prepare and be ready to protect yourself and your neighbors and your loved ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Try to get the
stand up
truth
and be
out.
that voice. The children, for the sake
Yeah.
of the children, you've got to do that. Yeah.
Not going to be a grand solution that's going to roll it back. It's too far gone. The solution to stop the New World Order should have happened like 60 years ago. You know, they're Reagan, or not Reagan, Bush straight up said, September 11th, 1991, we've completed our fifth objective.
Yeah.
It's a New World Order. He said they already won. The only thing
Yeah.
they're crying. And hopefully the rebuilding after it happens. After they finally, complete their whatever the fifth objective is, which would probably be like some sort of, Winter Soldier type event, aerial drones that can just cap you as soon as
Well,
ask the police officer, why am I pulled over?
what
I have
what
a
I think is going
feeling.
to be it. There's this guy who I listen to. He's been right about everything so far. He's into like financial stuff, and he says that they're going to roll out a one world digital currency, and that's going to be like the next big thing. He's probably right.
I could be
That could
wrong
be.
here, but oh, sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say I could be wrong here, but I have a feeling that if people would have stormed the prison that they locked John Sinclair up in back in the early days of the drug wars, and if people were more active against injustices and more verbal against them, this
Yeah.
shit might not be going on. But when you sit back and watch your government lock up a mother of three for having a half
Yeah.
pound of dried leaf in her trunk, your government's going to do whatever the fuck they want to you.
Yeah, just like people say that the police officer can just start shooting if they think they saw a gun. It doesn't have to be a gun. It could be an empty hand. It could be a video game controller. Anything. You don't have Second Amendment rights at that point.
It feels like even cops themselves are paranoid and scared of everything and the people and the way people are acting, so even they are probably freaking, who knows? But, cops and people, what do cops do? What are cops? I mean, you think they're there to protect you, right? I mean, the
No,
cops
they're
think
not.
they're there to protect people, right? Yeah, they think they are, but they're not. It's not what they do. They terrorize people.
Yeah, they don't even realise it, upper stupid bastards that they are. I mean, they're going around shooting at will now.
Yeah. Why don't you get a bigger military vehicle to scare the shit out of the kids when you drive, when the children when you drive to? Yeah. Why don't you get some Black Hawks? Put some
You just
miniguns on it to scare the crap out of us when you drive through.
you just have to spend an afternoon watching the DEA work or the cops work when they're executing warrants, and it's like you're watching a street gang smash a door in and tear a home apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid. I don't know what gives them the right to do
Terrorists
that.
scaring the crap out of people. Terrorists win. You know the game called
Oh yeah, is
oh my gosh. I can't. Counter Strike. Oh
your
my,
Counter Strike. Yeah, there it is.
I almost forgot one of my favorite games. I can't believe it. So high. Yeah, that's what I always hear. Terrorists win on
Who asked the
TV.
question? What are we or what am I supposed to do? Who said that?
Like, what is the solution? I did.
Oh, well, I would just say you what it comes down to really is you just want to buy land and then just grow your own food and be able to like have a self-sustaining like system where you can have your own food and supplies and energy and all that stuff. Like just
I agree.
yeah.
But I think you would thrive better if you're in sort of like communities where you can defend one another. I think when you're on
Right.
your own, you're an easy target.
Yeah, you need community too.
Invite flat earthers in your area.
Right.
Exactly.
Invite other flat earthers.
Like-minded people.
Yeah, that's going to be the winner there. I mean, you might
But
take
the
some
land-
on your own, but you're not going to win on your own.
Even if you are going to make relationships with others, you still have to keep operational security and be wary. Not everyone is your friend, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
The landscape is just so different today. It's like the war is an information war. It's like there's so much disinformation. So
Yes.
playing a part in the war today is being like an active truther, like having a YouTube channel where you just go off about, truth and break things down for people and just waking people up is how you can be like a soldier now, pretty much.
Yeah, I guess it's not just YouTube, but the other platform, BitChute, Library, and all the others that you need to be on those as well as the
Right.
standard as
And
well.
you want to
I would.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't do YouTube because YouTube is actively censoring flat Earth and all kinds of truths. So it feels to me like YouTube is a filter, right? Who knows who's watching this, right? But
Right.
it can't just be this many people, right? So who are these people watching this? You know what I mean? So I'm just saying I think it's more effective to be on the other platforms. That's just my reason for not being on YouTube. It feels like they're singling people out to know who the community is and such. Might even affect your personal life. Who knows?
Yeah.
Well, Flatman said it a minute ago. It's an information war, right? And there's power in numbers. So that's why
I
it's
said
important.
that. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, maybe I got it wrong. Whoever said it. So there's power in numbers, and it is an information war. So we need to wake up. That's why it's important to wake up as many people as possible and get them questioning everything. This is an easy flat Earth is an easy truth to come to the knowledge of. It's like you can go out. The access to the information is right there in your reality, and you can go out and you can do your own observations, and you can see the truth of whether or not that is a lie. What they've given you is a lie or not. And it would be really, really easy for the vast majority of the people if they would just question it to come to the knowledge of that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. If they just took the time to look at the information, they'd see all the discrepancies, and then they'd understand.
But there's power in numbers, so the more people we can get to question, the better.
Right. And it's like when you make content and stuff, you have to see it as as a strategist. Like, you're not just making content, it's something strategic that's playing a part in an actual war. Like, you need to see yourself as a strategist. You need to understand what they do, like like how YouTube censors things. You would need to understand that when you're gonna try to upload stuff to YouTube. Yeah,
I agree. Part of your counter action towards that. Yeah.
exactly. It's the way of strategy. You have to understand strategy.
Yeah, some people started renaming their flat Earth videos with something else,
Right.
like Horizon Test,
Exactly.
or something like that.
Right. In the beginning, we suggested that we change that we educate people properly about how the sphere works without ever having to mention flat Earth. You can make it click. At least they'll get the proper like. You know what I mean? They will understand. You and the other thing, you can do whatever you want in your content. You can talk about flat Earth, but it's the titles, the description, the things that. But did you know the algorithm can now knows exactly what you're saying? It can hear what you're saying and knows and turn that sound to speech. So, your content might get you censored, title might get you censored, your description might get you censored. But you know what I mean? By redressing it as, look, the Earth is a ball. We're trying to educate people on the ball anyways, and by giving them the proper information and not the false information that these shills are out there doing, misinforming people and then blaming it on us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think comedy is one of the most powerful things in the today. Like, that could be used today, but like there's so much potential for like just eye-opening stuff. Like, if you can just get people to laugh at the ball model and just get people to see it a certain way, you can actually just wake people up. But like, there's just so much censorship. It's hard to like conceal what you're trying to do. And that, like, I don't know. Like, I think what I would try to do is get successful at something that has nothing to do with truth or anything, like, and be known for something totally unrelated, and then just start going off, kind of like I don't know, like
jump off the building.
just like okay, there's a producer. His name's TM88. He's the guy who produced Exo Tour Life by Lil Uzi. If he like made like a Discord, and it's like a producer Discord, and then he just goes in the VC and he just starts telling people in his Discord about flat Earth and stuff, like, that could wake up a lot of people, and it would be totally off the record, not record, like, it wouldn't be on anything that he's uploading. You know what I mean? Stuff like that, I feel like, could be very effective. Like, having credibility in a certain field that has nothing to do with like conspiracy theories or whatever, and then just being a very like a like a conspiracy theorist that you actually know what you're talking about. I feel like you could convince a lot of people and change a lot of minds.
The thing is, dude, like that. The thing is, it's a great idea, and I think people are doing it. But the thing is, once you mention flat Earth, it changes. Okay, like there are so many people out there doing that. Waking people up. People like da da da. But once you mention flat Earth, it's like, nah, man, I'm out of here. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Stupid. You know what I mean? So it's like, man,
Trigger
flat
word, isn't
Earth. Exactly. Even to these so-called truthers calling people fake woke, they don't talk about flat Earth.
No, they
Weird.
don't, do they? That's right.
Weird,
I'm surprised they can't cross the road, because they know that even those who know that the moon landings were a hoax, they still find it difficult to accept the flat Earth as a truth. They can't cross that road, can they? Yeah.
Here's something I
don't
heard recently. If you read between the lines, mainstream says there are no conspiracies. Like, they're just conspiracy theorists. It's not really happening, people. They're full of poo. So I guess there's no conspiracy.
Yeah, that was interesting how they said that almost the same day that Juneteenth became a federal holiday.
Yeah, that's why they have laws against conspiracies. Like
It's like
you could get charged to conspiracy to commit any crime out there.
there's now a federal holiday to bring awareness to a huge government conspiracy, and people pretend like there is no conspiracies.
Oh no, it's just stupid, isn't
Yeah.
it? This situation, man.
Oh, what
Yeah.
about that Weiss guy? Well, the guy that started the Illuminati, right? I mean, the guy got struck down. The writer that was delivering the message got struck down by lightning. The government found out about it and sent out letters to warn about a conspiracy. You know, and sent out letters to warn other their neighbors about it. I mean, that's a conspiracy right there. You can read about it on Google. It's in the history books, man. I tell them, yeah, conspiracies exist, bro. I mean, people. That's like saying people don't lie. Really?
Exactly. Exactly. They're trying to say they're just conspiracy theorists. There are no conspiracies. No, we haven't been lying to you people, but everybody knows they lie.
The best way to get you to look to not look into something is to make you believe that it's not going on and there's nothing to look into.
Well, the way I see it, like we're in this war, and I think comedians are the most powerful beings, especially for the landscape of today. Like it's like the fool, the image of the fool is like a very powerful image and all that stuff, and people who can actually manipulate people with laughter and this info war that we're in have unbelievable power. I think they're the most like they could like I don't know, Norm Macdonald, for example, is probably the most powerful being walking the earth. Like he could literally just, well, whatever. But I think comedy is necessary, or it's like we need comedy to like expose the truth, pretty much. Like I think it could be a very powerful tool.
Oh, memes are power. I think memes are very powerful.
Right.
Very powerful.
Yeah.
Even the jester was able to manipulate the king, so the jester is really in power.
Like there's tarot cards, some like I don't even know what those are, but apparently the Fool card is like the most powerful card out of all of them. Like comedy is actually like a very big deal, and yeah.
So the Joker is the real star of the Batman.
Yeah.
The real.
I mean, he won.
I don't know, man. Every time the Joker is on, I always get him. You know, I always kind of root for him secretly. Like,
yeah.
You know, it's like
I do too.
The Joker. I think the Joker is a good guy. I think this is some weird world where the Joker knows everything is fake. He's looking
Dude,
at the
that's
camera,
actually
right?
yeah.
He's breaking the fourth wall. like Deadpool. He's like Deadpool. It's like, dude, is Deadpool like the woke one here? Is it? What's going on with this? What do you guys think? Crazy?
My issue
No, it
with
makes sense.
Deadpool is the regenerative healing shit. It's not reality.
Well,
You do know that Get Be Get is colossal off of Deadpool, right?
He sounds like him.
He does, just like him.
I can't reveal my true identity till my work is finished, so.
Everyone wears a
Wait,
mask.
seriously?
Even
that guy's-
then, it might be better for the world to not know who I am.
No one knew who I was until I put on the mask. Bane.
Imrael has a question about
Yes.
something about how something works on the earth.
But I
Yeah.
I just don't want to interrupt. So if it's like if it's a nice moment to ask, I will ask that.
Oh yeah, we're just like chatting, just space filling.
Okay.
Yeah, please ask your question.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I was trying to understand if the concept of density and buoyancy is it the same thing or two different things? Because like if I understood correctly, when something is more dense, it goes down. If something is less dense, it goes up. But when you say density buoyancy, it's actually the same thing or like two different things.
If the density of the object is denser than the medium it is in, it goes down. And if it's less denser than the medium it is in, it goes up, right?
So it's just density, and buoyancy is just a description of what we see as a result of different density.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So
my if I may, this might help you. My best example for this is the glass of water with the egg.
Yeah,
So
no,
you
I
put in,
understand. Yes, I understand the concept. I just wanted to make sure that I don't like that there is like that, and I understand that in correct way. So there is no misconceptions. And
do
is
you
this?
know? But
Yes, I've
are
been
you
told
aware
yesterday. Yes, someone
Could
explained.
I
that
ask you,
you put
Imrail?
an egg, and then you
Could I
solve
just
the
ask
water,
Imrail?
and at some point it goes.
it's the salt
Yeah.
that changes the
Could I
density
ask,
of the water, though,
Imrail,
right?
Could I ask Imrail something?
Yes.
Do
Hey,
you
Chad.
observe the same thing as us? That things that are less dense go up than in the medium, and things that are more dense. Do you observe that as well?
That was my main question. So
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
Do you observe
No.
the same as us?
No, that's the problem.
You don't observe that?
No, and I can
Okay.
explain
What
why.
do you
and
observe
that,
then?
Yes, I can explain why. What
No,
I
not
observe.
explain. Just tell me what you observe.
I observe that sometimes the objects that are less dense, they don't go straight up.
What do they do?
Why not?
Do they do?
Yeah, and that was like the question. Why not? So to continue with that, I wanted
No,
to ask
not
if
why
that-
not.
Okay,
What is
so
it you don't observe going up?
I
Can you give
came
an
here.
example?
Oh, yes, I can, but I came here to ask some questions, and I
No.
can't even
Can you give
start
an example,
because
please?
I've been asked. Yes, I will do that all, but like,
Yes.
can
No,
I
do it now.
Can I?
No,
Can I
you can't.
please build my speech in the
No.
way I want to build it? Because
Chad,
that's how
Chad,
people ask
Chad,
questions.
Chad.
Yeah, chill,
This guy, I
Like
let
I'm
him-
not able to
let him
ask
speak,
the
please.
question if I have a single second. So
He
what
isn't
I-
going to answer it. It's obvious.
Well, if at the end of my
It's all
speech
right,
I'm
yeah.
not answering that, you can say, "Hi, you a liar! You didn't answer that." But like, I will try to do that now. So first of all, like, is this like a general rule? So it should be applied to every situation. Like there is no exceptions of that.
What kind of exceptions would there be?
So, for example, if we have helium and it's less dense than the air, it goes up.
Yeah.
Even if we fill
Buoyant.
the ball with the helium, it would be enough to go up, so we can actually observe it. But for example, if we have the nitrogen, and nitrogen...
it becomes buoyant.
What do you mean buoyant?
Well, it's,
The helium.
it's floating, buoyant.
Just finish what you were saying, Imrail.
Yeah.
Okay.
The nitrogen.
So if we have a nitrogen, it's less dense than the oxygen. But the air that we breathe, it has the mix of oxygen and nitrogen, and actually it has more nitrogen than oxygen. But if the nitrogen would go up, we will have like the layer near the earth, it's just oxygen because it's more dense. Like, no, we will have the layer of the carbon dioxide because it's even more dense than the oxygen, the nitrogen, and other gases. Then we will have some layer of the oxygen. Then we will have a layer of a nitrogen. So the same thing with helium. But with helium, it works. It just goes up. And with gases like nitrogen, it doesn't go up. It rests in the mix with other gases. So that was my question, and that was my example.
What was the question? Can you?
Why
real
does
quick.
the nitrogen why doesn't it go up if it's less dense than the oxygen?
There are no layers. You are having a dynamic mixture we call air. because it's in motion, it's constantly mixed. And that mixture has a relative density. If you float a balloon, you have to apply the relative density of the gas that you put in the balloon with the balloon itself. That is the equation you should use. And then you see what goes up and goes down.
Yes, but if you
Yeah.
add
Also,
helium
gas
to
gas
this mix,
doesn't go up and down like that.
so that explains that it doesn't work always. So it doesn't apply
No,
to
we were
gases.
talking about things solids and liquids. Gas does not follow the rules of density and buoyancy.
If you release the helium without a ball, just release it in the
Gas
room.
doesn't observe those rules. It goes everywhere.
So it will go, as a helium
Yes,
will go everywhere. It wouldn't go up.
omnidirectional.
That's
goes
right. Gas
everywhere,
doesn't do that.
including
We're not talking about gas.
The reason why the balloon goes up is why? Do you understand why the balloon goes up?
Yes, yes.
Why? Why?
Because the helium inside this balloon is less dense than the air outside the balloon. And if you add the mass of the helium, add to the mass of balloon and divide it by the volume of a balloon, it still would be less than the density of the medium. That's why it goes up.
Can you say the balloon is helium? Or is the balloon just a balloon, right, that is trying to equalize some equilibrium, find its resting place somewhere? Is it helium still, or is it a balloon?
It's like a balloon and the helium, because you feel the
What
It's
happens
not
to helium
helium.
if you just take the balloon? If you take the balloon away, what happens to the helium? Where does that go? Which direction?
I thought that it should go up.
No, it goes all over the place.
Okay.
Right.
It goes in every
Well,
direction.
why does the balloon go up? Because what is the helium doing?
It's being contained.
I already
Exactly.
answered. Okay, it's not doing. It's being contained is not
Hey,
something
for
that the
sure.
helium does. It just exists in this form. It's not that it's
Yeah,
actively
it's
doing
trapped
something.
within the balloon,
Right.
and it's just going to all the portions
And
go
it's
up.
trying to do what? Right. Well, what's it doing inside the balloon? What's it doing? Is it trying to what?
It's trying to escape.
Escape? Yeah.
Yeah, because it wants to go everywhere, doesn't it? Yeah, it wants to go everywhere, but it cannot because it's been contained in the balloon. The only option left for it to do is to go up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when we pop the
Right,
balloon,
and then
when we pop the balloon, the helium pow, right? Everywhere, right? Now they're just little heliums everywhere, right? But when there was contained in the balloon, it was like it seemed like the more you concentrate this thing you call helium, right? Inside this balloon, it does this thing where the balloon floats up. Same way when you put oxygen or whatever gas in a ball, it doesn't matter what gas you put in the ball and put it underwater. When you release it, it goes up, right? Does it matter what gas is in the ball? Of course it does, but like air, like oxygen, helium, it doesn't matter, right? I mean,
So when the helium is inside the balloon, it's the helium that pushes the balloon up.
No, it's the combination. The
Yeah,
helium is expanding the balloon, increasing its volume, making it buoyant.
That's it.
And for example, when there is a fire and there is a gas that's called carbon monoxide produced, usually it's not everywhere in the room, it's just on the lower part of the room. So for example, when people they lost their they faint and then they die because they choke, because it's not that there is not enough oxygen, because obviously there is an oxygen in the room because there is a fire. But without the oxygen there would be no fire, but they are choking because when they are laying down on the floor, on bottom of the room there is a carbon monoxide that prevents people of breathing.
That's because it's hot. Hot air goes up.
Yeah, it all goes up. You see, that's the thing. You're getting wrong.
Hot air moves up.
The carbon dioxide
monoxide.
Eventually, as it reaches the same temperature as the rest of the medium, it will just spread out as normal.
The carbon
Yeah,
monoxide
and that's what happens.
is released from the fire. You know, it forms in the fire. It's hot. It transfers its energy. It becomes less hot, less active. So it has a lesser motion frequency and thus moves down. The rest of the air is being heated, so that has a tendency to go up. While the carbon monoxide has a tendency to cool down as it loses its heat in the air.
Okay, so when it loses heat, it means that it heats the other gases.
Yes.
But
That's
it
why
should
you
go
burn.
only to the point where the temperature is the same, because when the temperature is the same, the carbon monoxide can't give away more heat to other gases. It can't become cooler than the other gases, because that will have a contradiction with the second law of thermodynamic. So
And you have to look at where is the heat source. You have to look at relative density. You have to look at the electromagnetic properties and the electrostatic properties, and then you can figure out where it's going and why it's going there.
And if you look, can you look at? I posted a breakdown of the constitution of air. 8 minutes past the hour. Please look at that. It gives you a lovely breakdown of what air is. When you see the mixture, then it'll give you the behavior. You'll understand the behavior, because look at this. Look, you got carbon dioxide, which is making up less than 1% of that air. Okay, carbon dioxide. Then you got argon. You got helium. You got neon. You got hydrogen, ozone, and water vapor. That's all in that little blue strip. And then you've actually got oxygen on its own, and then you've got nitrogen. So the very mixture gives you the behavior of the air we breathe and the gases therein. Okay? And then underneath that picture, if you scroll down, it gives you the percentages. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, I do.
Nitrogen and oxygen form 99% of air. And the majority of that is nitrogen. So all the other gases that are therein are minimal. That's why this gas is such a gas that behaves in flux. It goes in all directions, up and down. It's flowing. It's in flux. Okay, but when you isolate helium on its own and you trap it in a balloon, it wants to go omnidirectional, but it can't. So it ends up just going up because it's the lightest thing there. It's concentrate. So it rises above the air because that's the medium it's in. The surrounding medium is kind of like pushing it up, if you will. Do you understand?
Yes,
just,
but
you don't have to agree. Okay, email.
Yes,
or,
I agree with everything you said. Yes, but the point is that, for example, I remember the experiment from physics, where I think it was physics in schools that we did. So we had the carbon dioxide, a gas, not in the closed container, but it was like in a glass or something like this, and then you could actually pour it on the candle, and you will turn off the candle by doing that. So carbon dioxide wouldn't go everywhere. It would go. No, it wasn't ice. It was a gas.
You isolated it from the motion of the air. The air in the classroom is in constant motion. When you pour a gas in a glass, only the surface is being touched. So the rest can just be in, static form. So, and then you can pour it and it becomes in motion, but before the gases have time to expand, it acts like a liquid on the flame.
Mhm. So when I have a closed container and I keep it closed like for a few days, should I expect the gases in that container to be separated according to their density, or would these gases be in the constant motion even if they're isolated from the room, so it's in a closed container?
Depending on the temperature variation of that container, I would expect them to be still in constant flux, unless you change the temperature somehow.
I think if you give it time, if you do it like in a day, then no. If you do it in a week, then there might be a separation. But if you let it stand for 100 years, then you have a huge separation.
Yeah. I mean, look, take the bicycle, take a car tire, you pump it up and then you leave it over a year, 1 year, it starts to lose pressure, doesn't it? Starts to lose its consistency. The tire pressure starts to go. 2 years later, it's flat like a pancake. So obviously things go off. But nature's not like that. You know, the air we have is in constant flux. It's dynamic. It's fresh, always fresh air. That's why you go outside to breathe it. Yeah? Supposed to contain it as such, unless you're using it for something. You know, it's what we breathe with. We're using it to pump our tires up so we can actually move the car easier. Yeah? So, yeah, you know, it is what it is. Nature is what nature is. Nature does what nature does.
With that example with the balloon and helium, so imagine that we have that balloon with the helium, it goes up, it pop up like so, there will be no balloon. The helium will evenly redistribute in the air once again, so it wouldn't.
Yes, of course it will. It will blend back in. Nature will do what it has to do in order to keep equilibrium. Of course it will. You know, there's nothing. It's not hard to understand. I think we're trying to split a hair here. You know, it's easy to understand, and that's that. You know,
If I go back to your basic question, is there an exception to density and buoyancy? And then the one exception we know of is electrostatic influence. If you change the electrostatic potential of an object, you increase or decrease its buoyancy.
okay, there you have it.
That's the only exception I know.
Yeah, and I'll post a video where someone actually did something to demonstrate this here in just 1 second. Let me find it, Emriel.
Because the Earth is indeed not a spinning ball, that's for sure. And if it were to be in space without a barrier, our gases would flow be sucked straight into the vacuum of space. That's what nature does. Entropy would ensue. Okay? So know where you're trying to go with that. I think he's trying to go with the air pressure is containing itself. Never been demonstrated.
What air pressure is what?
Air pressure is trying to contain itself, I think is where you're heading.
What does it mean?
Sounds like.
Could you explain?
Well, I can't explain it. Basically, what I'm trying to say is this. It's like air containing itself, yeah?
I can't understand what does it mean, air containing itself. I just can't
Well, that
understand
means
the
that it's
structure of
stopping
the phrase.
itself from flowing. Yeah, it's stopping itself from flowing out into space.
So I posted.
Oh, so it's not walled, like there is nothing. Okay, yeah, I understood.
Yeah.
So Emriel, grab that video up there and check that out. That's where someone is all actually demonstrating what Emerald. I don't know if it's Emerald. I think it was Emerald Monkey that said it. Well, he said just a minute ago about electrostatics. I think maybe the issue is he said he was coming over here and asking flat Earth questions and going over to the Glober server and asking globe questions when they don't even understand their globe fully. They have to like we
Yeah.
every time they come over here, we have to explain their globe to them, and that might be where where you're making your mistake, thinking that you can get answers to things from over there. They may be giving you. I'm just going to make a giant leap here and assume something that they may be giving you like this false pretense that there's a got you somewhere, and then you come over here thinking you have a gotcha, and it's not. So
No, it's like I think that my question about density and buoyancy, it has nothing to do with flat or spheric. It's just like when you would ask people who believe in the globe Earth, they will explain like this movement with the gravity, and the people who like support the flat Earth, they don't use gravity, like they
We don't need gravity.
Yes.
Because gravity was invented to explain the spherical Earth.
Yes.
Because
So
masses
that's why.
pull together, forming a sphere. But if we're not a sphere, we have no use for that form of gravity.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what I
Can
was
I
trying
ask
to
you
say.
something,
There is the
Emriel?
same. Yeah, I just finish and then you ask. So that's why, like,
Sure.
there is the same phenomenon that we can see, but people will explain it differently. So I just wanted to make sure that I understand, like, both points of view. So it's not like I say, no, you are wrong, and that proves something. Because in my opinion, this particular example doesn't prove anything. Like, it's just like it's a separate example of something else. So it doesn't.
For flat Earth, gravity, buoyancy, density, whatever you want, it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't change what you observe in nature regarding the surface of the Earth. That's just pure geometry. That has nothing to do with physics. You can measure the surface of the Earth, or you can extrapolate from physics and chemistry and astrophysics, whatever you want. But if you don't measure the surface of the Earth, you will never know for sure. Because you're going off of assumptions from calculations which use numbers that you have not measured.
Yeah, and
There was someone who
clearly.
wanted to ask something.
I was just going to say something quickly. It's clearly obvious that gravity was evoked because we all know what happens to water on a spinning ball. We knew that when we were children. You know, you spin the ball, the water flies off. You leave the ball stationary, the water rolls off. So we know this. So obviously they had to have some clever magic trick. It's known as gravity. It's that clear, like glass, like breathing air. It's that simple. When something is spinning, centrifugal force, you're going to be thrown off. So clearly they had to have gravity, which is an unproven theory. Okay? It's not even a proven theory.
That's why I'm not even like asking anything about gravity or not gravity here. Like I don't like.
Yeah, good.
take
I'm
that as
glad. I'm
an
glad you
assumption.
said that, because if you understand that gravity doesn't exist, then you know that the ball doesn't exist. If you understand gravity does not exist, then you're in line to think logically. Yes, of course, the spherical Earth ball, which I cannot measure, I've never experienced, I've never seen, clearly does not exist. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
I will
as-
say
as they
something
said in
here that
OGC.
I'm almost sure that you wouldn't like, but I try to understand all these things, not like that gravity, is it like, does the gravity exist or not? I try to think, okay, if gravity exists, how is it working? If gravity doesn't exist, how it works? So I'm not like, I'm not interested in if it's true or not, gravity or stuff like this. I just interested in the general idea. Okay, some people like take this assumption, different people take different assumptions, and that's what's interesting. Like, where do they go with these assumptions?
Yeah, I
I
understand.
wanted to ask you, Imriel, when you're in your globe servers, have you ever asked the question, and if so, what was the answer? Why do you only see and observe the curvature of the Earth in a fisheye lens? Fisheye lens.
I think that the answer to that would be the. Just 1 second. I'll just translate the word I want to say. Okay, so I think it's scale, but I'm not sure if you would understand the meaning what I mean. So I mean, when something is very, very, very big, and you can see at some point only small part of something that is very big, it would be hard for you to observe the general curvature of
Okay,
something.
let me rephrase let me rephrase the question. When you're in your globe server, do you ever ask them if we can observe the ship going over the curve of the Earth? How come we can only see the curve in a fisheye lens? That's like it. There's no like we can disprove the curve, and the only way they prove their curve is by saying they see ships go over the curve and by a fisheye lens. It's their only two. They say it. We can disprove the ship going over the curve to them, but then they ask us why they can't see the Eiffel Tower.
I got one thing
It
to
would
add.
be better if you would ask them directly, because I'm not sure that I'm able to answer that even from their position, because I will say something stupid probably, and that would be the same thing if they would ask me something about the flat earth that I don't fully understand. I wouldn't be able to answer them. That's why I'm trying to ask more questions and answer questions.
Imriel, the one thing you got to understand is that when people say observe, there are two ways people use it. One is just plain seeing things, and the other thing is seeing things and then measuring what they see and comparing it to something which they think is possible or is impossible. So when we say observe as flat earthers, we generally mean that we compare it by measuring what we see to what is proposed or predicted by the globe models. When a glober says observe, he just says he sees something on TV. And I'm making a broad generalization here, but it is actually kind of like that because they never measure the distance to the horizon, which should be done if you are scientifically or you are geometrically measuring something. But they assume, they jump that part of the observation. They just say, we see curve,
They skip it.
we see curve, therefore there is curve. But they don't look into the origin of the curve.
Yeah, that's why the black swan is such a good explanation and a great observation and a great debunker of the spherical ball Earth that doesn't exist.
Can I say something about
and it's measurable.
The black swan, because I didn't understand what that meant, and I asked that, and they explained me that that was like that two oil platforms or something like this. And yes, the picture that you sent. Thank you. I actually heard someone asked them about this, and the answer was there was some like in some conditions you can see it, in other conditions you can't see it that way. So it's just it's not something that constantly exists. It's just a visual.
Well, hang on a second.
But I'm not able or ready to defend that point of view. I was just repeating
hang
what
on a
I
second.
heard.
Let me just tell you something, okay? Let me just say something. Imagine that those oil rigs are where you live. They're actually your home, your mum's home and your home, okay? Now, we know the distance to the home because you can Google it and it's been measured. It's on a map. So if it's on the map, it means it's been measured. So that location exists, regardless of what the globers are saying. Yeah. So whether you can see it in the fog or not see it, we know it's there because it's been measured. Okay. In fact, let's say I want to blow up those oil rigs, even on a foggy day, as long as I've got the coordinates to that location, I can blow those things out of the water without seeing it, because I know the coordinates. So if you know the coordinates, it means the damn things exist. Therefore, whether you see it or not really doesn't matter. And the thing is, those things are further than the geometric horizon of 24,901 miles of a radius of 3,959 miles. They're beyond that. Do you understand? Yeah? 1.2 mile geometric horizon. So it doesn't matter whether the fog is there or not. If I want to blow those things up, I can. So you cannot ignore that. You can't say, oh, because I can't see it, I cannot. That's rubbish. They are there. They're going to be there until they are being dismantled. At the moment, they're busy drilling for oil.
So,
okay?
so,
And then the horizon
sorry, disclaimer, Jin doesn't want to blow anything up. Little disclaimer there, Jin doesn't want to blow anything up.
Yeah,
so.
right.
I just want to answer the question directly, though. 1 second, guys. I just want to answer his question directly, because I feel like, Jin, you did give a decent overview, but didn't actually answer his question. So he asked about Jem Panda, who said, or the server rather, who said that that observation isn't always present. Now, to give you a bit of context on what this argument's about, they say that there is a physical curve because the ball is of a certain size, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So they also say that the horizon, some of them say that the horizon's actually physical ball curve. Others say that it's physical ball curve plus bendy light. I don't really want to go into the distinctions between those two arguments because they're both wrong anyway. But regardless, what the Black Swan does is it proves that it cannot be the physical, like the horizon cannot be physical ball curve, because A, it moves. So when they say it moves, that's already conceding the argument. But secondly, when they say things such as boats disappear over the horizon, 3G, well, there's nothing physical to disappear over because the horizon is optical. And that's what the Black Swan proves. And go into that more if you want. Did I cut out?
Yeah.
No, I think they're just soaking it in.
We're waiting for a response.
No, I'm not arguing with that. And like my personal opinion, this part with the ships that go in behind the horizon, like this, it's one of the least interesting things about the flat and globe Earth. So there is, it might be a proof, but it's not very it's just a simple I don't know. It's very simple. There is nothing to understand. That's what I want to say.
It is the only proof because it shows the geometry that the globe predicts is not there.
Yeah, okay,
It's
but
very
I mean,
simple.
it's the same things that is repeating constantly, and that's why, I don't find it interesting enough to speak over and over again about the same thing. So okay, but there is something else that might be also interesting because what I think.
But can I say it? You asked that question and I answered it. So if it's not interesting, I don't know why you asked the
No,
question.
I wasn't asking that question. I just said that because I've been asked a few times about what that people usually answer if you ask them something. And that was exactly one example what I heard because it was, I think, the day before yesterday because I didn't even know what Black Swan meant. So I asked what that is and they say that because there were two people. One was defending the flat earth point of view and another one was defending the globe earth and they brought up this subject and they were discussing it. That's why I'm not saying that I don't understand that or I don't agree with that. It's just
Are you a fisherman?
A what?
A fisherman.
What is a fisherman? Like a person who fish? No.
Yeah, because you're saying this is not interesting enough, And all the other things are red herrings. They have no relevance to flat Earth. Flat Earth is about the measurement of the globe model compared to what we experience in nature by measurements. That's it. All the other things are red herrings. And you're fishing for red herrings here.
Okay, I will try to. I can
Can I try?
explain
Can I?
if I'm
We
not
spoke
given time
earlier.
to explain.
We spoke earlier in chat, and this is what you were saying, right? You were saying that the horizon changes. That's what you're saying now, right? You're saying the horizon changes. Is that what you're saying?
Can I firstly answer the statement that Emerald Monkey said, and then I can answer if you wanted to ask something. So,
Yes, please. Go
thank you.
ahead.
So, Emerald Monkey, when I say that it's interesting or it's not interesting, it's not that I'm trying to find some point where something will prove something that, oh, you see, it's wrong, or you see, it's right. No, it's just I'm genuinely interested in the whole concept, and to understand the whole concept, it would, for me, it's not like it wouldn't change anything in my life, but I just
You
think
can't say that. No,
interesting
you
to
cannot say
understand
that.
something.
Right.
No,
So
I
you
can.
can't say that.
It's true for me.
No, you can't. Because
Why?
the reason why you can't, right, is because you haven't accepted flat Earth as is. That's why you can't say that. You don't know what's going to happen. Go on.
Okay, so few weeks ago, I finished a book. It was like a series of book. It was called The Three Bodies Problem, I guess. And it was something like, it was a nonsense, even like from the point of view of globe earthers or flat earthers, because it was like about imaginary star, imaginary planets that are moving with some like laws of physics and stuff like this. So that was a book about something that doesn't exist in the real world, no matter what point of view you prefer, globe earth or flat earth. But for me, it was still interesting to read it and to try to understand the internal laws of something that was described in that book, even if I knew for sure that it wasn't real.
I understand that.
Yes.
But for flat Earth to be able to grasp the interesting part, you have to have done or understand the basic geometry. Once that sinks in, which takes a little time, because either you have to do it by bookworm research or you actually have to go into nature and measure it, which the latter one is the best one because then you experience it, then the flat earth explanations start to make a lot more sense. From the point where you are now, you want to jump over the basics and go into the advanced course, which is fine, but it will not make any sense to you because you don't understand the basics.
But in this situation, everything you explained, everything you answered to my questions, that made perfect sense. I hadn't, like, if there was something I wasn't fully agree on, I would try to elaborate that and to continue that. So if you say you have to, like, to move on, you have to accept the basic. If you, by that you mean like things like gravity doesn't exist or the Earth is flat or stuff like this, I don't have a problem with that. It's not like I still think, no, let's take that gravity exists and that's why your explanation is not valid. No, everything you answered to my questions about gases, about density, buoyancy, and stuff like this, I accept, like, it was clear to me. And I'm not arguing with that because for me, in that like system, it makes sense. It's not like I try, like it's hard to understand because I didn't accept something before that.
No, I get that. But you said flat Earth or globe Earth doesn't make a difference to your life.
Yes.
Right.
And once you go out and find that curve or you do that measurement and you compare it, that experience will change your life emotionally and rationally. But you have not experienced that.
You know, it's very hard to like measure something and be sure that we speak about the same measurement, because like I just had a small sketch, I guess. So for example, like if, because someone was talking about these platforms and if it was my house and my mother or my friend's house. So for example, if we speak about the map, and red house is my house and green house is the house of my friend, for example, and I live on top of the hill and stuff, like my house is on the top of the hill, and I look at the map and I see that the distance that is on the map between these two houses is 1 kilometer, for example, and I try to measure it myself. So what distance should, because I can't like just imagine. So to measure something by myself, I have to do actually like physical measurement. So I have to know what should I measure. Should I measure the blue line, which would be like if I look from the sky on the surface of the Earth? So this line should be 1 kilometer, or should I measure the yellow line, which would be like the direct line, the straight line between these two houses, or should I measure the gray curvy line, which would be like the actual
What is your
step
point?
I'm stepping.
What
My
is
point
your
is
point?
that when we say that you have to measure, so when you see you have to go outside and measure something. So first of
Right.
all, you have to understand what are you measuring and what you're comparing that with.
And for example, in Flat Earth, we do a lot of line of sight. So that would be the yellow line.
But you can't measure it. Like, how can you measure that yellow line?
The measurements.
Example, if you're looking at the black swan, it is over a watery surface. Hydrodynamics states that the surface of large bodies of water at relative rest are flat and level. So you know that your line of sight is almost equal to the blue line, because you're on the same plane, you're on the same level. So your line of sight, yellow, will be approximately the same as the blue line. So you use line of sight. That's what we do.
Yeah, but the problem is that I don't live where the black swan is, and I can't go there to measure it. That's what I meant when I
Hold
say
on.
you
Can I
go
try this?
out.
Hold on. Let me try this, Emerald. I know what he's asking. You're basically saying you don't know what the black swan is, right? Because you don't know what it's measuring, right?
No.
Let me get to my point.
what I'm saying.
Wait. That's okay. Fine. Let me get to this point. The measurement. Okay, this is what matters. This is the measurement that matters. The radius of the Earth. Okay, that has been measured by somebody, right? They say it's Eratosthenes or whoever. Point is the radius and the curvature of the Earth. Okay, you can get the curvature of the Earth from knowing radius, or you can know radius from measuring the curvature of any sphere. So whoever measured that sphere got this radius that they are telling us today is the size of the ball that we are on. So the measurement has been done. Okay, that's been done. There is a size. That's what we're checking for. And because we have the radius, this is why we use this example here, because you don't have to go there to do that. You can go outside and find something that's too far away in respect to the radius that's been measured by somebody in the past and nobody knows how, right? Because that's not how they prove radius today. Do you get it? Are you getting it?
Why do we have to discuss something that doesn't exist, something that we can't measure, something that is impossible to prove? Why do we spend time on discussing the radius of
Let me
the Earth?
continue. Exactly. I agree, right? This is why. Because in school, we're taught that the Earth is this, okay? And that science, all this crap, there are aliens, the Big Bang, we evolved from monkeys. All that comes from the idea that the Earth is a ball. And people think crazy, stupid ideas about who they are and what they are, where they're going. They're told they're monkeys. They're told they're specks. They're told they're expendable, right? Because science and the progress of whatever that means. That's why. Because we're being fed lies. And the flat Earth uncovers a
isn't
lot of
that
these
better
lies.
to discuss the truth than
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, so let's like just forget about the radius of the Earth that wasn't measured directly by anyone yet, that is impossible for us to measure. And like, for example, for me, when you say, well, for example, there is a picture that old Jude sent about like measurements are empirical and stuff like this. And there is like a line and you can see the distance between these objects. And going back to the picture that I sent, when I look on the map, like I look at that map and I see that the distance between two objects is 1 kilometer. But what does that mean in reality? Is it the distance that is represented by blue line is 1 kilometer, or the yellow line is 1 kilometer, or the
it depends on
Measure them both, or you measure all three. What you need to do is check the values given. They give you values and you assume they are right. But what we flat earthers do is we don't assume they are right. We just, if for instance, we can assume the oil rigs to be at the location they claim they are. And the distance to that location is known because helicopters fly there, radio transmissions are there, ships go there. You can measure it. It has been measured. It's on the surface. It's easy. So that is not being, obfuscated.
To be honest, I don't think that these distances this has been measured. I just think that has put some points on the map and they calculated all these distances. So if
what you're saying, are you saying we can't really can we trust these distances and these
No,
maps?
I say that we can't trust these distances because first of all, these distances weren't measured, and second of all, even these numbers that they give us, we don't know what these numbers mean.
Do you trust GPS if you walk or you drive your car, or do you trust your GPS?
I trust it as far as it gives me the directions and like approximate distance, but I wouldn't trust it if it says that it's exactly 1 kilometer, 15 meters, because I wouldn't know what.
But those little increments don't even matter. If you're 10 meters off or you're 100 meters off, once you deal with the horizon, it doesn't matter if it's a few meters more or less, because the horizon is fixed according to the globe. Once you figure out it's not fixed, then it is not the globe. That means every school book is not correct. Every science book is incorrect. That changes a whole lot in your life. But you only feel the impact once you have done that yourself.
So imagine we have a basketball and a ruler, okay? And then we take this ball and this ruler and we take some pins and then we put a pin on one side of the basketball and we put another pin like 90, one on the north pole, one on the west, right? So now it's 90 degrees, right? And you take the ruler and you put the ruler and see if you can make the ruler touch the other pin. See, right? If the earth is a ball, you shouldn't be able to see that other pin. This ruler should not touch that other pin because it's on the other side of this ball. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you see when you go out in the real world. You see that you already know the radius. And you already know that with this radius, I shouldn't be able to see things that are on the other side of this ball I'm on. But there it is. There they are. They're not even curving away. They're not even leaning away in respect to the ball. They're just standing straight up. And when you go up, you see it. You see all of it, and the horizon is now way back there, which means it's a plane. And
Okay.
if it's not a ball, what are the implications? What does that mean? You know, as far as science and what you're interested in, what does that mean? How does it change?
Oh, okay. Can I ask you that? Do we know the radius of the Earth?
If you are asking a flat earther, there is no radius.
Okay,
if you're
so
asking
the
a
Earth is
glober,
still
there
round.
is radius.
It's still, the Earth is still round, even in the flat Earth.
No,
Round.
the Earth.
What does that mean?
The Earth is a collection of landmass, which is encapsulated in a huge sea, which probably is surrounded by what we call Antarctica, and it follows the path of the sun and the landmass of Antarctica.
And this landmass of Antarctica, isn't that makes a circle, and we're inside that circle?
No, the actual perfect circle would be the 60th south parallel. The landmass of Antarctica is irregular. It's not a circle.
Yeah, so it's not, once again, it's not a perfect circle, but like
the
we know
perfect
that
fence.
we know
but
the
there
thing is
there
that you
are hard
said if
angles.
there is 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, the Earth is huge. So this, even few hundred kilometers, it wouldn't make a big difference. You said that yourself when you told about these distances. So is it like approximately circular, or like is it?
No, the approximate circle is the 60th south parallel.
And do we know the radius of that approximate circle? Like even if it's not globe, there is still a radius, because radius can be applied to flat bodies as well.
I don't know from my head, and I never measured it because I don't think it's useful for me to know from the North Pole to the South 60th south parallel what the distance is.
Yeah,
but that is your radius. So take a ruler and measure it.
Well, and that was where, that's the point where I was trying to go. So if you would ask that, if you would be asked that question, would you try to be able to answer that? Would you try to measure it, or would you try to use the GPS and calculate that?
We would try to measure it, of course.
So that's why you can, that's what I started with. You can't just rely on GPS, to say that it's that much
The
or
thing about
this much.
so the thing about GPS, right, and street signs, that tell you 500 meters to the next turn or whatever, is that they're accurate. Because we use it. They're accurate. It'll tell you exactly how far you are from wherever you're going. And if it's accurate enough for you to do that, then it's probably going to be accurate enough to do other useful things, like, I don't know, find where we put that oil, that one drill we dropped in the ocean. Do you remember? I don't know. I mean, why is it useful? Right? I mean, so yeah, we have to know how far things are. It's on a plane.
And the oil rigs, for your information, are on the exact location. They are measured to a T, because the helicopters depend on it, because they have to land in zero visibility conditions. And for your information, the oil rigs, each one has a radio transmitter that transmits its own geo location. So, it is right there. And from that, you can extrapolate your distance. But you can also use a, binocular with range finding, or a rifle scope with range finding, or a range finding laser to measure if it's there.
You know, when all this is over, right, and you think back to this day, okay, and you're a flat earther or whatever, right? You're gonna remember, wow, it was like the earth, the oceans, and the flat earthers were literally yelling it in my face. I was just like, what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, think about it. Like, nothing. There's no anywhere of a ball, nowhere of a curtain, nowhere. And you know, all it's saying is this flat. It's flat. It's flat. You're like, oh no, ball, because you know, it's too big. I was like, how do you know it's too big? How big is it? You don't even know, right? You don't even know who measured it. So how can you think it's a ball? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, a lot of people say, well, I live in an area where I cannot be at the beach and measure the surface of the water. But if you're in a mountainous area or somewhere with distinctive landmarks that you can see in the distance, you can still do the same test. Because you take the map, the geographical map of your location, and you measure out the distance, line of sight, because you can see the object in the distance. Then you can measure your distance, and then you can compare it to what you should be able to see on the globe. And it's simple as that, regardless. Or, it's always a line of sight measurement in the end.
I always wonder if it's the case that it can't be that simple, right? Like, that has to be it. People must think, nah, that's too simple. What do you mean too simple? You put a ruler on a ball, it's not a ball.
For example, you showed us the drawing with, the squarely black line of the elevation of the land, the blue line, and the yellow line. Now draw the curve line that is predicted by the globe model. Now you have 4 lines you can measure. If the globe line doesn't fit in your measurements, you cannot measure it in reality, then you know there's something wrong.
I'm just like I look at the maps that you posted, the last ones that you posted, and I look at Australia here, and like once again, just to illustrate what I mean about GPS and stuff. If you look at this map, and if you think that it's okay, maybe it's not accurate to meter, but like at least it gives you the idea of proportions and stuff like this. So you see that Australia is like approximately 3 times more long than it's wide. And if you look at the GPS and the map of Australia that is promoted by the Globe Earths, you see that it's not even 2 times, it's not even 1.5 times, it's like something like
How do you know how big
30%.
Australia is? How do you know how big Australia should be?
Yes.
Is there
so
a map you're referencing?
Let me. I'm just comparing 2 maps. I don't know what is it in reality. I'm just comparing 2 maps.
Not all flat earthers agree on any map or model.
Yes,
Most flat earthers go with this one.
Yes, that's why I'm not telling that one of these maps is correct. I'm just saying that between these 2 maps, there is a huge difference. And if you think about that, you would think that if they expanded or they shrinked Australia 2 or 3 times just to fit in all that GPS that they providing, So it's not like few meters, it's few times difference of what actually that might be.
You know how many people live in Australia? Do you
One
know?
thing about Australia is that you can drive from one end to the other on one highway. If the distance doesn't fit, then in reality, then the gas mileage in Australia would be very different for the same type of car than in Europe.
So, okay. So, do you think which map is closer to the reality if it's relatively easy to measure? The maps that you posted or the map that is like an official map? We would call it like this.
The map that I posted is an official map. It is. It has been used for navigation. So, what is an official map? All maps are distorted, and I don't claim that the azimuthal equidistant map is correct, but it's just an illustration of how it can be.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's distorted, you see that on this map that you posted, it's quite long, so it's few times longer than it's wide.
Yeah, but I don't know for real.
Yeah, you don't, but you said that it would be quite easy to notice that huge difference because you can use one road to go across Australia.
Yeah, but I don't live there. But my point is, if you use a globe, for example, and let's say the depiction on the globe is correct for the land masses, then the distance between the continents becomes different. So if you sail from Australia to Madagascar or from Australia to South America, that would be a huge distance that no one notices because no one sails that distance directly. They always go by angles, and you have fair winds and you have bad winds. It's harder to measure. So they can do whatever they want with the landmass on a map. And I don't care, because a map is just a piece of paper.
Well, we have as technology improved, so did the maps. So nowadays we have drones and balloons that can stay up there forever and actually, monitor in real time. LiDAR. Yeah. The point is, the radius is given, and you can find two locations that you know the distance, right? You know the radius, you know the distance, you know that if I'm standing here, I shouldn't be able to see that because of the known radius. That's the point. Do you get that? Are you saying you do not know how to measure distances? You're not sure if you can know how far something is from
I
you?
say that I'm not definitely I'm not able to measure some distances in the scale of like continent or even not that much, but even the distance between two cities, I wouldn't be able
About
to
10
measure.
miles. Can you find maybe something that's 10 miles away from you that
And how would you measure that, or to imagine that situations
I
that you
don't know. You
described?
got to get creative. I mean, this is where you got to get resourceful and creative.
Did you
There's
ever measure
information
something like
everywhere.
this yourself?
Of course, I live.
What did you measure?
Unfortunately, you live on a mountain, dude. Right?
No.
You said that. Well,
No,
I
I
do.
said it's not a mountain; it's a
I live.
hill.
I live on a. Yeah, I live on a hill, and I can see pretty far, all the way to Sydney. And I'm in Western Sydney, and I can see all the way to the city. things that I shouldn't see. Because you know why? If it was a ball, it should be facing a little bit angled away from me. I mean, I shouldn't even be able to see it because of that. Because it's on the other side of the ball.
Okay, so you said that you
Right.
measured it. How did you measure something there that is 10 miles away from you?
I drive to the city a lot. I catch the train there a lot, and I know how far it is. Well, I trust that I know how far it is, and that the distances that we use work, and a lot of people that use
So you
these
measured the
distances.
length of the path that you actually passed.
You know GPS, right? Signs on the road that tell you distances, even Google Maps. You know,
Okay, so if you call
I
that
trust that
measuring,
those
I
are
will,
accurate. I trust that those are accurate because we use them to do all kinds of industry, travel
Okay.
industry, everywhere.
In that case, I
right?
misunderstood what you meant by the word you can go out and measure it, because I thought that you were talking about actually taking
I
a
always
ruler or
miss.
something like this.
It's the second time I've been told off about it. I apologize. I always miss. I always observe. That's the word. It's the second time I got told off for it. I'm sorry. Yeah, observe,
So in
right?
that
Because
case,
the
I'm
measurements
with
have
you
been
there.
made.
Yes, I understand what you mean. In
I
that
hope that
case,
we
I've
didn't
just
waste all this energy on that. Damn, my bad. Are you serious? Like, you,
yes, because all the time when you said you can go out and measure it, all the time I thought that you
I'm sorry, man.
yeah. So if you said that, explains it, yes, I agree with
So
you.
what? So
Some
observing,
things,
you get
some
it.
things you can measure, because,
Yeah.
for example, you have this simple tool. You know, I have it easy. I live near the coast, and I live at or below sea level, so everything here is flat. I can take a roller, which I can roll on the beach while I'm walking towards the other beach town. And I can actually measure the distance on the coastline. So, yeah, it is possible to do a direct line of sight on the ground measurement. Right? Some places are easier than other places. But, you have to work with the values or the measurements that you have. For example, if the globe, every map is printed and told, this is a piece of the globe. So you expect that the distance incorporates the curve in that globe. And sadly, he had to leave.
Oh. Man. I wonder if he's going to go measure something or observe something.
Yeah, he's just in denial. You can clear case of classic case of cognitive dissonance. I'm in denial.
I don't think he's in denial. I think he is in the process of
realizing.
no
He's in the process of realizing.
seeing possibilities. Yeah. If it is the ice is starting to melt,
Yeah, it certainly is.
Right, to crack.
If he can understand buoyancy and density, how we explained it, then he can also realize that we're not fooling around.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think he's having difficulty accepting what he's being told. That's what it is. A realization.
Yeah, you know, it takes time, you know.
Yeah.
He said that he doesn't. He said it won't change anything in his life. I think a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah, but you know, that's the experience. Like
Yeah.
when I started with flat Earth, you know, I started the same way as he did, looking at the red herrings, and I could understand it from a bookworm perspective. But it only hit me when I started doing my own measurements and my own observations.
That's right.
Right. Have y'all seen
They
failure?
just don't really-
Yeah, the beam, the beam.
Yeah. You seen that, Jen? McToon's
Yeah.
failure.
Yeah.
That's
no. What happened?
So you know McToon's picture, right? I'm uploading it right now. This right here. Which,
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Beautiful.
right, which he compressed, right?
Right. He
Right.
compressed it.
Right. So I took his original picture and compressed it myself. Why did he exclude the beam?
Yeah.
He's
The
a
beam is
pretender
off
clown.
because it would debunk his own.
Yeah, and you know where he got that from? He got that from the Globeheads. He got that from Gem Pandas because I've seen it before. They offered that up before, that image. I've seen it before.
Very convenient though.
Man,
Yeah.
it's so crazy. Saying there's
Yeah,
curvature left to right.
Yeah, Matthew was trying to present that last night.
Yeah. I was like, "Are you serious? What are you like 8?"
When I showed him the beam, he was like, he tried to like, well, I don't think that's the actual picture. He thought it was that I altered the image or somehow. Yeah.
See what? Look at the levels they stoop to just to try and prove their case. Yeah.
Yep. I'm calling it McToon's failure.
Yeah, but where does that arc end, right? I mean, does it stop and when you turn it goes up again? It's on a screen, right? So like, that's left to right. So what does that mean? Like that's some like M's, right?
You know,
Need some
it's
N's.
dishonest. Raw,
Oh.
unabated dishonesty there. Look at that. Right
Yeah. I mean, you can definitely tell that's just zealotry, man. That complete zealotry.
No, it's proof of roller coaster Earth.
A sad person.
So that
The Earth is-
curvature must also exist front to back, right?
Yeah. Has to.
Nope, just sideways.
No, if
Like,
if you really zoom in, you know,
Yeah.
till the last pixel, you can see his own ass while he's taking the picture.
Yeah. I mean, they're just stupid.
What did Einstein say? Was it powerful enough?
Yeah, the rumpus. The rumpus said with a powerful enough telescope, you'd be able to see the back of your head.
I think that's a close for Einstein, though, man. You can see history. You can go back. You can see back in time or something like that.
Shouldn't it be with Einstein that due to, relativity and the Earth moving to accommodate all the relative perspectives, that with that good enough telescope, you would see the Earth moving upward?
Yeah, which actually that was Einstein. Einstein said if we had a powerful enough telescope, we could see the back of our own head.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Man, fucking troll. See? I throw a pie at him. Pie in the pie face.
He must be the original troll.
Well, yeah. You know when they call you an Einstein, right? They're calling you stupid. Are they being sarcastic? I don't know. I mean, are they? Is the Hubble still up there, man? I used to love the Hubble, man. I used to search the internet for Hubble images, and stare at them like, how many days did they point it at this one spot to get all these galaxies? Is that a galaxy? Wow. It's like looking at seashells, it's like, this is real. This is real. Poor child. Getting trolled by NASA. And Einstein.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore.
Yes. Good old 1969 tech.
'69. What a year.
How about that 1969, eh?
God damn hippies.
Oh my. Why are you gay?
But it's good to hear your voice again, Batman.
Hey, it's good to hear your voice too, Golden Monkey. Earth #1.
It's from the bong.
So yeah, look at that. He left out the most important part. What would this compression thing do anyway?
You know, to be honest, I have no idea what I'm looking at.
The compression thing is showing that you have barrel distortion, whatever lens you use.
Exactly.
Okay, wait. I see it now.
Yeah, that's all it is barrel distortion. Then they want to say, no, it's curvature. Well, is the beam also curving?
See, I don't know why they even do this because the top photo, the very first photo, they'll tell you with a straight face they see the Earth curving there.
It's funny, man. It's not even level, bro. If you look at the right corner of the picture where the blue meets the red, and you look at the left, it's like all lopsided. So one is higher than the other. Right side is higher than the left side.
Yeah.
So the whole thing's not even level.
You look at he used like a couple rocks.
Yeah,
I wish you would have
know,
put. I wish you would have put a level in between, so you kind of like, okay, this is level. Nope. I bet you he brought one and like, well, it's not levels. I'm not gonna put it on there.
But if I was a Glober, right, and I saw this, I'd probably, like walk over, like just give him that smack in the back of the head, like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Stop.
Now, if he brought a level with him, he would, feel like human sheeple. So he doesn't bring a level with him.
What I see
so
here.
Embarrassed.
Hey, look at the table. How the table it rises to eye level, and then just expand the table to the horizon. Like he just proved flat Earth with this.
Yeah.
It's like that table is a model of what you see going farther out.
That's what we mean. That table is actually curving. I know it looks flat, right? I know you think pool tables are flat, right? But they say it's curving. That's what we mean.
That's why the balls stay in place, because of gravity.
I don't even know what level is anymore. Is it curved? Is it flat? What is flat even?
We see a
Flat, that is another word for apartment. Everyone knows that apartments are curved.
Yeah.
I like how they always like, they think flat is a shape.
Yeah. What are straight lines? They're not really straight, are they?
No, they're pretty gay.
Maybe they're super straight. Because super straight means straight, and straight means curved, and curved means gay. Yeah. So I drew the straight line. No, you didn't.
In that way, we can go to elementary school and just tell the elementary teacher, hey, you're just proving flat Earth. You drew a straight line. You followed the lines on the paper, right?
Well, I'd be yelling at the teacher like, teacher, why are you teaching false notion? You know that line is not really a straight line. Why are you telling us it's straight? We all know it's curving. Right? I would be confused. Why you call it straight line?
That is, not so SJW of you, teacher.
I'm sorry. Did you say 180 degrees? Yeah. That doesn't exist. You have to you mean 180.000000001 degrees, right? What? Because there is no such thing as 180 degrees, teacher. Lines curve, right?
Yeah, straight lines are great circles, man.
Yeah. I'm looking at my guitar strings like
They will definitely be your guitar string are definitely spherical.
they're bending. Well, it just looks like they're not, but
And you know, great circles, you know, those are round. And because they are round, they must be spherical, right?
yep. Straights does not exist. It's just an idea. You know, it's just a way to express a really big curve. Yeah. So we just say straight or level.
Everyone knows the Greeks were not straight.
Yeah, man. Man, yeah, man. And then, it's flat, but then, in space, it's like a ball, man. Yeah. What? Yeah, it's flat, but in space, it's a ball, man. It's flat, but it's a ball. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
man.
You know how the horizon, it's like Play-Doh, One time the horizon is there, and the other time, if you squish it, it's right up to your face.
Yeah, man, like that. Exactly. Or
you can tell how flat it is by how triangle shaped it is.
Exactly. You can tell you're spinning by how still and not spinning you are. It is. Yeah, man. All that.
Bro,
Up is down.
I'm gonna need some shots for this.
It's all the same, man.
I can't believe some of the shit that I hear people say. I can't believe that it's coming out of the mouths.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Right? You can tell it's real because of the lack of evidence for it.
And because it looks so fake, yeah.
You don't
But if
understand
it
the
looks
spin
real,
of the earth, man. You don't understand the spin of the earth, man. Babies need to adjust. That's why they can't walk when they come out of it.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's happening, but we know how to deal with it. You know what I mean? It's like it's not even there. You know what I mean? Like that's why it's awesome.
Who was that? Who was that guy that said that, man? That's what
I don't remember.
You can tell it's poo. You can tell it's BS because it looks like poo and stinks like hell.
That was a singer, man, for a while. The babies can't walk because they have to adjust. They have to adjust for the rotation of the earth or whatever.
Babies have to adjust.
That's why they can't walk.
That's why.
I just posted the meme.
Snap! Look, she's falling to the right because it's spinning to the left, bro. Yeah. Hey, you want to know how fast the Earth is spinning? How? Try and make your baby walk. Watch. See. It's spinning. It's spinning. Point. Told you. Baby falls down.
John Wallace.
John Wallace. Is that you? Is that you?
I'm kind of curious. Since psychological warfare is a war crime, why isn't everybody suing the schools?
There is a distinction between education / indoctrination and psychological warfare?
No.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is.
Because,
It's true.
because no,
Yes.
you have a choice of education systems, at least where I live. And you can opt to educate your kids yourself. So you choose, personal responsibility to have your kids being indoctrinated. That's upon the parent, not the education system. They just do what they are told. And there is no obligation for the kid to be there.
Well, here in the States, it's kind of like Russia pre-1970s.
Someone asking a question?
Is there a globie in the house? Holla-die-yay. Is there a globie in the house? Holla-die-yay.
Sorry about the background noise, guys. Just mopping up the floor.
I remember doing a lot of mopping in the military. Mopping and buffing.
Yeah.
Shining, right?
Yeah.
Shining the floor.
Me too, mate. With a toothbrush.
Good times, yeah. Polishing the brass.
Clean that corridor with the bloody toothbrush. I'm not using anything special. A little bit of bleach and a little bit of washing up liquid that you use to wash your dishes. That's it. That's all you need. And then put the mop in there and just clean up. I actually wash it twice, and then I use another towel to dry it, so it gets dried right off the bat.
Ladies and gents, I recognize a couple new names here in the chat. We've got God01, Jewel, Plotted, Shallow Rambo. A couple new names in the live stream.
Welcome.
Try.
Welcome to the server, guys.
I think God01 is 95% there. I think 98 maybe.
Oh, he's there. Well, he's there, isn't he? He's there.
He was on earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. I didn't hear you this morning, so welcome back anyway.
I think Jewel doesn't have any roles. Same with Plotted.
For the people that don't have any roles and want to participate, if you go to the VC check-in, then you might be checked in and your microphone can be unmuted. So if you want to participate, head over to VC check-in voice text or voice channel.
It's interesting that you have a choice of education there. But let him who can be deceived is for people that are over 18, not under it.
Yeah, that might be. But, you know, as a parent, it's still a choice to educate your children, regardless if there is a forced education system. You can still educate them beside it. If you're too lazy or too busy to do that and teach them right, then it's upon the parent.
Well, if you're too busy as a parent to teach your children anything, you probably live under communism.
Yeah, so you cannot say that, you know, it's the education system. It's the parent.
Well, you can't say it's the parent because the parent doesn't have a say in the system that they're forced again, remember, forced to participate in.
Yeah, but you're not forced, or you're always free to teach your kids yourself the right way. Like
Country, buddy, it's like I said, this is Russia pre-1970s right here, and that's in the States, supposedly the freest country in the world.
Yeah, I know, but you can still, you know, you can still teach your kids at home and let them go to school. But when you got time together, you can still go out and perform long distance observations or help them with their homework and correct them where their homework needs correction, and explain the difference between what you teach and what school teaches and expects of them. And you can still do that as a parent. I know it's a hard task. I know it's a lot of work, but that's your job as a parent.
Right. Well, then there goes parenting across the world.
Not really. I mean,
yeah, because most people can't teach their children diddly, which means they can't be parents.
well, I think we should consider how we became flat Earth, right? Like, I don't think my parents or your parents or our grandparents would have ever come across information this conveniently the way we get it today, right? So like if you think about it, our generation, you know, the millennials and higher, right, are the first ones to really be exposed to this information network and how fast information gets to us. So what I'm saying is, like, we teach our kids, okay, like we're like the first generation to be able to get this kind of information from the internet. The internet is pretty new, YouTube, you know, how we consume information. So maybe the next generation, you know what I mean, will depend on what we teach them about what we know. Because we're you know, if you're able to find the information, then you should at least look into it. You know what I mean? It would be ignorant for you not to check something if there's a chance that it could be true or false. You know what I mean? Especially reality, shape of the earth, and all that stuff.
And you don't have to teach them like the world is flat, period. You know, you can teach them how they can figure things out for themselves with being intellectually honest. And that is what the parent has to do. To ingrain that honesty, to hold on to honesty.
Very good point.
Here I'm looking at the system as a whole. I'm not doing it case by case. I'm not Maury. I don't have that kind of time.
No, but if you're a parent, if you are a parent and it's about you, then let your kids go to school, let them teach you about the globe. The more they know about the globe, the easier it is for them to discover the globe is not real. Because you know it's not real. And it's easier to convey because you just go back to, you know, when they're starting to teach kids geometry, you as a parent only have to teach them, hey, let's build a cabinet. And you take a ruler and you take a measuring tape and you take the drill and you build a cabinet and you tell them, I have to measure every part of it to make sure the holes are in the right place. And then once they start about the globe, all you have to do is point to the cabinet and say, I had to measure that. So who measured that globe? And they will know. They will understand because you're the parent. And and that goes for every parent, if you take your parenting seriously and allow your kids to be kids, but you still give them the insight of what a parent has to do, like, you know, keeping up the house and, you know, doing the chores by exact measurements, because that's, you know, the best way to maintain a house or do the stuff on your car or whatever, you know, maintain your guns, you know, cleaning the guns, sighting them in, whatever. That's all measurement. So all you got to do is say, well, hey kid, fine that you believe the globe, but let's go out and measure it. Let's have a good time in nature.
But he was pointing out that you're talking about individuals and he's talking about like the society as a whole, the system as it's set up. I feel like you're just talking past each other, to be honest.
Yeah, but you cannot change the whole society.
Of course you can't. That's his point.
Yeah. Yeah,
I want to change each individual stance. The problem is the current status quo. This is what's taught because who said so? Somebody said so. Well, who? Well, nobody knows who. Well, why not?
And not only that, we went through the same education. So, you know, as far as I was concerned, you know, back in the days, I mean, even though I didn't trust the government per se, but it was just the education system, you know, 1 + 1 = 1, you know, and so my kids were being taught the same thing until I realized the truth. And I'm like, look at this. You know, once you don't realize the truth, then you start teaching your kid. Okay, well, yeah, they're teaching you this, but this is wrong, yada, yada, yada. In the individual level, but in the whole system wise, yeah, I couldn't change that.
Right, but my point is that the psychological warfare starts at one place. It starts with fraud, and it is psychological warfare. And then from there, that indoctrination, that fraud, becomes propagated psychological warfare as a society.
Fraud is saying that he had nothing to do with it. He also said he's going to take you to court for slander.
Yeah, I mean, what I was saying is, yeah, you're right. I mean, it starts at home, but when you're indoctrinated with the same information, you're not going to teach your kids something different that hasn't been taught to you until you actually figure it out yourself.
No, but you know, like I don't have kids. I probably never will have kids, but I'm not saying you have to go against what they teach them at school. Use what they teach at school, like the basics, the basic of reading, the basic of math, the basic of geometry, the basic of chemistry, the basic of physics, and all the other things. Keep it basic and keep emphasis on the basics, because that is what is used to distort in later time. So when they teach them about, you have to measure stuff because in at woodwork or whatever, they had to measure things. You can use that part later on when they have, politics, the globe, statistics, or what have you, and you say, hey, how did they measure it? And if, you want your kids to pass school, because if they don't have a chance of a living or an easy way of survival in this society. But you can teach them based on, the basic principles. Like, for example, if the education system would give us flat Earth from the get-go, and we could measure it, they bring us to the coast and they let us do the black swan for ourselves at young age, then we would say, as kids, you wouldn't, it's just an excursion, and half of it would go past you, just like school does for most kids. And then it's just an accepted reality, which means that you haven't learned anything, you just accepted it. Right now, they get taught the opposite without verification. So you can teach them something valuable as a parent. That is probably easier than, getting them to do the same school stuff in your spare time, which they don't have any interest in, because it's not exciting.
Right. I see why he says we keep talking past each other. Because I started one way and I stayed on context, and we're not on context. So I get it. I get it. The problem is the first thing I stated, though. That's the start.
Yeah, but you cannot sue something that you have instituted yourself by paying taxes.
Well, hold on now. That doesn't make any sense at all. You can't argue about war crime because you
first have to establish the war crime in the criteria that the war crime is defined. The education system is not defined in that war crime. That's the whole issue. You're talking about international law. And education does not fit in that international law. You first have to build the case to point it out in a legal manner that it is what you claim it is.
Oh, well, that's easy.
Then
It's easy for me, but I've studied law for quite some time.
Then once you've done that, you can present it. And then it has to be proven and accepted that it is. Because proclaiming, proclaiming a war crime is something other than having it proven in a court of law. That's why, war criminals walk free because they never get to court. That's why the Americans, George W. Bush, signed a treaty or a law in the United States that American soldiers cannot be held at the International Court of Law for war crimes in The Hague at consequence of war with the Netherlands. So how are you going to do that when, as an American, you cannot even bring that to the valid court?
Dude, what the hell are you guys talking about, man? This is the most boring thing I've ever heard in my life.
No, it's not, bro. It's actually very important.
Well, what are we talking about?
It's more important than you'll ever know.
Then bring it to your local court and see if they deal with it. But I guess if you talk war crimes, you have to have a declaration of war to assume a war crime of psychological warfare.
So we need to know about war crime. Is that what you guys are saying?
I started it out with the education system being psychological warfare.
Back on that, because war crimes, that's just silly, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, but psychological warfare of any kind, or fraud, use of fraudulent material to use psychological warfare.
Being set up. I mean, you can't do anything against being set up. If you get set up, you're set up. You better just hope you can find a way to prove your innocence. I mean, other than that, you're pretty much screwed.
Talking about what they're teaching and use that as psychological warfare, right? Am I wrong?
Yes. Yeah, I stick with maxims of law. I keep shit simple. What started in fraud will always be fraud. Period. Well, a fraud is a lie. Lying to somebody over and over and over and over and over again is psychological warfare. It's proven in psychology.
And now you have to look at your local law, which permits propagandizing the population. It is illegal to propagandize the population.
How are you going to prove that? How are you going to prove it? Go ahead. How are you going to prove it?
Well, that's easy.
Not you. I'm asking him. How are you going to prove that they're propagandizing the children? Please explain that. How are you going to prove it?
No, it's not my claim.
Well, whose claim is it? If they're propagandizing your children and the people, I'd like to know for sure. Give me some information.
He is talking that the education system is psychological warfare.
We know that. But how are we going to prove it?
Yeah, and I'm saying, no, it's free choice. You put your kids there. You allow that system to be there because they permitted it in law to propagandize the people.
Yeah, but that happened when they were kids, so they don't know any better. It's just like, what are you gonna do?
And the teachers and principal don't even care. You have to go to school board.
Well, they went to school too.
Care about what? Some crazy guy saying the earth is flat?
Yeah. They don't care. They wouldn't even meet with me.
Yeah. Yeah, they also don't care about the crazy guy who thinks
Listen,
he lives in Neverland.
It's not that they don't care. They went to school too. They were taught the same shit. They're not, it's not their fault they don't know any better.
It's one thing not knowing, but when you present it as an adult, when you present it with such obvious facts and truth, and you continue to willingly lie to children, that's when it becomes
Willingly lie, dude. They don't know any better. How are they willingly lying?
I just told you, like when you present them with the information,
they don't know that it's true. They think you're crazy, right?
Yeah, it's not what you present. It's not what you say. It's what they hear, right? So you might be saying this, but they're not hearing this, right? They're hearing some guy go on about something that, you haven't. There's a guard, right? You haven't gotten past the guard yet, right? They're not even
that's what
open.
I'm saying, bro. I couldn't even get a meeting, bro, with the principal on the subject. I wrote about 5 emails to the science teacher and the principal, and I wouldn't even get a meeting for them.
Why would the principal give you a time of day? Like,
because I wanted to talk about this, and I challenged the science teacher, if I can roll my video camera in front of kids, to meet in front of a whole classroom, just to have a conversation.
That means, right. I understand what you're saying, but all that means to the principal and the teachers and probably the students there is that you're a troublemaker.
I would have called the cops on you. Had you put it straight.
Right, man. These are like students, right? These are parents brought their students here, and we're like the staff is responsible for the well-being of these students. And then there's this guy that's going around trying to debate us about what we have to teach them.
I wasn't even asking for debate, conversation.
Well, it's not the staff, it's not the teachers or the principal that you should be going after. They're just doing their job.
You should go after the Ministry of Education or whatever government body creates the curriculum. That's where you should be focusing.
Not even that. You should go to the top where it comes from, where the information comes from, the Royal Society or the Royal Institution, the people that tell you what science is, what is and what is not. You should go there.
Has anyone done that? Anybody want to jump in? Anybody want to help?
Think about this.
You can discredit them.
Think about this. You just asked a teacher that you want to go in front of their students to challenge their education. So you're pretty much challenging the authority of the teacher at that point. So why would you agree for you to come and say, "Oh yeah, come here, challenge my authority"?
Because the first few emails were discussed the things, and like they kind of like told me that they're okay with the program that's being taught to kids, So we went back and forth, and I wasn't gonna debate, bro. I just wanted to share the information. I wanted to talk to everyone, And after so many emails, they started ridiculing me, And the next day, I took my kid out of school.
You have to have that conversation with one-on-one with the teacher, not in front of the kids.
You're assuming that the information that you're trying to share, right?
I wrote a personal email.
You're assuming that the information that you're trying to share with them is like why almonds are good for you. That's what you're trying to share with them. They don't want you to share. Their jobs are on the line. Like they're just doing their jobs, though.
And if you are, if you don't,
I see what you're saying. Like I said, that's why I felt helpless, bro. There was no other thing but to pull my kid out of school, and now it's been a year in homeschooling, and that's it.
And that's
no more public schooling.
That is the only way to go, because you are not responsible for the kids of others, nor is it correct to assume responsibility for other kids, because you circumvent the responsibility of the education system that those parents of the other kids have put in them. So you can only be responsible for your own kids.
Absolutely agree.
I got a question.
Wait. We have to attack the ideas, all right? The theories, the claims, right? And the people that made them. And you have to present that to everyone, anyways. And if you can't get an audience at your school, you're definitely not going to get an audience like anywhere like that. You can do it on social media. You can do it on YouTube. You can do it on these other platforms, right? You can get a bigger audience that way, and you can get the message to them. But I don't know if you can sue. Trying to sue somebody is going to work. But
like my sister's a teacher, and she didn't want to hear me just because she has to teach that information that what she has to portray to them. She doesn't want to hear the conversation. She don't want nothing to do with
See, that's my point. Why do grown people hide from the truth?
Because she has to teach whatever they give them to.
I know, but that's my whole point. Like, something is truth, and you're figuring out that you're teaching a lie, and you just want to distract yourself. No, I don't want to see it. I want to keep teaching a lie.
Ignorance is
Where's
bliss,
the
man.
moral standard?
Ignorance is bliss, man.
How long did it take for the general flat earther to come to grips with flat Earth? You think you can do that in a an hour class? You can do that in an hour discussion? No, people have to process it. It takes time. So
But you have to want to process it first. You have to want to, bro. Like, you can't, like I said, most people see the truth and then right away realize it's the truth. But no, I've been believing this lie all this time, and no, I'm gonna keep teaching the lie, keep believing the lie. I'm just gonna ignore you. How is this possible in grown men and women? Where's the morale standard?
They don't know if it is a lie. That's the whole point. They do not know. You sowed a seed, let it sprout. You sown a seed in their minds. If it comes to fruition, then it comes. Otherwise, it's dead soil. Accept it.
Okay.
Yeah, accept it. Accept that that's the way it is, and that there is a better way, right? I mean, there are ways.
I got a question.
Some people take like 4 or 5 years, 10 years. Go ahead, man.
Okay, now listening to all the flat Earth stuff has got me more interested in physics than I have ever been. I've just gone on the internet and looked at like YouTube videos and stuff, textbooks people recommend, and right away they get into gravity and what was it, electrodynamic, quantum mechanics and physics, and oh my god, it just no. Anyway, I'm just curious, what would you guys recommend if I wanted to learn more about physics? Where would I go? I mean, just go to college, university, just
There's
do
so much
that,
stuff
or
in Discord here. If you scroll down,
No, do not go to college or university. Okay?
right,
That's
right,
what you
and
don't
that's
do.
what I thought. So that's why
Go
I'm
to
asking.
Quantum Horizon channel.
Even some of the most brilliant scientists were globers, like Richard Feynman, for instance.
The one thing is that if you want to learn about physics, chemistry, and all that, you can do a lot of things at home yourself. But keep it simple. A lot of people here are talking about, let's say, the second law of thermodynamics.
Right.
If you talk about the second law of thermodynamics, you also imply a form of atomism, because thermodynamics relates to a part of the atomic model.
Right. So I was wondering, what would you start
That is
then?
a model. So what you learn, always understand it's conceptual. What you experience by experimenting or testing is real. So try to do simple things. Look at Dan dimension or Good Times for All. They do simple, practical stuff. And from that, you learn the basic principles. The exact details, what they want to figure out in quantum mechanics and all that kind of stuff, is all based on equations and mathematical trickery. So see how far you can go yourself and then look for more.
Right.
You know?
I get that. I was just curious, like, where do you, is there a particular topic you start with, or just go for physics in general? Just go for it. I mean, I don't like, not nuclear physics, you know what I mean? Like, just stuff. I don't know. I don't know enough to say. Maybe I do need to learn that. I don't know.
For me, I would say take your basic education books. You know, the first 2 years of chemistry and physics. You know, learn about it, see what they tell you, and don't be put off by words like gravity.
Right.
Just translate it to fall speed, and it becomes a lot clearer. Because gravity, when they talk about 9.82 seconds or meter per second squared, whatever, is a fall speed and nothing more. If you change the medium, the gravity also changes. So understand that, and then it's easier to read, even though it's off-putting.
Okay.
And from there, you can, you know, you can dive deeper for how much you need it.
Right.
Because a lot of stuff does work, because we got engineers building great buildings and all that stuff, and doing, you know, mechanical chemistry and all that kind of stuff. So there must be some truth in it.
Okay.
I would start, to be more specific. I would start with curvature, like understanding how spheres work, level, you know, all that stuff, and the spin of the Earth. You know, then we have these 3 points, and how vacuums or how pressure works.
Okay.
But curvature is probably the only one. Like, you know, if all you learned was geometry, right? If the only thing you go and look up right now is how geometry works, especially spheres versus planes, you know, flat surfaces, if that's all you learned, or took an art class and had to paint something, you know, look at the horizon, I think that alone, and then you go look at radius, right? At the radius, that's all you probably. I think that alone will convince you, or no one can beat you in an argument if you only know curvature. That's not there. If you only understand that, you know.
Right. You know, if you want to take a class, take art class and learn perspective drawing.
I did that.
And that is like the most important thing, because that is what you experience and you draw it out on paper.
Slightly off topic, I like my best friend, talking to him about the flat Earth. He never took an art class, and I mean, I get how perspective works. I can draw it anyway, and like he has, you know, he took the math and he took the, you know, science classes and biology and all that. I don't think he took like a physics class. Anyway, he can't. I can't explain perspective to him at all. Just it doesn't, not a thing.
Yeah, because he speaks math. Yeah, he speaks in numbers. In his mind, he sees equations. Like,
but then
I don't
it's
know.
funny that that's like the most fundamental part of all of it, where it begins. It's like, all right, let's see what you actually see and how that actually functions.
Yeah, you know what I always like to
ramps
back
into
up
the floor,
is
and things smash
what's up,
together in the
Bisto?
middle of the horizon.
Yo, what up, brother?
What's up, man?
Chilling, man. Just listening to you guys rap over here. And I was just thinking about what, you know, an interesting fact. And I think the best subject to study any of this under is sailing. You know, navigation on the oceans, because it's a fact that they treat 600 nautical miles as flat when they navigate anything. So, like, you know, if you're going to navigate something at 600 nautical miles as flat from point A to point B, you know, where is your geometric sphericity? You know, I've always found that to be just like such a fascinating point. And another good point, I think the best point in arguing flat earth is to first off, be agreeable with the people you're talking to and find out whether or not you want to change their mind, or if you're just an anger addict and you want to fight somebody. Because it's gonna, you know, either you're gonna be agreeable with somebody and they're gonna understand and respect your position, because, you know, essentially, like, we're using the same science that the scientists that they espouse, like, we're using the same data.
Right.
You know what I mean? And the idea is that, like, for me anyway, I don't try to throw away the scientific data that we have. I look at it as though it supports our claim. And if you just, I think, point that out to people, you know, it's like anything, man. You can't introduce a band to somebody and expect them to love it right away, like music or,
Oh, no,
you know what I
no,
mean?
yeah, you can. Sometimes you can't. So, yeah, that's a better one.
No. I mean, well, no. I'm not saying like that you can't. Like, I'm just saying, like, there's bands I've been shown, like, or I look at it, the way I've always looked at it is like this: flat Earth is like an invitation to a birthday party. You know, I can't make you come. I cannot make you come to my birthday party and have the greatest time of your life. But some people are gonna really have a good time when they go. You know what I mean? And that's it. It's an invitation to this idea and all these beautiful things. But I'd say the first part is be agreeable, because over time, like a good band, that music's going to be around, wear on somebody, and before you know it, it's their jam. You know what I mean? So that's what I think. But navigation, man, 600 nautical miles. You know, 600 nautical miles.
That'll take a little for people to get. I mean, I don't think a Glober could understand that.
But
right, and I said, that's why I said at the beginning, though, you have to decide: do you want to argue with this person, or do you want to change their mind? And if it gets to the point where you're going to argue with them and they're going to be combative, you know, you got to remember that the ultimate goal of the, you know, of whatever, of destruction, is the idea to pit everybody against one another. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what that it should be the main thing to avoid. Like, flat Earth is the only subject where two people could want to rip each other's heads off over the image of a beautiful sunset.
Well, religion and politics are the same.
So instead of actually sitting there and appreciating the fact that you're looking at this beautiful, wondrous sunset, you know what I mean? The destruction element of life would have us come at each other's throat as to the cause of something you can't.
The thing is, it depends on the person you're talking to. If they're not a rational, logical person, you're probably better off not discussing it with them, because you're not going to get anywhere. That's when it leads to strife. You need to pick your battles. That's all. Pick your battles.
I agree. I just think
pros this way.
Avoid calling them irrational.
You wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. You would acknowledge that and realize, all right, I can't talk to this person.
Right, and act accordingly.
Call them to their face. No.
Act accordingly. Yes.
Well, that makes things a little bit more clear. Thank you very much.
How often do we come into contact with people like that? You understand? Listen, dude. I go to the airport all the time. I just got back from Arizona. Everybody's wearing masks. You know, you cannot talk to these people. You know what I'm saying? It's just nothing you can say that's gonna make them think like you think, because already they're playing the part. You almost have to wait for someone to engage you in conversation to gauge the exchange, to know, hey, I can actually talk to this person about something that might be outside of their realm. But you would, I'm not gonna necessarily go up to anybody, because these people are, you know, they're strict rule followers. They don't want to bend anything. So I tend not to, just keep walking, and it's not even worth it, you know. This is what we're up against. People.
Well, you know, I used
Go
to
with the
also
flow.
pose the question of like, you know, like what is victory? You know what I mean? Like, what is the victory that, you know, one would be searching for in any of this? And like, you know, I've come to the conclusion, even, and I'm sure like you have, brother, that it's like, you know, hey, this is like, you know, a luxury of mine that I enjoy, that, you know, I don't necessarily, you know, initially maybe I felt like I wanted to reach out and talk to everyone about it or talk to people about it. But over time, it becomes something that's just part of your daily, you know, it's not a big deal. I mean, I think for people coming into Flat Earth, you definitely go through some shit. You know what I mean? Like, I think mentally. And if you make it out the other side and you realize that, hey, you don't have to fight everybody, and, you know, maybe the world isn't all against you, I think, you know, you come out a better person on the other side, man.
I think the people that come in here are mostly different type of individuals that also always look for information and truth. I think that's what it is mostly. There's some that just come in and just know because they believe they know it all, right? But people that turn to Flat Earth is because they want truth. They don't want, you know, to be deceived. They want to actually know them. No.
But you know what though? There's levels to that too, because then you get like, I mean, take for instance like any of these subjects, like, you know, let's say I get into, you know, you get into, let's say, health or something like that, and like, you know, but there's like health tards that are like, I've got this rare goji berry from the Amazon jungle and it's going to save your life, and all you need to do is put it on your chakra, and you know what I mean, and like all this fucking, you know what I mean, like, you know, there's that level to any of this shit. Like, you know, whereas it's like, no, I'm just content eating a regular, you know what I mean? Like, I'm into exercise and fitness, you know what I mean? And they're like, no. This strange rock, it's a crystal, really, from the Amazonian jungle tribe that I was once really spiritually an ancestor of. And now I've come to reclaim my magical fucking, you know, whatever level of bullshit you're going to accept. But the point is, that, like, and Flat Earth is the same way. It's like people are like, no, the aliens told me that the world is flat and they're going to come from the outer ponder region and speak to us and change the world. And, you know, and then you've got even the crazy of like, now granted, like, I'm all about technically the biblical jubilee in the money system, but then you've got this Nasara Gasara, the aliens are going to come and save the fucking day. And, you know, I have a lot in common with those people to the extent that I think something's going to happen with our banking system. I just don't think the aliens are involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Isa, that is because the one who explained the one who explained the goji berry to you, he forgot to tell you that once you put it in your chakra, you have to leave it for half an hour, then put
That's
it
what
under
I did wrong, dude.
put
That's
it
what I
under
must
your
have done
tongue
wrong.
for a month, and then once it's fermented in your mouth, then you will see the alien.
Right. That's where I messed up, man. I've heard there's another cult that puts it somewhere else, dude. Yo, and like, you know, and this is the thing
I guess I was
with
part of
any
the
of
other.
this is like, yo, like that's the thing with any of this. There's like this rational discussion that almost it can get sideswiped. I mean, like, for instance, like in my opinion, when the whole Mandela effect crew people came in, I was like, wow, how long have you been with the FBI? Like, how long have you been with the FBI? Because, like, you know, I don't trust that. But like, you're trying to cloud this awesome scientific issue with a bunch of absurdist postmodernism fucking technocratic
Multiverse.
fucking bullshit, dude. And like, you know, I mean, look at like even all the people, a lot of the people that came out against like Flat Earth initially only came out to align themselves with different figures and then turn around and destroy them. And that's what happened. Like a lot of the Flat Earthers out here is that it got, you know, like these retards showed up and destroyed this beautiful conversation that was happening. And like, you know, thankfully, I got to say, it's like, you know, to the credit of a lot, you know, certain folks out here, is there is still this lively debate where, you know, people come to discuss this stuff. But don't get lost in the goji berry, you know what I mean? And I always thought, you know, if you're so fucking in tune with your chakras, Why are you so angry about flat Earth, dude? You know what I mean? If you've aligned your chakras,
You're so in
you know
tune
what
with
the
your
fuck.
chakras. Why are you on Discord?
So we don't.
Gobi berries, bro.
So we don't have to drink our urine.
Right,
Only if
exactly. And he's right. I mean, dude, look. Remember the guy, Quasi, whatever the fuck, came out and had people doing like blood oaths and fucking shit. Who's gonna trust somebody that did a blood oath about fucking anything, dude? You know what I mean? I picked my finger and now we're going to the compass to the North Hole and
5
fucking,
kilometers.
like what the right, dude, like all that crap, dude, like all that psychotic bullshit. I mean, either it's just the subconscious, collective conscious of the mankind of whatever coming through to fuck shit up, or these people were put here, man. And and I just think like any of these conversations to anyone new to it, and that's why I used to always host the Flat Earth Court, was I always thought there had to be somewhere that was a soft landing for new flat earthers. So you didn't just come in and get bombarded by the ballers and taken out by the goji berry flat earthers. Do you know what I mean? Like, because there had to be a place where there could be a rational discussion where the ballers were allowed in and where they could get wrecked also.
You're roboting a bit, bro.
That's why
But yeah,
conditional
we heard you.
acceptance.
Yeah.
It's like my whole thing was coming out and teaching people about law and then implementing the tactics of negotiation in the discussion of flat Earth. Like, I'd love to give you curvature at 120,000 feet. I hope you can hear this. If I would love to give you curvature, a little bit of curvature at 120,000 feet, so long as you agree that no boat actually went over a horizon to the optical viewer.
I am not that diplomatic.
Yeah. Hey, am I roboting?
No, I just heard a yeah. That's all I heard.
Eyes are just dropped.
Oh yeah.
Damn it! Let me see the
I
yeah,
used to robot back in the 80s when breakdancing was popular.
Shut.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I got one thing out, which is the idea of the conditional acceptance. Like, I'd love to give you that there's a little curvature at 120,000 feet. So long as you can agree that no boat ever went over the curve of the Earth from somebody standing at the shore. And they won't concede any of that. And their lack of concession to any of this shit is what makes them lose.
Not that diplomatic. I don't. You can't see for curvature from 120.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
And that's it. But I'm saying, like, they won't concede, therefore they lose. And in the same light of the public opinion, this is something to remember too, I think. And this is what's so crazy is that, so when you enter into a debate, you enter in with this ideal of like, if I can only change one mind, right? You know what I mean? Like, and in reality, when you're having a public debate, the opposition's perspective, from my perspective, is I want to make sure that you only change one mind. So when it's all said and done, and you think you won because you helped out one person, your victory is also their victory because they're like, oh God, thank God, they only changed one person.
Exactly.
So you can't judge your success on what their measure of success is either. You know what I mean? Like, because they get happy about that. Oh, you only changed one person's mind. Well, don't pay attention to them. Pay attention to the fact that you did get your victory, even if they think they got theirs. You know? I don't know.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there are people that don't care, right? I think that's a big part of the population, and then there are people that care enough to troll, and that's not a lot. And then there's us, so it's like,
Well, you have to remember this too. Remember, most of the population is, they're not even interested in this shit, and they don't even know. And so the point is that where do you find your adversary in this debate? Well, our adversaries happens to be this selection of ballers that are willing to defend the globe to no end, wherever they come from. And the point is that they're our sounding board. Like, use that. It's like I convinced more people to digest the idea of flat Earth while in discussions with people like Gem Panda, whom I still love to this day. Like, I have no problem with that. He's always been an intellectual. He's a treat to me. I love talking to that guy. And
Jeremy?
Yeah. Fucking awesome dude. And dude, and a good person, in my opinion. Now, granted, a lot of people, like, there's been a lot of shit thrown and been a lot of shit done. And I could fucking.
Have you heard about his Flat Earth Children initiative?
Dude, have you seen his? I understand that there's a whole fucking bunch of. Yeah, I did actually, dude. Fair enough.
So his whole shtick is that he wants to remove Flat Earth, children from Flat Earth families to protect them against it.
I think. Well, personally, I think that's a troll. Personally, I think that's a bit of a troll. But like, I also think like when I first met those cats, all that kind of shit was not on the table. So I take people for as I've met them and as I've discussed shit with them over the years. And
yeah, because they've ramped up their rhetoric after they see that they're starting to lose the debate. So they want to go. Now they're telling you what they're really about. It's like they got nothing to lose. They've lost it all.
Well, I mean that's like 2 years old info though. I've known about that came out I think like 2 years ago that he was. And that was all accusatory shit anyway, which I don't even fucking mingle with because it disturbs me so much. I don't know what I would do if I were to find anything out. So I haven't fucking.
Well, he can't do it. The only thing he's running is his
But
mouth.
I know dude, at the same time that came out, everybody was accusing everybody of fucking everything. So I just was like, I don't fucking know. But I will say this, is that I've had good conversations with that dude. And my point being this is that I think in conversations with that guy, I've made people look at Flat Earth a little differently than they did previously because of the way that I debated those people. And the way that I, to not get riled up, to not be, to be approachable. Like, again, like it gets back to the initial thing of what I said. What's the point? Are you there to make people your friend and your ally intellectually, or are you there to fight? And I have always tried to use these platforms as an opportunity to extend an olive branch while also providing, insight into what I think may be true. I'm not going to get into the he said, she said, because that was going on for so long. Am I still here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Chuck.
Another thing.
Yeah, so like conditional acceptance would be for you is that even though if he's dropped the rhetoric, just to let you know that there are people who are working behind the scenes to try to make alternative points of view almost illegal. And if they ever get power,
I got into, and bro, that's why I came here in the fucking first place, because I was like, look, Hillary Clinton's going to win this election. They're going to have AI robots in the street monitoring your fucking DNA. Like, if you don't understand that you're the priority security interest holder of that person, you're a spirit that lives in the body from God in a system that's trying to destroy that notion by labeling you as a human being. And if you classify yourself as a human being, you're of a certain genus of fucking existence that is related to monkeys, that lives on a spinning flying space ball, and you know what I mean? And you're built to be governed, and you can't own land. You don't have righteous blood. If you're going to identify yourself as a human being, you are labeling yourself as cattle. And if you don't understand the respective rights and the beauty of our court system, which all these fake fucking movements seem to want to destroy, right? They all want to destroy the one fucking place, the court system, that you can go in and get righteous fucking dignity. And people are like, it's too complicated. I don't want to understand it. So I'm just going to want to burn it all down. That's why I came out here in the fucking first place. Because my thing is that religious integrity. Either you accept religious diversity or you're an un-American piece of shit. And if you don't fucking accept my right to my religious sovereignty, and then you need to fucking go. And part of that is my belief, yes, so what, I think the earth is flat. What are you going to do about it? And where's the charging instrument? And if you don't have a charging instrument, then wouldn't you be denying me equal protection, due process of law? And couldn't I sue you 10 grand? Because that's the rules. That's the fucking rules. You don't give me the charging instrument, I sue you for 10 grand, file a UCC1 on your house, and take everything that you fucking own. Now, I've been trying to teach people this, but then I get called a fucking shill for the government because they're like, oh, you like the court system. So I'm in a little, I've been saying this from day fucking one that I came out here. You're the priority security interest holder, having an interest in the collateral, appearing specially, not generally, merely for the moving party to present any genuine accusatory charging instrument, or it's a fucking denial of equal protection. Right or no?
Drive on.
Yep.
And if you're gonna say, and if you're gonna say right, then why shouldn't you be removed for barratry? And where's the appellate court? And you better understand the whole system, because you can't just understand a little bit. It says a little bit of knowledge is very dangerous. That's why I've stomped these sovereign citizen losers every chance I get. And I'm undefeated. Because there's no, you're not sovereign under God, right?
Right.
And who owns everything but God? And didn't God give man dominion over the earth? He didn't give human beings dominion over the earth. He gave Adam and Eve. And am I not a child of Adam and Eve? And if I'm not, prove it. And if the Pope was the fucking vicar of Christ, then where was he in the Garden of Eden when God gave my father Adam dominion over the earth? And if you can't prove that you were before that, then let the record show you may be denying equal protection, due process, and you got to deal with that between you and the Lord. But as for me, let the record show any motion to, come against my citizen will be met with, proper dignity and a fine. But I want us to understand that, because then you start to understand that, like, I used to come in with this idea that all the judges, I used to try to explain it like this, all the judges are flat earthers. You're coming into a courtroom in the public setting where they cannot reveal that they too are a flat earther. And you've got to go in there and talk to the judge in a way that you realize, hey, we're surrounded by people that hate us. But it's me and you, bud. Because I'm awake and I'm here and I'm a child of Adam and I'd like to see the genuine accusatory charging instrument. Or should we move this into chambers, Your Honor, in a more private setting, so we don't have to deal with the public?
With the Goyim.
And that's how, right? And that's one way of how they look at it. And that's why it's so interesting with the whole banking system and the shit I've been talking about with what's going on with the political scheme, because it's so fascinating to me that it correlates directly with our banking system. I think, and this is why, I love at the end, what's that idea? It's like, the first sip of natural sciences will make you an atheist, but God is waiting for you at the bottom of the glass. And that's the same way with this legal shit. Seems like the whole world's against you when you first start out, and you're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, they own everything, the crown, but and then you realize, wait a minute, they're in an ecclesiastical system. And that ecclesiastical made by men who said, I think, therefore I am. And the converse of that is, he who does not think is nothing. So they're going to treat you like nothing if you're not a thinking man or woman.
I'm just laughing at Nietzsche and what he said about it. It's like, wait, what about what Nietzsche said about that? It's like,
Well, yo, I
you're
tell
a
you what, you know what's crazy with
right?
Nietzsche? Nietzsche did not say that God is dead. Nietzsche said that when they took the sun from being the center of the universe, that man killed God. And if you read the
No,
whole
no,
passage,
right.
it's so crazy.
No, I mean, he said, but you are assuming that there is one that thinks. You know, he challenged
Oh, right.
the notion that we are
Anyone's
assuming,
thinking.
right? But yeah. So I was like, well, what's Nietzsche doing? Hey, man.
Well, I always found it interesting because I used to love blowing ballers' heads up with that one. Was the idea that, yeah, when Nietzsche said that, because they all think it's some part of their philosophical credo, that Nietzsche pointed out that God is dead. When in reality, he was pointing out the lunacy of cosmology of his day and how mankind, in the collective consciousness of mankind, was killing God.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not that God is actually dead or that, that there isn't a God.
That we
These
killed,
fucking
that we
clowns.
killed God. Right. Yeah.
You know, they don't even understand what the fuck they've read half the time. Damn. It's good to be back out here. I never talk about this shit. You guys are like the only guys that come and talk to about this shit.
That was pretty good, man. Good stuff.
Well, if you two fucktards to let somebody else talk, stop fucking bogus.
Get in there, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fraud, you come out of the cave?
Yeah, Fraud, your mic's working again.
That's in Arizona, man. What do you expect?
Yeah, it was hilariously quiet. It was like you could just like I'm not even sure. It was hilarious though. It was like
Like trying to listen to an ant talk from a human
Right.
perspective.
yeah, it was like that I don't know if you guys have seen the Seinfeld, but there was this person, this mumbler that they had an episode.
Oh yeah, that was one of the best episodes. The Quiet Talker.
Yeah. It turned out that he agreed to do a bunch of stuff for her, that he wouldn't have ever agreed to.
That's the puffy shirt episode. That's what that is.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was a puffy shirt. Yeah. Because she had some sort of side hustle with these, like trying to bring back these this fad for puffy shirt.
Yeah, you look like a pirate.
Yeah, I agree though with the way we approach the debate. Yeah, you know how you say you talk to Jim Panta and he's cool. I mean, yeah, I hear it, but every time he's here, he's always like angry, and I think that's why he talks. You misspeak sometimes, and everybody gets on him for it.
I think here's the issue though, because I mean I've had contentious debates with him, and we've always been reasonable. Because, like I said, it's like sometimes we come out with sayings, well, like, and believe me, I used to roll around. I don't know if you guys know who Cathexis is, but me and Cathexis used to go around, and it was always good cop, bad cop. Because I came out here like, yo, if you don't really like flat Earth, then get flat Earth out of your fucking mouth. That was my whole thing. Was like, dog, like that's cool. Like you don't believe in it, so shut the fuck up about it. You know what I mean? Like, that really was my, like, it's just like, wow, how fucking dumb are you to think that you believe that shit? And, and all that kind of crap. And I used to have a blast with it, actually. It was so fun. But it's, it's like, there gets a point where you can't really, Jem, I've always had respect with, whatever. I don't know. It's like, we can't just be like, well, all the ballers are retarded. You know what I mean? And then expect them to not rise up. Because they're gonna come. They're gonna say, "Hey, what do you fuck?" It's like if somebody says all flat earthers are retarded. I'll be like, "Excuse me." Like I understand you were just talking to the goji berry lady, but can I come in here?
But like
what I'm saying?
But like I was saying, when it comes to rational people, you can say say if someone said that to me, I'd be like, hold on, well let's reason, right? I'm not gonna get offended. I'm not gonna get defensive. A person that does that does not want to change their mindset. They're not truth seekers. They're not looking for any information. They believe they know everything. So when you come up against a person like that, there's no changing them, because they don't want to be changed. They don't want their mind. They don't want to see what you see because they think it will affect them, right? So I mean, we here are strong enough in our understanding to know that what's the difference between true and false, right? So I mean, that's the difference. People, they're afraid of change. So like with this Jim Panda guy, you said he's an intellectual. No, he's not. He's a paid shill, whether you like it or not. The guy obviously is. You know, he
Right,
has.
but that's too. You know what though? And I said that for the longest time. I used to accuse them. You know what J-Trig is, right?
No, go ahead.
Oh well, J-Trig is the Joint Threat Research, whatever. It's Canada, British, Australia intelligence services, and they've all fucking come together to build these things and these networks to debase people online and create controversy and destroy groups that get together online. So I used to accuse Jem of being one of those people, along with a couple other of them. And I realized it's just not a fruitful part of the debate because they're going to be there anyway, and there's no reason to accuse them of something you can't fucking verify.
Well,
You
that's
might as
true. I
well
would
just
never
win the
accuse
argument.
them, but I wouldn't give them the time of day. You see what I'm saying? That's like the guy that Matthew guy that came in here yesterday, and QE sat there and chatted with him. I was amazed that he did, but the guy's obviously he has his own YouTube channel, whatever. So he's never going to concede anything. He just comes with tons and tons of excuses, and that's as far as he'll go. I
Right,
mean,
but that's how they've been losing. Like, you know, it's like
yeah, of course. I understand that. I understand that's how they've been losing, but to give them any airtime is, I think, a mistake. I mean, because
well, again, you need the sounding board for our points. You need somebody that disagrees. That's why I've said actually. I mean, I've almost come to the point where I think Jem Panda is an OG flat earther, and he understands that the only way flat Earth is going to get shared, just like Rupert Sheldrake pointed out, all controversial ideas are spread by the enemy of the idea.
Right.
Because they're saying, like, and you know, that's why, I mean, look at you know, Timmy Osmond, you know, when he used to come out fucking, you know, and he'd be like, yo, you know, and he used to come against a lot of the flat earthers. Probably some of the best times of flat earth were when that was all going down. However, you know, looking back on it all. However, he used to ride around and like ride his bike and video it, and then like, you know, somebody would walk by and he'd be like, "Oh my God, have you ever heard of flat Earth?" You know, like you know, he was like, you know, he was more vocal about flat Earth than flat Earth. You know what I mean? Even if it was like, dude, the best pickup line in the world, if you're a guy and you're going out, say to some chick, "Oh my God, have you heard of these stupid flat earthers?" And see where that takes you, dude. Because either they're gonna like it's gonna go in a number of directions. Have fun with it. You're welcome. You know, like literally, it's the best fucking pickup line in the world. Oh my God, have you heard about these stupid flat earthers online? Oh my God, they're so stupid. You know, and it's like it's by doing that you're spreading the idea. That's how I feel about those guys. You need to have somebody that, like, if I come across an avid flat earther,
they think the horizon is like a straight line. You know, it's like how stupid is that? Like, oh my
right?
God,
Exactly,
like,
bro. Dude,
shit.
they don't think that boats go over the curvature of the earth 3 miles away.
Like,
Oh
oh
my
my
God. How
God.
like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like you know, or like, yo, show them the rover leaving the moon and be like, they think this is fake.
Right. Right. So I was like, I was like, well,
You
what
know?
is gravity? Right? I was like, and they were like,
Right.
it's because my fork is like denser than the air. I was like, oh my God! It's like, you know, stupid. I was like, no, gravity.
Well, yo, look at even like how even I think it was a while back. Everyone had a heart attack when PewDiePie came out about something about the flat Earth, and he's like, "Oh, if the Earth was flat, how come my sneakers aren't shaped like
Oh
you
yeah,
know like this or whatever?" And the Earth was a globe. How come my sneakers weren't shaped like, you know, all this stupid shit? But think about it. How many people? And this is why I don't. You know, I love. There's a great line, right? The wicked plot and they plan, right? But God too plots and plans, and God is the greatest of planners. And so everything that they do to try and knock down God's plan, let's say, is only going to be to the building blocks of God's plan. And never forget that.
Right?
Yeah, no one agrees with that. God is always in control. But what I'm saying, I was just saying that these, when it comes to these gentlemen that that sit here and deny stuff, this I'm just pointing out. This is the personality you come up against most of the time. They consider themselves. See, this is kind of like what Jesus.
These champions.
Jesus went through the same thing with the Pharisees and Sadducees. They knew the truth left and right, but they just could not and would not accept his version of it, right? Because they wanted it to be a certain way. They wanted to collect funds from the people, all of these things you have, so I mean, when you run the parallels, you understand that these people are not going to change their minds. You know what I'm saying? So we still need to contact the people that need their minds, that need to see the truth. So I think those people they detract from the people that we really need to reach. They don't do it.
Right. When the Pharisee approached God, I mean Jesus, to about stoning the lady, right? Was he preaching to the Pharisees or was he preaching to the people around him? Because he knew they weren't going to change their mind. I mean, about him or whatever.
Are you talking
But
about
the people,
throw the stone at the glass?
right. I mean, pretty much whenever you approach the Pharisees, he knew they weren't going to change their minds. I mean,
Well,
they're at over,
the
right?
only time he approached them was on the Sabbath. That's the only time he went to the synagogue. But when he was out and when he was out in the field teaching, he wouldn't talk. They just came as to be detractors. You know what I'm saying? They came with their
Questions.
beliefs. Right.
Right.
And so just
and he
what
would
I'm saying is
answer
like,
them, but it wasn't for them. The answers were for the crowd, right?
He just
Did you cut off?
No, I said, yeah, he acknowledged them and he would engage them, but only for a brief moment. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, he was there for the people.
Exactly.
So I mean, when it comes to these guys, it's fine when there's like actual Globers and people in here listening and we're interacting. So that I find productive. But I mean, we're just sitting here letting these guys just spew nonsense just for no reason. I mean, it kind of gets annoying,
But you don't know who's listening and watching on YouTube, and that's the thing. So sometimes we're having a conversation with.
YouTube isn't live. That's the thing. The YouTube is like you watch it later. There isn't like you can't like tune into it and watch it as it's going.
It is live stream. It's live stream all the time.
There's a lag.
No, it's live stream all the time. It's like what 5-second lag.
I don't know. I gotta go check it out. I know when I used to watch it.
Yeah, it's just a couple seconds for a lag.
Yeah, but I mean, these guys aren't providing any information whatsoever. I mean, they don't provide any information. Like that's why I'm glad that Jim Panic guy, he comes in and he just starts a war. At least with the Matthew guy, he is he's respectful and whatnot.
He's partly human. That's the difference.
But you know what though? I gotta say, and I know it's so funny because like I'm like a Gem Panda apologist sometimes. Like
no, I'm okay with that
because I think his combative style. Well, no, like I'm just want to say like his combative style is it's high in the sense of there's a sense of humor. There's like I don't know. There's more going on than just arguing about the shape of the earth. I would like to think. I think as a person to person, you know what I mean. Jem will accept some. I've found that some of those guys over there are more, are okay as genuine people, and I think the more that that's understood between people, the better it'll be for all of us. Because the problem is that people immediately identify someone as enemy, and then they try to go there. And if he does that first, and then you bite. He's here to create an argument. Do you understand that? Are you going to act appropriately?
Is he Christian, Catholic,
atheist?
And I enjoy it.
They're all atheists.
He's an atheist.
Yeah, that's why they act like monkeys, because they actually think they are monkeys. They don't see themselves as human.
And that's what's going to make him come in and be pissed. Is you're going to be like, "Fuck you mean I'm telling just like it's hilarious, dude."
Then obviously then obviously the thing with atheists is proving that there's no God, right? That's kind of always their thing, right? Always emotional, passionate about that one point. Am I
Yeah, but you
right?
got to
No.
remember, true. But in any of this, neither of us have proof. It's absurd.
Which makes it a religion, atheism.
Well, atheism, right? But I mean, shit. I was going in. I was on one of the guys' shows, and they was arguing about how, look, how the Big Bang is a creation theory, and these people were losing their minds. Like, it's not a creation story.
It's
I
how
was
we
like, yeah,
get
it is. I was
there.
like, it's a fucking, it's a creation story, dude. Like, that's, and I was saying to him, I was like, you can have your religious beliefs, and I can have mine, and they
It's
were
all in the
fucking losing their
singularity,
minds.
man.
Yeah, it's a
We're
Catholic.
in the singularity.
It's a Catholic creation myth.
And then I go, oh, forgive me, because I was like this. I was like, okay, then because he's like, it's not a religion. And I was like, okay, then I was like, let us agree, like the ancient Christians and the Philistines from a long time ago, that we're going to be at peace over Jerusalem right now. And he's just like, he couldn't understand that I was trying to make a reference to negotiation.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh, it's so funny, dude.
Yeah, if you go there, their big shtick now is also to make animal sounds when other people are talking. So, like, say you got like me and Issa here, just going back and forth. There would be someone making a goat sound, someone just randomly screeching like a bat.
Have you
Then
ever heard
when you complain about it, they tell you it's your fault because I mentioned animal sounds. So everyone just started making animal sounds because I said the word animal sounds. And then then the one guy says, well, so if I say animal sounds, it's because someone's making a pigeon or a bird sound. Then he said pigeons aren't animals.
So it's not because of evolution. I thought that's what they might have said. I was like, it's because of evolution. We have evolved.
Yeah, I try to take those guys seriously. I was in there for a couple months, and I kept getting kicked for all different reasons. I'd come back, and after the last time getting kicked, I'm like, he might seem like he's fronting, like he's got some sort of intellectual firepower, like he's a man of thought. He's not. He's a cultist. He's running a cult over there, and he's got people in the background like this Mark Taylor, Captain Bullshit, Screech. To
do they
stuff.
behave like cultists?
Oh yeah, big time. You see, the Ranty is their newest member. He had to go there and perform a ceremony to get inducted back into the globe.
That's hilarious.
What?
Oh my god, that's so fucking funny, dude. They're just
You're being a
trolling so
ceremony,
hard,
man.
dude. That's hilarious. I mean, but Ranty, when he first came in, actually, it's kind of funny because Ranty's initial claim to fame was that he got sunburned by chemtrails, and that's where I was like, "Oh, you're full of shit." And fucking, we roasted that. I roasted that dude, and I remember I let Mark Taylor at him when he was first. It was some of the funniest.
Wouldn't
things.
it be chemtrail burns?
That's what it was called, chem burns. They called him chem burns. Dude.
Oh,
And he was on like Patricia Steer, like, I got the chem burn, and that's how he fucking made it. And then it's just hilarious, dude. It's a big, like, a lot of this shit has been a big troll against people that, like I said, they're trying to come in with the magical goji berry and destroy a conversation, man, about really cool stuff. But also, I don't think a lot of society's ready to hear any of this shit too, man. I respect the hush hushness of it all. It's like a little, like, it's like I said, it's like a band or an invitation to a party. It's just not everybody's going to want to be involved, and I'm not offended by that, and neither should anyone else.
Yeah, and the thing is too that Oh, go.
So I was just gonna say, like, don't let the, like, what I like to think of it as, like, don't let the blessings of what we've all learned from these from this information and whatever, like, don't get, I mean, or I don't know, almost like let those blessings take hold and flower, and let us not try to go off and change the world before we fucking have changed ourselves, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, and like, because that's where the reward in life is, man. It's not in, they talk about all the politics and but thankfully in my life, I go outside and I don't see it. A lot of it. Like, so I try to live in my own life. And if someone comes against me, well then, am I not the priority security interest holder, bitch? You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying?
No, I'm saying. Oh, dude, isn't it great though? Did you guys hear about this Juneteenth bullshit? And how it's so funny that, and I would like to remind everybody that Juneteenth was only happened because Republicans went and told these gentlemen and these men and women who'd been held in bondage, black men and women, that their Democrat slaveholders didn't tell them that they were free. So it was Republican military that went down and told the people, hey, you've been free. And actually, they'd been free for 2 years. But the Democrats who had enslaved them didn't let them go. And, everyone should be reminded of that just in the light of.
Oh, yeah, it's huge, too, that the same day they talked about that there's no such thing as a government conspiracy. The Democrats in the South conspired to keep the news away from people in bondage.
Yeah,
that was a government conspiracy until the military, the federal government, had to send soldiers down there to free people. That the government,
Right, and just let it never forget, the Dixiecrats, the Democrats were the slave owners. They've always been the people that hide their face. And right now, they're using masks. These fucking racists. That's why even the understanding the court system, the fucking, understanding what your rights are. Because you got to know what your rights are if you're going to protect anything. You don't know what to protect if you don't know what your fucking rights are.
Yeah, and a lot of these globalist dudes, they're all liberals. They're these atheist liberal. They think they're right, they got all the answers.
That's why they want. That's why they have this. This is why the biggest trick to me. And this is why I hate to see people when they call themselves human beings, is because it's such a classification, and they want human rights. They don't want God-given rights to man. They want human rights. And these dipshit fucking commies want, human rights because we're beyond the notion that there is a God. Right? You little scientific fucking commie fuckheads. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like we're beyond that kind of Neanderthalic thinking. That's cool. But you live in a system that respects my right to call what you think bullshit. Just as much as you have the right to call my shit bullshit. That's cool. So long as I have the right to call your shit bullshit. If I live in a world where you get to fucking chop your nuts off and call yourself a chick, surely I could be a fucking flat earther, dude.
Right. That all men are created equal, not all human, right?
That's right. And men is all encompassing. Women too, man. People don't,
I've replaced it with that all Freemasons are created equal. To piss off Cyrus.
How about this though? How about this? The real thing is that all thinking men, when they come to the same set of facts, you know what I mean, are of equal. You know what I mean. But if you're not going to be someone who thinks, and you're just someone who's going to go along, to get along, you know what I mean. It's like, I don't know. Maybe that's called survival of the fittest in their theology.
See, they want to do also,
and that's an animal thing, right? That's what animals do, right? Human. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this idea that they want to have, instead of rights, they want it to be government granted privileges that can be revoked or granted at just a hand wave.
Well, here's the thing: is that they already are. Like, this is why the biggest thing is the idea that, it's like if someone were to ask you, are you, let's say you live in what we refer to as the United States, let's say, or your person did, and they're like, are you a U.S. citizen? And someone says yes. Well, okay. Do you know that Maxwell v. Dow says that U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution? Do you know that? Do you know that by labeling yourself a United States citizen, you're literally like, because United States citizens, the first freed slave was called a United States citizen because that was the collateral on the national debt. So you want to get into a real tricky motherfucking conversation with people that they ain't ready for? But so, like,
Yes.
U.S. citizens were given 3/5 the rights of a fucking white man, as they say, right? As a man. That's how it went down in a certain sense. But in the real sense, we've all come to the revelation. All men are created equal. All thinking men are created equal. And therefore, U.S. citizens not being a man, being a human being, is not something that has merit. So they do issue privileges to the United States citizen. That's why the United States citizen, which is classified as an enemy of the states, has to get a license to do everything. But you're in a grand bankruptcy. So in a certain sense, if you'd like access to federal money, you have to have a U.S. citizen to be able to create a banking account for the funds to exist in, which is not a bad thing. Because as the priority security interest holder, you're the one that gave the goods to the United States to create the United States citizen. Therefore, the United States owes principal and the interest to you. All of us collectively are owed the principal and the interest on the national debt. But everyone thinks China owns it. So this is why we're going to have to go through and sue China, and they're going to discharge our debt. It's a public solution to a private banking problem. And if we understand how to classify ourselves in this system, if God be for us, who be against us? And no weapon formed against us shall prosper. All that good stuff.
Hey, I keep asking people who this God is on the dollar bill. When it says "In God We Trust," or in the documents. I was like, is this the God of Abraham or of the Freemasons? You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, but that's to complicate the matter. What is it to you? You know what I mean? And in light of an ecclesiastical system that goes back to Rome, then isn't it the God of the Bible? And if it's the God of the Bible, then wasn't I given dominion over the earth? Or does someone have any proof that I wasn't?
I mean, Yeshua was tried in a Roman. Was it a Roman court, right? Yeah. So I guess if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me, right?
You want to know? Check this one out. This one lights up people. Who did they release?
Mm-hmm.
Barnabas. Did they release? No. Barabbas, not Barnabas. Barabbas.
Barabbas. Yes.
Yep. Barabbas means son of the father in Hebrew. So they released the son of the father. Christ may not have been crucified. What? Barabbas, son of the father. They released the son of the father.
Yeah, I don't think the meaning of the name.
Hey, look it up, brother. I didn't write the rules. I did not write the rules. Look it up. Barabbas.
Right. But I don't think the meaning of the name is enough, to say that, because that kind of ruins the whole plan, right? Like the whole.
Well, and that's why you have Islam, which is so interesting. But the discussion is there. And and this is why it's you have all this different stuff in the text. And granted, I don't know. Only God knows the mysteries of God. But it is interesting. So the idea that Christ went before them and had his debts discharged and walked. But I don't know. But that would be that would be the hidden story that maybe only a certain group of people could decipher from that, like say the Freemasons or someone who had some more intriguing information about those documents. I don't know. But it looks like that Barabbas in Hebrew means they released the son of the father.
Well, right. It's the first time I heard this, but I've always saw it as when we read that he purchased us with his blood, right? Or that he took our place. You know what I mean? I always saw it as that, like a very a man who probably deserves the death sentence, a murderer and a rapist that everybody knows is right, has been cleared, has been
Maybe
released.
he was I'll tell you what, maybe he was also a flat earther too, right?
Well, I'm saying we are Barabbas.
Right. And what my point is that what if the idea is that they're gonna condemn you when you finally get what you want for and go free? The world is gonna hate you, call you every other fucking name.
Right.
And like, and that the idea is that like, and this is where, because here's my problem with, in a certain elements of Christianity, and I don't want to have those discussions too much, but how is drinking the blood and eating the body of Jesus not a fucking blood sacrifice, fucking weird ass shit, nigga? So pardon me, but seriously, like, you know what I mean? Like, so like, I just think like that, like, look, Barabbas was let loose and these heathens took over the rest of the story, man. Created a bunch of saints and a bunch of deities for fucking Spanish people to worship. I don't fucking know, dog.
Well, it's the lamb, right? The lamb that was slain before God created the earth, the world. I mean, that's what it symbolizes, is and when you think about the tradition, they had the Passover tradition, right? They had to eat everything. So this is symbolizing that meal, right? The Last Supper. That's the symbolizing of eating of. This is my body, the lamb that they had to put the blood over the doorposts, But what's interesting is they called it spiritual cannibalism, right? And I was like, that kind of makes sense. Like, but is this God's way? Is this how the blood washes us? Is this a ritual that we perform, to symbolize that, right? Instead of killing animals and all that. Does that work? What do you think?
I mean, I don't know. I think, it's like anytime you walk into the realm of the idea that God came to earth, I don't know.
I don't know. Y'all watching that link I just posted on the on NASA on Twitch, supposedly live. The dude's just sitting there holding not doing nothing for like at least 5 minutes.
Yeah, he can't just within that 5 minutes turn the camera around. Let's see what you're looking. You're just sitting there. You've got the time because their excuse was they can't turn the camera around because every second on the spacewalk is accounted for. There's not even 1 second to spare. He just spent 5 minutes doing jack all.
He's doing nothing. He's just holding that piece there, just sitting there.
Yeah, just turn the camera around. Let's see the Earth.
Well, it's funny
Is
though.
anybody even there?
I try to follow. I try to comment. He said, nope, you gotta wait 3 months. You gotta follow for 3 months to comment.
Is there anybody even in the suit?
He was moving around a few seconds ago. Now he's just sitting there. Was like
Probably just talking on the radio, or something.
Man, he's been in that position for at least over 5 minutes. Now he just has to. You see my helmet camera view. Where are the dots though?
Buying it. They're buying it. They think that shit's real.
It's called
Are you saying there's no rover on Mars?
He moved.
Yeah, but Mars is an island, right? Off the Devon Island. Oh crap! I'm drawing a blank word. Iceland. That's called Iceland, right? Yeah, explain that, right?
What do you have to say for yourself now, flat earther?
Hey, so check this out. I don't know if any of you guys use Instagram. I don't, but supposedly, like Richie from Boston was talking about on Instagram. I think it was Instagram he was talking about. Like when you put on a post, you can like enter where you are or something to that effect, I guess. And normally he says that he's near that he's in FEMA zone 1 or whatever it is, or whatever number it is, and then it gives a distance to like how far away he is from FEMA zone 1. Anyway, he changed his location to where he's at to the moon, and then Instagram says that he is 3,000 like 3,100 and whatever miles away from the moon. I think like interesting. I don't know if anybody's got Instagram where they could check that out, like update their status. Yeah. But it's kind of like, what is that? A little truth tell? Like, where is how far away is the moon actually?
What, 3,000 miles?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oops. Some data. Somebody didn't go through the data, right? Have you poured through the data? Do you know that the distance to the moon is in the data? I mean, that would be hilarious, but who knows? Oops. I wonder if it's real though.
Bro, are you telling me all he's gonna do there for like these 10 minutes now is just sit there and hold that metal piece, man? Are you serious?
Like
What
location? You're like location Jupiter. Wonder how
the
far
next
Jupiter is.
what's the next one they're talking? They're saying they're going, where was it again? Fuck. They're saying they're going somewhere else now. Not Mars. Not the moon. Oh fuck, I don't know. I just wish they would go
Wasn't it
there.
Venus? Venus?
Yeah, I think that's it. The next mission they're planning.
Tweeting from Venus.
And it's so sad. It's so sad. 1 billion plus will be like, oh yeah, they're tweeting from Venus.
Can astronauts use social media from the ISS?
Yeah, I think. Well, they supposedly they said so. They did a financial crime. Apparently that one lesbian hacked into her girlfriend's bank account to see what parties and stuff she was going to, what hotel room she was staying at.
Sounds like some James Bond.
Yeah, like the first financial crime
from space.
But the funny thing is that wasn't even the first crime, supposedly from space. Another time, some actor apparently put on diapers.
Well, no, wouldn't the first crime have been when they said they went to the moon and shit?
One small step for human.
Right? One giant fraud for us. How many people were in the program back then? Like couple hundred? Like how much money? And so couple hundred, and they split all that loot between them, I guess.
Well, a lot of it went to marketing.
Back then too, when fucking gas was 10 cents for a fucking gallon.
You're like tens of billions of dollars or something. might be wrong. I mean, you guys remember Austin Powers, right? I want $1 billion. That kind of money doesn't even exist. Remember in the past, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't he start? Didn't he start off with $1 million? And they're like, "Sir, $1 million, that's like nothing." They
I got
like
that in
they
my pocket. I can write you a personal check.
All right. Inflation, Austin. Dr. Evil and the Rockets, though, right? I mean, it's always that ending with the Rockets.
I love the way what his escape thing looked like. You know what I'm saying? Like, when he takes- oh.
It's all relative.
After they thaw him out and they're going through his personal stuff, and he's, "Oh, that's not mine. I was just holding on to that. That's totally not my bag." And
Cue
then
the
they
sun.
find a book. That's totally my bag, and it's all.
They cued the sun.
Fire the laser.
Who does number
Laser
2
from
work for?
space.
Yeah, talking with Jin, like the toilet, the like the $55 million toilet.
Made of gold, at least.
Dude, Crit, I don't know what it is with you and bringing up the fucking expensive toilets and shit.
Because that place is
Does it
full of
have
shit.
any gold on it?
You like always want to talk about NASA space poop and like coffee and stuff. I don't get it.
Oh,
I
the
think if
NASA
you're
toilet costs $55 million. Holy
No, because that was Don Patet. Don Patet said that the toilet is so great you can go take a shit and then go to the galley and get a cup of coffee.
It's Don Pettit, not Patet.
Yeah.
I mean, if your toilet is, I think if a toilet, is costs more than $50,000, it should at least have some gold or diamonds on it. Especially, say,
Or a personal butt wiper standing right next to it.
50? I thought it was 19 million.
right, which means it has to at least be all made of gold, or diamonds or something.
And that whole chugga thing gives a whole new meaning to double.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. Stop it. Get some help.
What the hell?
Yeah, Lou, it's an actual interview.
I
That's not
know,
taken.
I know. But you
Was that
obsessed
guy?
about-
Was that guy? That guy was totally casting a spell. That's what you were thinking, right? That's what he said.
Goes
Was that like a hypnotist? Right? Yeah. That's what you are thinking.
The chugging you've been doing ain't the chugging you've been thinking you want.
Was he talking to like middle schoolers at the time for that one?
Yes.
Yeah, it had something to do with playing Angry Birds and learning physics and.
Okay, because
See, that's the thing with those satanic mother MFers. It's anything that will disgust us. You know what I mean? To them, they try to normalize it.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey Roger.
What's up, Roger?
Yeah, we have Dr. K. Dr. K wants to talk about When Dr. K wants to talk about the Earth and he's in the lobby. Dr. K, you've been unmuted, and he's telling us that gravity is the container.
Yes, it's a proven fact that gravity is the container.
Wow.
Gravity holds in the
Doctor,
air if
Doctor,
there is
stop,
no air.
stop, Doctor.
This guy's gonna
So-
be funny.
Why do you sound like a freaking zombie, man? You sound like you're staring into the wall while you're the big smile on your face or something when you're
This should
talking.
be good.
He
How
sounds,
much-
he sounds ridiculously triggered
Okay,
already, and we haven't
you,
even started talking
you got
about
that
it.
half right. I am dying of laughter because of chat.
So,
You have that.
we
How
don't
much
need-
poop
we don't
coffee
need-
have you drank today?
So we don't need your feelings.
I've had no coffee.
Dr.
I don't
K,
need coffee, unlike you.
So
How much
So
you're on
government
Adderall?
bullshit have you drunk?
we don't need your
I
feelings,
don't know
Dr.
how much
K.
bullshit is in your ears.
Hold on, man.
Hold on.
Guys,
I was just thinking about that too. The container, right? I was thinking in my mind, like, so if gravity is holding the atmosphere in, then it's some kind of like force field, or it's some kind of like force
Magnetic.
field, right?
It's a magnetic field.
Well, it's not.
Gravity's
'Cause-
magnetic field?
No, it's not. It's not.
Hold on, whoa.
No, it's not. Hey,
So can we-
look? Listen to what I'm saying. Listen.
No.
Force field, right?
No. I want a citation on magnetic field, gravity being a magnetic field.
This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
taught you gravity and you believed him or something. He doesn't know shit.
Gravity and magnetic field work together.
No,
no. Stop. Just
So
if you have any questions, please ask.
Okay. You want me to say something to make y'all really confused?
Dr. K, wait a minute. You said that gravity works together with magnetic field. What kind of field is gravity? The gravity field.
Gravity field.
The electric kind, right?
Yes.
Electric kind? Is that it?
No.
Is
no,
electricity and magnetism
not
now
electric.
gravity?
He's asking Dr. K.
Gravity is a unidirectional, unipolar field, and unidirectional force.
No.
It will never,
You're giving
it
him
will never
gravity
work
already?
together with magnetism.
Oh, Don, stop it. You're giving him gravity? Has he validated gravity?
Like what it is? I don't know.
Okay, I want y'all to answer this very simple question.
No.
Do you
Explain to
understand-
me.
Do you understand what unipolar
Explain.
means?
I want to know one thing. Okay,
Hold on.
Earth's atmosphere is thinner than Venus's, so Venus has a lower.
Man, bro, chill out, man. Calm down. Back up. Back up.
I haven't finished. I haven't finished my question. I haven't finished.
Have you been to Venus? Have you been to Uranus?
Haven't been to Uranus. No.
Then don't talk about
It's actually called Uranus.
Oh my gosh.
But we haven't physically been to Venus, but we
Okay.
have some probes there.
Okay, Dr. K, let me ask you a couple of questions, man. What is
Okay.
gravity? Can you tell me what do you think gravity is, please?
Gravity is the invisible force acting upon an object.
The invisible force acting upon an object.
Acting
So you're
like
talking about
basic.
what?
So you're talking
which
about
kind of action?
Are you talking about mass attracting mass?
Yeah, that's technically what it is.
It's just similar.
You're about 106 years out of date.
Proceeded.
And
yeah.
You think I'm 106 years out of date? Y'all are like 1,000 years out of date.
Yeah, you understand that?
Einstein-
You understand that
Einstein
Einstein?
debunked
Damn, get. Holy shit!
Yeah, go ahead.
You understand that Einstein?
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Wait. Take your time. Take a breath. Get off the Adderall. You understand? You understand
think of it as
that Einstein replaced Newton's gravity?
What? You talking about the quantum level?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna find
force, but you can think of it as a force.
You can't. It's actually a constant acceleration, but the force applied is dependent on the mass of the object that's accelerating.
Gravity isn't a force.
can and do.
Yes, it's the
Hey, look,
acceleration.
man, that's enough
No,
with
that's
the
not.
that's enough with the soundboard.
Yeah, hold the soundboard for the right moment, please.
Gravity isn't a force.
Yes, it's an acceleration.
No,
But
it's not a
force
force.
is real
Here
because
we
it's the
go.
force of each object. Right.
That's what
Second
Newton thought.
century CE is where y'all are at. Okay, the second century is where y'all are at.
You're not even paying attention, are you?
Yeah, he's
you're
not.
you're
You
lower
don't
than
even know
that.
what's going on.
I've been trying to find your model right
No,
here.
you're not listening. You're not listening
do
to
you have a
anything
model?
that's being said to you right now.
I found y'all's model right here.
Y'all's
okay.
is
That's a straw
y'all's
man.
is.
All
What the hell
Can
is
you
that?
can you
exactly
find
the
the
model that y'all have.
can you find the person, the year, and the method how what about gravity?
Which
The
one?
scientist,
Hold on, but he still
and
think
What the hell is this?
he still
Hold
think
on, I'm
that
getting a call.
he still think that gravity is a force, as the pseudoscience was before, about 160 years ago, out of date. Newtonian gravity got superseded by Einstein, bendy space time thing.
The space-time thing.
Yeah, the bendy space
The
time.
space-time thing. What do you want to call it?
No
Continuum,
longer
something
force.
cool. You want to put a cool word there?
So Newton
The
described
who is that Einstein? Who is Einstein?
Newton. Holy fuck, man!
Sorry,
Newton described gravity as a cause. Einstein describes gravity as an effect. It can't be both.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, it can. In science, you can have the cause being the effect.
Without no cause, there's no effect, and without effect, there is no cause.
Yeah, but it can't be the
Vice
same
versa.
thing. It can't be the same thing. Your cause cannot be the effect.
Well, the effect of war and the cause of war.
Your cause is the effect, and your
The
effect
butterfly can
from
flap its
that
wings, but there's the cause and the effect.
it's vice versa. It can work both
Wow.
ways.
How much?
Yeah,
you guys
you're
are
troll.
morons. Yeah, these
I
guys
hope
are
you're a
morons.
troll.
No, they're not
Yeah,
trolls.
because
They're just moronic.
if you're not a troll,
Ignorance.
yeah,
Ignorance.
yeah.
I mean, have y'all
Yeah.
even looked at the
Have
model that I
y'all?
showed y'all?
If you heat water, if you heat
Hey,
water with
apparently,
you heat water.
Okay,
Guys,
apparently to
one
y'all,
at a time.
there is no
One-
such thing as space. There is no such thing as gravity. We are a motionless, flat thing. Which anything flat has an edge. So I really want to know where
No,
the edge
that's-
is. I want to go
What's
freaking
flat?
skydiving.
What is flat? Is flat a shape? Is flat a shape?
Okay, proven fact.
Is
Basic
flat?
human
I
knowledge.
asked you a
Yeah.
question.
Listen, basic human knowledge.
Dr. K,
Anything that
shut.
is flat has a surface. My
Calm down,
computer
There
has
you
a
go.
flat surface. It
It's
has
a
an
Calm
edge.
surface.
down, bro.
It's an edge. My
Calm
door
It's a
has
down,
an edge.
description.
My light
Stop
switch has
talking,
an
man.
edge. My
Stop
picture has
talking.
an edge.
Hey,
Why is man
hey,
thinner?
chill.
All right, I'm
Chill,
just gonna
man.
mute you since you don't know how to have a conversation, Dr. K. I want to give you a
He's trying
chance to have a
to.
conversation with us, but you have to listen as well. Are you gonna have a
He has
conversation?
been.
Yes or
You just
no?
keep
I think he
interrupting
was
him.
spazzing out, man.
No,
Shit.
he spazzes out.
You just muted him.
Yeah, I am
Well,
muted to see if
yeah.
you want to have a conversation. And
And
stop
we're
concern
trying to
trolling.
control. Okay, let's go ahead, man. Let's
Yeah, no.
let's try again.
Heck, ouch. Yeah, I need to stop concern trolling as well. So, Dr. K. So we made your statement that flat is in a shape. Did you understand that?
Yeah, flat doesn't have to be a shape.
Flat isn't a shape. Flat is just a description of the surface. Is that correct?
Exactly. So where's the edge?
Anything about an edge? Now you're strawmanning us with an edge.
It's indefinite.
But
Wait, hold on. Let me
come
just.
back.
I just want to look. He sounds
Go ahead.
serious, so let me just jump
Go
in real
ahead.
quick. When people say "Where's the edge?" right? Are they talking about an edge where they fall off into space? Is that what they mean when they say edge?
No, they just mean
Is
like
that
the
what
end
you
of
mean?
everything. Like, is there a wall at one point that we can't go past, like in a fucking Minecraft world or something?
Yeah, hi, coach. Listen, where's your edge of your universe? Can you show me that?
Yeah, it's
Oh, sure.
constantly
Okay, so
expanding.
we have an observable universe because light travels at a certain speed. Right now,
No,
there's
no,
something that is
I'm not.
expanding the universe, but
No. I told you, can you show me it? Not calculate it. Show me it.
are you
It's
fucking dense?
unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
It's unfalsifiable. That's why. That's
So
why you have
you
to go to
can,
these.
The whole point of science is that we don't know shit. That's what
Oh,
we're
so
trying
you
to
can't
prove.
prove your globe. You can't
So,
prove the globe.
so
No,
There you go.
no. We can
There
prove the
you
globe
go.
very easily.
wait,
There you
wait.
go.
Let's stop. I just want to clear
The
the
fucking
edge
Greeks
thing,
proved
right?
it. The
So
Egyptians
listen,
proved
bro.
it.
Instead of getting upset, let's just talk about it, right? If we were to go and try to find out that information, right? Do you know which way to go, right? And how we can do that? Do you
Oh yeah, sure.
understand
Yourself redshift.
obstacles?
Okay.
No.
Yes.
You want to go south,
Redshift.
right? You want to go out, right? Is that what you're
Nah,
asking for?
it's quite nice
You
there.
want to go
Okay. You ask where
what
is the
edge?
edge.
Where do you think we can
Oh, the
find
edge.
the
Oh,
edge?
right, the
Because
edge of
you're
the Earth.
asking
Okay.
about
Yeah.
it.
Man, did
Yes.
Yeah.
Where would
you
we
ask
go?
Because I am quite
Let-
interested in the flat Earth theories because a lot of you guys, well, not
Right,
you
but
guys specifically,
No,
but a lot of people
there
who
is no
believe in
theory.
flat
I'm
Earth
trying
would
to
say
answer
there's
your
like
question.
an
I'm trying
infinite
to
wall of
answer your
ice.
question. Where?
That was
Yeah.
my
Oh, sure.
So if we were to try and go and get that information, you have to deal with
Yeah.
this thing called the Antarctic Treaty, right? So you can't just go there, and you can't when you go there you can't poop there. You have to take a bag and take it out. That's how restricted it is. So you have to arrange some kind of transport with the government or whoever does these tours, and they're going to take you where the government tells them to take you and then bring you back. You see, so how can we know where the edge is or if it even exists if we are being restricted by
Well,
the whole world and the
Okay,
navies of
what I
it?
recommend you
so
do
to
is
y'all, every
you.
government agency is like over the edge or something.
You're not listening. There's an Antarctic Treaty in the whole world, the nations of the world. Okay, they all signed it, and they all have navies patrolling certain areas of the ocean, the 60th degree parallel.
Okay, so
Okay, you
why
can't
don't you
just
take a
go
boat and
there.
go out there, film everything,
You
live
can't.
stream it?
You
But you
can't
can.
just go
You
out
can hire a
there. And
boat
I'm
and go wherever
asking
you
you,
want.
how would you do it, right? How would you do it if you had to do? Because you are the one who has to prove that,
Hancock, where
not
are you
Well,
living?
us.
hire a
Where
boat
are you? Where are you
and
living
simply
now?
go up
Where,
there.
Okay,
It's
so
not
let me
hard.
get this straight.
Hancock, where are you living now?
Sasha, 1 second.
Hold
Let
on,
him,
let me
let him
let me get this straight.
Man,
Why you want him to dox himself? Stop, Sasha.
because he wants to go to
Stop
Antarctica.
talking and trying to make him dox himself. He doesn't have to tell you where he lives at. All right, so
Let me get something straight.
Because if he wants to try in one other country, he cannot go.
Let me
Right.
get
We're
something
trying to
straight
get them
here.
to understand these things. Yes.
This small section of the ocean that they are patrolling
It's not a small
is
section.
supposed to be covering all the secrets.
Yeah.
That make
You
any
know
sense?
what? Instead of talking like that, why don't you go research it first and then come back and talk to us? All
I
right.
tried. There is no information about it.
There's no information about the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah,
I didn't say anything about the treaty. I'm talking about the Earth being flat.
I'm talking about the Antarctic Treaty. The question is, where's the edge? Right? We don't need to know where the edge is to know the Earth is not a ball because we show measurements. But if you want to know that, then there's the Antarctic Treaty.
And if you're going to try to say,
So
sorry, go ahead.
there's many information that why the Earth is flat, and this is the reason why the Earth is observable and measures flat. You use it practically as flat. You've never observed the Earth as a ball. You don't experience the Earth as a ball. You don't experience the Earth as it's moving. So why are you denying your own senses?
Because if you go to a beach and hold up an actual plane, then you can actually see that it's flat.
What?
No,
Yo,
not
One
flat.
second.
Sorry, I'm really tired. You can actually
Yeah.
see there's a curvature.
Where?
You can't see the
Where?
curvature from
Where?
no plane. He said
On the
plane.
horizon. You can also see boats going over it, and
So
at
okay,
one
okay,
point
one
they go
second.
down from like top
Reading
or
from his
bottom of the
imagination.
horizon. The
1
sun
second.
and the moon also go down and meet the
1
horizon.
second. Hey,
One
coach.
claim at a time, heck. One claim at a time.
Yeah, so the
Okay, sure.
horizon.
I'd actually like to start with the sun and moon thing because you guys have
Yeah,
said loads about the other
1
stuff.
second. 1 second. The horizon, right, is the leading edge of a sphere, right? That's what you're claiming. Boats go over it.
Not on edge of a sphere.
Oh, leading edge. I'm talking about the leading edge of a sphere where boats and building goes over. right? So how far is the horizon at 1 foot observer height? Can you tell me?
You know, have y'all
I
ever
was asking you a
thought?
question. Why does the sun and moon go over? Because you guys say they're floating balls above us,
Yeah,
but
yeah, we're talking about the
No,
horizon, right? We're
we
talking about the horizon.
yes.
1 second.
But I
So
just asked you a question. You're just dodging it.
Hold on.
no,
No,
No.
I'm
You know
answering
what,
your
bro?
question.
Like you're not even here. Okay, you're
okay,
not
yeah,
even
okay.
here.
Yeah, so you're 10 steps
If you claim,
ahead, right? So
yeah.
you beg the question that the Earth is a ball, right? And we're now trying to validate if it is a ball. So we're trying to measure the surface of the Earth. And you just claimed that boats go over the horizon, therefore the Earth is a ball. I'm asking you, where is the horizon at 1 foot observer height on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles?
With or without the refraction?
Where the ball claims geometry, right? So if it was a ball with the radius of 3959, then every horizon's distance must be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, right? So where is the horizon at 1 foot observer height?
It is calculate distance 1.2 miles.
Right. So can I point you to the live stream?
Where is it?
It's just above this voice channel.
Oh, sure.
We'll be
Live stream voice
posting.
text.
We'll be posting a lot of stuff there. So just keep that one open, eh?
So where do you see the horizon in this?
Well,
image?
what's the story saying this is faked? Or how am I supposed to know this isn't faked?
Okay. So
Because
first,
you can do it yourself with anything.
Yes, first you
Go ahead,
can do it
Roger.
yourself, and
No, right now I'm
secondly,
at home. I'm like a couple hundred
okay,
miles from
yeah,
the ocean.
that's not a problem. I'm going to post you the original video of it, right? So
Ooh,
let me post you the original video. It's about a dude that's on the beach panning around, then he drops down on his belly and zooms in on these two oil rigs, showing us the horizon. Where is the horizon in this?
I watched it,
in
but
this
again,
image?
this could also be faked.
But point him that that guy is not flat earther. Also.
So
The thing is this: you don't have to take his word for it. If you don't believe him, you could go there yourself and try yourself. This is the thing. The
There
difference
aren't any
between
oil tankers around.
listen. This is a specific place. This is a specific space on Earth. You could actually try this yourself. Whatever they show you in space, you can't try it, but you could definitely try this. Continue, right?
Yeah. So where's the horizon in this picture? Can you tell me?
In the picture?
Yeah.
Which point in the video do you
The
want?
two oil rigs, right? The two oil rigs. So let me help you out because clearly it's difficult for you. Is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it in between, or is it beyond the second one?
Again, I haven't finished watching it yet, and the video could also be faked.
So
I'm not the one talking.
Oh, okay. So
cut the shit. No, I'm still not saying to you to cut the shit. I'm saying the guy who just said
don't
cut the shit.
Yeah,
I'm fine.
even staunch Globers will tell you this is original, right? The video isn't in contention, right? You would like to say it's fake because you cannot validate anything of space, right? Because we are telling you, yeah, that shit is fake because you cannot validate it. You cannot go there. This is someplace you can go and validate, right? So I don't know why you would tell us it's fake. Okay.
Why?
It's
So you're
just
telling me that Neil Armstrong went up there for nothing?
You can't go to the moon and prove for yourself that
right?
Neil was there.
He didn't.
Right?
So again,
you paid enough, you could.
we are talking
No, you
about
can't.
the horizon. We are talking about
So
the
I'm
horizon.
guessing all the live streams of them launching into space is a lie too.
So again, globe is running away from curvature. How? This is again surprising, right? So tell me, where's the horizon? Where's the horizon?
Listen. Again, I can't trust that video, so I can't actually say where the horizon is.
we can't talk to you, man.
Can't trust
because you haven't given me a reason to trust it.
Yeah, then it's over for Ekoch, right?
You question every video that
time waster.
Yeah, you question every video that way because we question NASA's video. You don't question the video for the video's sake or for your sake. You do it to spite us. That's That's not going to get
Okay,
you anywhere, man.
okay.
That's only going
I
to
have a
hurt.
question.
Listen, let me finish what
No,
I'm saying.
stop, doctor.
What you're doing, right, is you're preventing your mind from opening to this information. That only hurts you. If what we're telling you is real and true, you're only hurting yourself. The least you can do is listen, open your mind, and then deny it after. Okay, at least do that.
You want to listen
And
to
I
this?
Okay,
wanted
I
to
have a
address
question
his.
though.
So
I have a question.
I wanted to quickly address his issue about they can't keep a secret like that. During the atomic age, there was entire towns that was sworn to silence to build bombs and shit. So keeping a secret is not a hard thing for people to do.
You still do it now with Area 51, right? So let's continue out of that. Now, heck,
But why
this
do they
is a
want to keep the secret?
stop. Listen, heck, the thing is, what I told you is that you could go verify this yourself. That's why it's valid. You can validate this information. You can listen to it now. You actually tell us, okay, this is where I see it, regardless whether your video is true or not. You could go validate this afterwards and go try it yourself if you don't have to take our word for it. But you could definitely answer the questions.
All right, I'll put it on my bucket list. I'll make a note where that is, and I'll go see it myself.
All right.
So
So
speaking of validation, though.
This is in Marimar Beach, right? This is in California.
Yep.
You Google
I've never
that
been to
and-
America. It would be
That's
quite nice to
okay.
go there.
That's fine. You could do this. You could shit, man. Get. You
Was
well,
it
that
Sasha?
Sasha. Both of y'all, man. I'm gonna hang both of y'all, man, by the neck. Anyway, so you Google Marimar Beach. Use Google, and you can actually get the distance to the platforms yourself. Habitat platform and Hill House platform. And they tell you the distance from Marimar Beach to those. Where do you see the horizon in that picture that Roger posted up?
Oh, right. It's behind them.
Right, it's behind. That means that it's at least over 9.5 miles. True?
Wait, Miramar Beach or Marimar Beach?
Miramar.
Oh, Miramar, right. Okay.
So that will make the distance from to the horizon a little over 10 miles, right? Or let's say 10 miles to be safe. Yes or no?
10 miles. Yeah, I guess about that. Maybe even 12,000, you know?
Yeah, so
you can't actually tell because it seems to go for quite a while.
At 1 foot, making that 10 miles, that's in magnitude 10 times over. So that's at least, that makes the radius of the Earth 264,000 miles. With that observation.
Oh, sorry, wait a sec. No, I'm just kind of distracted. Someone just came in my room. Give me a sec.
Sure. That was a good timing, Travis.
I don't want them to know I'm talking to flat earthers.
Doctor, we will get to you in a second.
You never spoke as a doctor.
Oh, he's not a doctor.
Yeah.
Dr. K. Calling Dr. K.
Doctors don't give such answers.
Please report to this.
But California album really exists, that place. It exists, really. Like, we can go on the moon, but we cannot go to California. You don't need to go. Send a friend, call some friend to call him to go there and to check that. That's it. Enough. You don't need even money. You need some friends to go and check that.
I mean, I don't, I would be suspicious too, right? I'm not just gonna take some.
Yeah, listen to this. I'm in UK. I cannot take now
I would check.
plane and
Wait,
go
so those
there.
oil tankers are in front of the land, right? You can see those hills in the video?
One more time?
You can see the land over there, just above the horizon. In the video, when he zooms in, there's land, and then there's the oil tankers in front of it, right?
Are you talking about the land and the 20 mile, like they're over like 20 miles or something like that?
That's even worse, bro. That's like that just makes it worse now, eh?
No, he's saying that
Yeah, that goes across the whole Pacific.
That is
It's in San
500,000
Francisco, isn't it?
It's not 260,000.
But let me help you out, all right? This is where you bring up. This is where you conjure refraction.
He's telling
This
us that
is where you
before.
right? This is where you try and see if this refraction argument works. No, just give it a go if it makes sense, right? What do you think? Do you think refraction is a good argument right now? Yes or no?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh.
Welcome to
And
Flat
you're
Earth.
saying
Okay.
that
Okay.
all life
All
is
right.
reflected.
Give it a go. Good luck.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. You just made your horizon, the leading edge of the curve, a physical location, into an optical one.
Yeah, but that's been proven
Yeah,
lots of times.
but
in the 1800s in Cambridge, there was a
hold
guy
on.
who took the 6-mile
Yeah,
straight
It's magic
canal and
time.
tried to prove it fake,
No.
but it was actually
Hold
fraction
on,
that wasn't taken into account.
Hold on. You just
Time for
made
a magic.
a physical location and optical. So when do you ever see the physical? When do you see boats go over a horizon?
Sorry?
When do the boats go over a horizon if the horizon isn't physical, is optical?
The horizon is optical, so as it doesn't actually go over it, isn't it? It lifts up and goes down. What happens is
Bye,
looking
ball.
at a plane against the Earth, a tangent
Oh,
against it,
Bye,
it then dips
bye,
below
ball.
that
Bro,
plane.
Are you
you're
sure
not
about that?
seeing.
No,
You're
he
not seeing
just
the
said
problem with
he
this.
no, let him slide. Did you that? Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. You are gonna actually go to the same thing that I was gonna say. You not see the problem? Yeah. Go ahead. Go
Oh, you
ahead.
do
Go
it.
ahead.
You do it. You do it.
No,
You got
no.
it.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make fun of him. Like, if you can't see the problem with this, then you're not seeing. Like, you're not getting it.
Yeah, this guy's landing airplanes on north-south runways at 1,000 miles an hour on the equator, so he's not going to pick up on any of
So
this.
we're talking about curvature still. Yeah.
Yeah. He
No,
just
I
made.
know. I know. He's slow.
He just made his physical horizon where boats go over into an optical one. He destroyed his own
He
model.
It's
even
not
said it
physically going
himself.
over
Yeah.
anything. They're traveling around a
You even
tangent.
You just told
You-
us not about a few minutes ago, and this is live streaming recorded, that boats go over a horizon. That's the curve.
Do
So
you
you're
have like
taking that
a
back
brain
now?
Yes,
panic?
it's a physical
You have like a
curve,
brain
but an
fart
optical
or something?
illusion.
Like, what happened?
It's a physical curve, but it's not real. It's optical.
Yeah, he just said it's a
Well,
physical, or it's a
yeah.
curve, but it's not a physical curve. That's what he just said.
You said
It's a physical curve. However, the observation of something going over something.
Can I ask? Is it like a on
I'm
that
struggling
GIF?
how you are
Is it
saying
is
this.
it like a GIF on voice text?
All right.
Can you
you're
look on GIF?
contradicting.
Your
You know you're
boat.
you're contradicting yourself, right? That's a contradiction.
So this is at
Right.
1 foot, man. This is at 1 foot off of sea level. Imagine if we were at 128,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Where would the curve be then? Where's
The horizon
where's this
is
horizon
optical,
now?
so it depends on the height of how far you
Oh,
see.
yeah, yeah.
You're going to be seeing further. You're going to see more of the Earth if you're at a higher point.
Right. So as we go up, right, we don't start looking down at a ball, right? As we go up, we keep seeing more and more, right? It's like the ball is opening up on the sides. Is that what's happening? Like
No,
it's
it's
opening
not.
up, right? Right. So where's the ball?
What do you mean, where's
There's
the
a
ball?
radius. Remember the radius got lost at 1 foot, right? Like it's off by what, 19 miles now?
You know, it must curve
Right.
left, right,
So how, right? Go ahead.
forward and back. You know.
As you increase
Then you
in
go.
height, you're looking at
You
different
increase
angles
high
against the
and
tangent.
then and then you go and then you look left and you look right.
If you put your eyeball real close to a football and then move back from it, you'll see the football.
Are you
I'm not
watching
gonna say
live stream?
correct.
Are you watching the live stream text right now? I'm gonna post a meme. I want you to pick which one of those in the meme is the correct one, okay?
Yeah, sure. Wait, so you want me to decide now from my desk which one's real?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Curvature.
take an educated guess. Which one, your best guess? Which one of those is the correct one?
So you just want me to pick randomly pretty much. I have no information on
I
any
mean,
of
look,
these.
just look at it and tell us which one you think looks real and fake. I mean, it's not a trick question. It's just a question.
Again, I can't tell. If you're not telling me what they actually are, what kind of camera they're using, what actual height they are.
All right, so I'll give it a go. All right, I think the top two left cameras are fisheye lenses. All right, your turn. You do the rest.
I do know about fisheye. That's right.
Right. Now, what do you think about the rest of them? Are they? What do you say? Are those pictures of the Earth or are they fisheye lenses? Is that the curve?
You can't tell. You can't tell by looking at an image.
You knew what fisheye lenses were, right?
Can I
You can
try?
guess, but you can't tell the exact refraction.
Can I try? Can I try with my guess? They are all fisheye lenses. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Earth doesn't curve, and you can't see the curve. Even though the Grass Tyson tells you can't see the curve from over 130 feet near. You can't even see it from the space station.
Yeah, because the Earth's fucking huge. It's incomprehensibly huge to us.
Yeah, it is freaking huge.
But we can measure
Like, you can say the exact number, but even knowing the number, it's a big thing.
Brother, you just said to us you saw the boat go over a curve, but it's not a physical curve.
Well,
no,
that's what I wanted to bring up. Remember, you said it about the boat, and then you also said at 128,000 feet, right? That there's still curvature. But now, because you say that up there, you must now say the boat is not disappearing over the curve. Okay? Because you have to assume it's flat. Because you're saying it's flat at
it'll keep going, and then it'll
128,000 feet.
disappear over the next curve.
Right. So do you concede that boats are not disappearing?
How many miles tall are you?
Let me finish. Hold up. If you want the curvature at 128,000 feet, then you cannot have boats disappearing over the curve when we're standing on the beach. You can't have both.
But you can.
So which one are
because
you going to take?
They'll disappear further along.
It's just logic, man. They'll
turn at a greater distance than before.
You understand that
That's why I say it's optical. It depends on where you are looking from and the angle that you're looking from.
What?
For example, I can't see London from here, but if I were to yeet myself into the sky like a couple miles up, I can see it.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
But can you measure the drop of the curve if it's curved there?
If it's curved at what height?
If it's air curving, can you measure the drop of that curving? If
yes,
it's there?
You can.
But why we cannot in reality measure that? We try it and for 5 years, man, nobody can do it.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Yeah, exactly what Sacha just said. There's been measurement because there's a they tell you the measurement of the Earth, right? The 3959 miles of the radius, which gives you at least in 250 feet in a parabolic shape, right? Which 250 miles, meaning So the Earth should be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, right? So from here to about 10 miles, it's just curved about 66 feet or so, right? So we can measure 10 miles and not find any curvature. We actually measured 20 miles and not found any curvature whatsoever. About 20 miles, it should be close to 400 feet.
Yeah.
Practically, it's like this. Did you see that photo?
Wait, who's talking? Sorry, it's a big place.
To you, did you see that photo about horizon 10 miles? Did you see that photo?
Yeah.
I
think so.
Practically,
over distance 296 miles, he has to cover.
Yeah. Practically, it's like this. You take the boat on the beach, take the boat and go in direction of the oil rigs. You need to disappear about 1.22 miles distance. You will not disappear, man. You will go on and on and on, and we will see you till 10 miles. That's the problem. But you, if Earth is spherical, you should to disappear after 1.22 miles, starting to disappear. And after 2 miles, you are done. We cannot see you anymore. But that will not happen in reality. That's the problem. We will see you till 10 miles. Do you know that?
It's a really big problem, man. If it's not there at 1 foot, right there, then you're saying that magic, right? Like, no, if I shoot a gun, right, and I can hit one of those, see, it's not refraction. What your refraction argument requires curvature. Like,
Oh, that point is gravity. It accelerates downwards.
Well, what does gravity have to do with no curvature?
Wait, so you're saying a bullet drop, right?
No, I'm saying that that what we're seeing is right there. Your argument for refraction is what? That you're seeing around a curve, right? But there is no curve. So refraction is not an argument. Because you need curvature.
At this point, you're saying was what exactly are you talking about? Because I'm having like 80 conversations at once.
At 128,000 feet, the horizon was at eye level. What does that mean for a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles? What is your
means you're looking at directly at the horizon.
How do you explain that?
My defense.
How do you explain that? How can it still be a ball with this radius when the horizon is at eye level at 128,000 feet?
I'm not doing math right now, man.
Magic. That's how. Okay? That's what you're saying. You're saying magic. You just
regurgitating numbers.
Call it
Did you do this
refraction,
yourself? Did you do it yourself?
You don't understand what you're saying, do you? Why did you bring that up?
You're asking me to do these things myself on the spot, but you're not doing it yourself first.
No, we're saying, okay, that the physical horizon, that the actual curve is not there because it should be there, right there, 1 mile, 1.22 miles, right? That's where the horizon should be. That's where the physical edge of the ball should be. And you're saying because of refraction, we're seeing around it, or I don't know what you think you're saying. Okay, but that's the argument. You understand?
Wait a sec. I'm just gonna pull up. Okay, do you know the Bedford level experiment?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Cool. Okay, so you know that in Robosim, then he did. Who was it? It was Robosim. So he took it, and he took it from where was it? I think 3 feet above the water. He wasn't accounting for the refraction, so actually counting for it, we're putting it 13
kind of
feet above the
refraction
water.
does he have to account for?
I'll just send you the link here.
When, how far, right? When, how meaning how far do you start accounting for refraction, and what kind of refraction and why?
Let's see. Oh, what do you mean? What kind of refraction?
What are you talking about, refraction? Why do you have to account for refraction?
So in Bedford, there's a 6-mile artificial canal. The water is almost perfectly still, right? He was trying to prove that from traveling from one point to the other, you could still see the boat, but he wasn't accounting for the refraction that would mean the light from the boat would still hit him even around a curvature.
What curvature? Well, when was this what happened? You can't just insert curvature. Are you just asserting that?
The curvature of the Earth. The guy was wrong.
Okay.
And he got proved wrong.
So what was the purpose of the experiment?
So he was trying to prove that the Earth was flat, and then he set up a bet with another guy for anyone to show that it wasn't flat to prove him wrong, and someone actually did it, and a referee who was there and was a neutral party looked at the math and then decided that yes, the guy was right, that it wasn't flat. The guy who he had bet against was, the guy who said that this is flat.
Actually, no, you're wrong.
He was
In
wrong.
the Bedford level test, they went to court and the guy had to pay.
That's because the guy who originally set up the bet cancelled it at the last minute, but then gave the money. So Wallace, the person who won and proved that it was round, then had to give it back.
Nobody cares about completely that. Backwards, and who cares anyway? Because I've got a 273-mile sight distance at 309, 255.
Yeah.
I can also see the horizon 10 miles away.
You yourself sent
at
up the weather
1.22.
balloons.
What is this curvature that you
Wait a minute,
speak
wait a
of
minute, wait a minute.
that they
Hold on a second.
proved?
Hold on a second. Are you saying that
Yeah.
because one of the sites was warped up and still lower than the other one in the back, which was still visible from the first one, you think that proves that it was round? Are you retarded?
Wait, say that again?
What happened in the Bedford level test is they could still see the final site in the distance, but one in the middle was higher.
Well, the middle was higher because
How did they see the one in the distance still? You absolute
because they went
mong.
above the middle.
You absolute mong. You don't even understand the test. If what I said to you doesn't make you go, oh yeah, that, then you didn't even read the test. You didn't even read what happened, did you?
I did.
Really? Why was the one in the middle higher?
The middle was higher.
Yeah. Why could they still see the one on the end?
Because he had it above the water.
Okay. So what year was this?
They measured it from a
What year
different
was
height.
this? What year was this?
It's in the 1800s. They
This is
proved
the
it wrong even
1800s?
then.
How accurate? Yeah. How accurate do you think they're when they were
Because
putting
you
their
can
little
recreate the
sticks
test
in?
now. They have it open.
I'm just gonna ban you. Okay.
You're just gonna straight ban me.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ban you.
Any reason?
Yeah, because I don't like you. Because I don't like you.
Yeah.
Because I don't like you. That's a good enough
It's
reason.
real fucking mature, man.
There, gone.
Yeah. Yes, I've been waiting to do. I didn't know when to pull. I was like, yep. So he came in.
You missed it, man.
Bedford level test. We're back. Is it 2015 again? The Bedford level.
Wait.
Talking about the Bedford level.
Crazy.
So
they
we
were
started
using
off.
technology. They're using technology from freaking Civil War era.
You missed it. So he was saying that he's seen the curvature because he both go over. We showed him the black swan. He said, "Well, because it's refraction." I was like, "Well, we're gonna find Earth." Then you made your curvature not really a physical location, not a physical location, but optical. Yes, it's optical. And then he's like, yes, horizon is optical. Yeah, so it's not physical.
It's not physical. Yeah.
Like, but it is physical, but it's also optical.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Is the moment you run up against a British NPC, they're the worst. Oh, he only had to pay him because he didn't show up. That's not why you had to pay him. That's not what the court said.
I agree, and I'm British. Just for the record.
No, I apologize. It's a long-standing tradition because
I'm surrounded by them. The people with the stiff upper lip, the fucking arseholes.
No, we've got the Museum of Natural History, and so our religion is Darwinism.
And these guys as well, they think Americans are stupid. All of them. It's like a common thing that goes around in England, like Americans are dumb, and it's
I know.
It's
Look,
so not true. But they all think Americans are dumb.
Unless
and they're
someone,
the fucking dumbest of the dumb.
Unless you're Jeremy Clarkson, you don't get to make fun of Americans.
Yeah, good one.
Because Jeremy Clarkson is actually funny.
But this place is full of people like the Rumpus. Honestly, like I used to live in a city with universities. It's full of them.
Yeah, I think the Rumpus is a propaganda show. One of the very few actually existing propaganda shows.
I'm not sure because I used to live with someone who was exactly like the Rumpus, and I think what it is he's part of a debate team because he's using so many debate tactics, and there's loads of them at the universities around here. And they're more interested in the debate and sly, underhand tactics to win a debate rather than proving anything.
Well, see, it's not even debate tactics that they're using. It's courtroom tactics, like putting because you're treating your opposition as as a prosecution versus defense, and that you're trying to undermine them any way you can, when that's not what the structure of a debate is. So they remind me more like lawyers. That's what they really remind me of. I guess barristers over there. What's a lawyer over there?
Solicitor.
What?
Barrister. A solicitor.
A solicitor. Yeah. Okay. So a solicitor. It's just somebody who's arguing. They're not making points. They're arguing to upset a narrative, and that's what lawyers do.
Yep.
Because they don't make points. They don't have evidence or anything like that. They're just trying to create smoke and confusion.
Yeah, I think as a barrister, someone who was like a kind of like a Supreme Court type people, whatever.
Is that like a federal judge over there? Or that
yeah,
judge?
like a federal judge or federal prosecutor or whatever.
Yeah, 'cause we have barristers also. I just don't know the difference.
I think it's the difference is kind of like what they can do, or the barrister is kind of like a special position, but they don't argue like more controlled op. In other words, like more of a show person for pretending like they're fixing things at the high level.
Barrister's a political position, I assume.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Okay. Look, all I know is I'm the Shakespeare when it comes to lawyers.
We have Dr. K recorded saying that the flat plane is so big you can't see the curvature.
Yo mama's so big you can't see the curvature.
The Earth is so big it looks flat. Well, doesn't that mean it's flat? No. What that
so
means
big
is that
they
it's
had to invent relativity.
Hey, what's Popper's first principle, right? It's falsifiability, right?
Yeah.
If something is so big that you can never determine that it's round, and you know it's round, that's unfalsifiable, which automatically means you can dismiss it.
Yeah.
And probably the best fat mama joke ever, right? Your mama's so fat, it looks flat.
Yo mama, so fat, she looked like a flat earth. I don't know. There's a joke in there somewhere. It's just not funny yet.
Or your mama's so fat, she's the reason why the Earth is flat.
Oh, no. You're moving into leftist meme there. There was too much explanation.
Oh, okay.
Your mama's so fat she measures flat.
She observes flat. She is observed as flat. Mother Earth jokes, eh?
It's kind of like the Austin Powers joke too, where the guy had a big head.
Mole. I thought it was the mole.
Your mama's so fat when she lays down, they call her Flat Earth Mark II.
Too long. I have the attention span of a flea, somewhere between a flea and a goldfish. You got to have your joke that succinct, or it's not funny, right? But I bet that's one thing you're never told. Too long.
Yeah.
See, there's a joke.
The jokes of the future.
Memes, right? I mean, memes are pretty awesome. They say a lot.
If only we had some good ones. We have a few good ones.
Like a picture paints 1,000. No, a meme says 1,000 words. Not a picture. Well, then that means a meme says 1,000,000 words. Like a virus. Like a mind virus, you know. Yo mama so flat memes.
The gravity arguments, futile arguments, actually help me mostly in giving up this globe religion.
They are going to show an example of a very good meme. It's how dumb and simple they need to be.
Okay, answer me this. What does 2 plus 2 equal? And no, don't give me 4. Give me
Give me a proper answer.
Gradiently 4.
2 plus 2 equals the square root of
It's
16.
gradiently 4.
Okay. 2 plus 2 equals the square root of 8 minus did that count? Or is it 5?
If you continue, you are near to explain gravity.
Gravity is
Finish
the
finish the formula.
gravity is the curvature
Finish
of
the,
space-time
but
caused
finish
by
finish the formula that everybody get it.
oh, I missed it.
Caused by mass.
I was gonna say, yo, mama.
Yeah,
If I
and they try to
backwards.
prove boson Higgs, that mass particle, the particle responsible for mass, weight, and it's not there. But they had to still invent something to give a Nobel Prize to that guy. Yeah, because he was a British teacher, so yeah, they have to award them.
It's like, wait, isn't a fabric flat? Isn't it a plane? Like, is space-time a plane?
In their conception, yeah. Like super flat. The flattest flat.
Then it should be called flat time, right? Not space-time.
It's also sphere because it's concept. You can conceptually change that. Because if it's concept, with your concept you can change the real concept. And that can work for either.
If we imagine ourselves riding on a light ray, if you picture you are riding on a light beam. Say, wait, like me, like the mass, like the matter and stuff of me, or or me, my astral projection. Thought experiments, right? It's like, wait.
Help me out here. One of y'all might know. Is that a Continental or an Eldorado in that picture I posted?
Continental. Yeah, not Eldorado. Right.
Yeah, Continental. Man, that's a nice car.
Yeah.
I love that picture. Dude just is like, you know what? I'm going to pull over and sunbathe. Because he's got a lawn chair out. That's a lawn chair. That is a folding lawn chair that he carries around in his car, so he can just pull over and sunbathe.
Yep.
Yeah, that was life in the 70s right there. Look at those buildings too, man. Or they call it that Tartarian architecture.
Mud flood.
Yeah.
You know,
Inca made
when those pictures of like the excavations and stuff, though, where it's they're finding, you know, and like sometimes not just another floor under there, but like 2 more floors or even 3 in some cases. Like that is pretty wild.
In Savannah, well, what they did is the river used to be elevation, and at some point, what they did is they brought in about 20 foot of fill and buried everything to lift up the elevation of the docks. And so you go to Savannah and you'll be walking and you'll notice that we don't have basements here, but every single older home in Savannah has a basement. Every single one. And they have windows, like these cutouts for windows that can look up and see sky.
What do you think about that? About the mud flood story, the Tartarian? You reckon? You reckon it's true or?
I used to kind of brush it off, but like actually lately I've been watching more of that stuff, and I don't know. Like I don't think the picture that everybody's putting together. I don't think it's exactly right, but
right.
You know, hidden history, like, and, you know, like really when you really look at the architecture buildings going back, like, and the technology that they supposedly have, you got to question the history of that. Like they did definitely have better ways or more technology or both, like than what we give them credit for. And
yeah, I think part of the problem with the mud flood theory is that either they're not giving them enough credit or they're giving them so much credit it's unbelievable. Like,
yeah, I get what you're saying there too. Like claiming that they're doing stuff
alien,
that's impossible to do, and
yeah, magic level technology.
Yeah.
It's like, no, come on.
Yeah.
Let's be rational here. So I think when it comes to the mud floods, there's a lot of smoke, but not necessarily a lot of signal. But there's something. I don't know what it is. There's something. But I definitely don't buy into the whole story because we still build stuff like this. It's just very rare because cheap building materials are when all this stuff went out of style. When we could suddenly mass produce steel and glass, it's like, wow, screw these buildings. These buildings cost concrete. And then you can knock these big, giant, beautiful concrete buildings that they built. You can knock them down and turn them into foundations and floors for your big, giant, gaudy skyscrapers. So just on a practical building level, that makes more sense to me. As we used to build beautiful things, we became decadent and degenerate, and we don't build beautiful things anymore.
it's unfortunate though, because they would love to tell you that people would love to build these just straight corner block towers and tell you how beautiful the city is, you know, with all these new, you know, skyscrapers. It's like,
well, you know, what's funny is Tartarian, or whatever they want to call it, mud flood era, whatever, is not even my favorite architecture. My favorite architecture is Art Deco. If we did the whole world in Art Deco, I'd be happy.
that vintage toaster look, like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you saw the train I posted.
Yeah, I saw the picture you posted. I like that stuff too, but I don't know about doing the whole world in it, man. Like,
Here, I've
might
got
be a little much.
Oh, I got a bunch of pictures saved on my phone. Like, I'll show you a building. Well, this is one of my favorite buildings. Let me find it. I've got a huge Art Deco folder. Come on, where are you? Well, let's see. Oh, here's a building I like right here. One of them. That's Art Deco.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Like putting the big steel wings on the front of your building with the like face. That kind of stuff. I love that.
Yeah,
Chill out. Sorry. Oh,
Like
here's
this
another.
building posted the picture of reminds me of like something like Superman comic book or something.
I love that train.
That's an awesome train. Yeah, the trains for sure. They can make the trains like that. That'd be cool. I'd be down with that. It just looks really powerful and like kind of like just fast and powerful at the same time.
The Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago has a bunch of those old trains. Actually, they have a U-boat there, U-505. I've been on that as a kid, visiting there.
This is one of my all-time favorites right here.
Yeah, I like Art Deco. I like it also. It's pretty cool.
That last one makes me think of that movie Metropolis.
Yeah, it's like the early 1900s. Hey.
Yeah, these buildings would have been built in like the Roaring 20s, like.
Yeah.
Is that about right? The 20s?
Yeah. It's
for the buildings?
20s, 30s.
Some 40s.
Yeah. Yeah, it's real unfortunate that it was like, oh, there's the Boston Cathedral or the Boston Avenue Methodist Episcopal Church. That one's a beautiful building. I'm just gonna get the entrance pulled up. There you go.
Yeah, these are good examples of buildings, though. That okay. So what building is this? This cathedral here. This is old.
It's a cathedral in Boston. I think it's Episcopalian, so it's like Catholic light.
When was it built?
Let me check.
Diet Catholic.
Completed in 1929.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, like with the mud flood stuff, like they're kind of pinning down like a mid 50s, like little bit like mid to late like 50s 60s, somewhere in there, where they seem to be kind of pinning down like their reset, And these buildings are after that reset then. So there's still obviously some care in the way things look and detail, like.
Yeah. Well, like me, I don't know what it is. I actually like Art Deco better than Old World European. But Art Deco it's my thing. It's what I love. It's my favorite architecture. It's my favorite art design. So it's somewhere between beautiful and brutal.
Yeah, I mean it looks a little bit frightening, actually. All those buildings do. You expect to find some kind of Doctor Evil supervillain in that building,
Yeah,
or
you hear Bach.
or like a
You hear
fat cat.
Beethoven playing, right? The
A fat,
organs.
some big fat cat like journalist, like guy that owns a newspaper. He's gonna live on the top floor of that second
Let me
building.
let me show you an Art Deco sculpture, and this is just a relief for the outside of a building. Look.
That's where that's where the evil villains actually were, for real.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that is
I
from the
mean,
old
that's pretty good.
Ghostbuster movie. That building, that was from the Ghostbusters.
Yeah. Who is it? Is it Hermes?
I think it's just decorative.
Or Mercury or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, me. They didn't just put detailed faces on buildings like because
no,
they just
I
thought it
know,
was a decorative looking face.
I know.
Hermes.
It's probably Hermes because he's got wings on his helmet. So,
yeah.
But I mean, it's just like, oh, the Hermes thing, but it's probably not significant where they put it. It's just that Hermes' head is a design like feature that they just stamp, right?
Yeah.
Fuck is that?
Well, you recognize the buildings in the background, right?
Empire State Building and no, yeah.
That is the Empire State Building, right?
I think
quite.
so. The one on the right. I mean, the
Yeah.
one in the middle.
No, Empire State Building is Art Deco.
Mm-hmm.
You get up close to it, you can see all the Art Deco designs all over it. It's a beautiful building once you start actually looking at it.
No, but what's this thing in the foreground? Is that on a bridge?
Just a pylon to a bridge.
Which bridge is that? Oh, I've never been to New York, so
I don't know. Yeah, I have no intention of ever going to New York.
You ever played the game BioShock? They have these same designs and
Yeah, I think it's set around the same time as well. BioShock. Or the same car, the same vibe, culture ish.
Is from the movie Cleopatra from 1934. I mean, the aesthetics, absolutely on point.
we have a few members, new members. I'm seeing God01 on the fence. We got Shadow Elite. He's a glower. Maybe he brought some measurements of curvature. No? We have Alp. Alp, you're unmuted. You want to say something? Talk to us? Alp, are you there? Okay, I'm gonna mute you again. If you wanna join the discussion, you can hop into VC check-in. Creation Bear and Redwin are there, so get a roll. We have Wicked. Wicked, are you there? Wicked, you've been unmuted. Hello? I'm still here, right? Not talking to
Yep.
myself. Okay. So Wicked, no? And there I was thinking somebody finally measured curvature. So, Wicked, I'm going to mute you again. If you want to jump up, get a roll and join the discussion, you can do so in the VC check-in. Sorry, guys. I'd hoped that we could finally prove the globe, but it seems still flat. Hopefully it didn't kill the convo.
No, thank you, Roger. Yeah, the Salt Lake City is the is the one city that really opened my eyes about this mud flood thing, because it doesn't make sense that these Mormons came rolling in with most of them had hand carts that they pushed from Springfield, Illinois, or somewhere like that, and I guess they get there in the late 1840s or early 1850s, and then in 20 years they had this huge freaking temples and gigantic structures, and you're thinking that doesn't match up with these people. That at the best they had horses and carriages and maybe some, like teams of horses with long bed trailers. That's basically so you wonder, where did all the stonemasons, architects, like how did this people, I don't know, that's the part that I have a disconnect with.
A lot of times we're mistaking stonemasonry for just concrete.
Yes, that's true. That's true. But I would sure like to see some construction photos of some of these buildings, which they seem to be completely not available anywhere.
I hope the only history we have written about Salt Lake City is really from the Mormons. Don't know if I'm going to believe them as a source.
So I think. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna quickly say, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way. I think Mimas is like Huey's polite cousin.
Yes.
That's a good one.
That is actually probably very accurate. I am probably one of the most hyper skeptical types. No, it's Salt Lake City is an interesting one because it is literally just one group of people that went out, and I think they went out there specifically to do that. I think they already had a plan. So I don't know what they were capable of. I do know that the Roman Colosseum took 5 years and is one of the single most complex infrastructure projects ever in like human history, and it took them 5 years. But that whole thing is built out of concrete, so they can't really lie about it because they had so many historians writing about how it's made out of concrete. Because that way they didn't have to transport blocks, they didn't have to cut any blocks, they just poured them in place, and while the block was still soft, they could shape it.
Yeah, there still seems to be something missing, because I mean, even if you go, and not to go too far away, but even if you go to Mexico, South America, Central and South America, these huge structures that were built, even the people that the let's say the Spanish found, those indigenous people didn't know who they knew it wasn't. They didn't do it. They admitted that they didn't make it.
It's like the Egyptians didn't build the pyramid. They're not the Egyptian pyramids. They're just the pyramids. They don't know. Of course, I also say that those are concrete structures too, because they're primitive concrete and all of the stone have the same magnetic direction, which means they all have the same age. Like, how do you have stones that have the same age that were quarried? They should be like all the magnetic directions should be in every single direction, toppled, turned, all this other stuff.
Yeah, like every layer down, like 10 feet down, 12 feet, 20 feet down, it's going to have a different one. Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. So I think in the late 70s, someone, I want to say his name was Jean-Pierre, figured out that they used primitive limestone concrete to build them. And so, yeah, they know where the quarries are, and it's the limestone that matches. But they did not quarry giant blocks of limestone, put them on ships, and then transport them down the Nile. They just broke up a bunch of limestone and carried it in buckets. So, problem solved. I mean, the entire problem is solved just with that. Like, oh, they're not that. It's not that crazy. So.
Well, they seem to have had a pretty accurate way of aligning to magnetic to the cardinal directions. So they were using either pretty accurate what do you call it, like celestial I don't even know the word, using the celestial objects to align their buildings, that it seems like we can't even do that today to that accuracy.
Yeah, I didn't get like the last 45 seconds because of kids.
Any proof of globe yet? Anybody? Nah. Okay. Back to silence.
The man asks the impossible.
What if we just play that numpty clip right now? What do you think? Oh, that one's not started yet. Okay. June 21st. How about a different numpty clip?
Play that numpty clip, Sonny boy. Play that numpty clip now.
Watch me pull a numpty clip out of my hat.
In your musical career, did anybody literally turn around and shout, play that funky music, white boy? I'm sure they did, didn't they?
Play that numpty clip, white boy.
Shout out to all the Globe reps that are coming in here and representing their Globe well. Not. You got the numpty clip ready now?
Yeah, coming right up here.
All right.
Foolish decisions, 30 December 2019.
Okay, yeah, gas pressure. Well, so I find this kind of weird because, you know, we see examples of pressure differentials everywhere we look in the natural world.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
That wasn't the question, Professor. The question was, how can you have gas pressure without a container? You started off talking about gas pressure gradients. Well, that's delta X. The question is, where'd you get X? So before you can have delta X, that is gas pressure gradients, you have to have X, gas pressure. So, again, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
The second point I'd make, you know, we can demonstrate, I can get a high pressure air hose and I can generate enough pressure to cut someone's hand off. So, and that's pressure without a container.
So you used a hose attached to a compressor, no doubt. Sounds like you have two containers, Professor. Do you and Hillbilly Blue Ball swap spit in the shower? He also had two containers, demonstrating gas pressure without a container.
And the last thing is every action needs an equal and opposite reaction. God, what are the uses? That is a law of motion, and it applies to the motion of objects. And it's based upon the fact that if you shift something's mass, you know, there's going to be a reaction about you shifting that mass based on you, minus frictional forces, etc. involved. So there's always a reaction. That's why when you fire a gun, you feel a recoil. Done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think that was a minute.
Yeah, 5 minutes too long. You had 3 shots at a simple question. Newsflash, for everyone that can't fog a mirror, you didn't answer his question, Professor. It wasn't even an obfuscation. I'm convinced with 100% certitude that you thought you answered the question comprehensively. That's the really scary part. Oh, and by the way, from Douglas Klein, professor of physics via Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Richard Feynman, Lecture on Quantum Electrodynamics, the discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in the behavior of light, and then in the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Let me say that again for you, Professor. The laws of motion of Newton were not right.
Fatality.
Okay? Thanks. Priceless. Here, take this with you. On the house.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Yes, Sonny, that gentleman sounded confused with his understanding of nature laws, like the second law of thermodynamics. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they need to go back to the drawing board because whoever they are that is coming in here representing the globe are doing a pitiful job. Oops.
This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Best place on earth to talk about Earth. It's been dead air day. Just trying to break the silence. See if anybody else wants to talk. Peace. Anybody know why there's like 30 people in VC check-in and nobody down here? Anybody even listening? Alrighty then.
I think there's some people upstairs checking some people in. I think, Dave. I'm not sure. I'll go take a look. See if we can get some of
Hey,
them.
God, Rock. I just want to make sure the live stream's still active with me. I don't know.
Yeah, it's been real quiet. I've just been sitting here listening, wondering what's going on myself. You're right. There's a lot of people up in VC check-in, an awful lot. But there's some, MJ's up there. He's a mod. Radwin, well, he's not a mod, but Redford Bear, she's up there. So I'd imagine they're trying to get these people checked in. So maybe they'll be sending them down here any minute. One at a time.
Exercise a little patience.
Yeah.
While we got some dead air, I want to give a big shout out to Whitsitt for going out there in real life. And he was in the middle of a park in New York City getting a lot of shit last night out there speaking truth. So shout out to Wits.
I tried finding him. Like he said, he told me to go to Globebuster or something. I couldn't find anything, Dave. Where did you find him?
It's on YouTube. It's on Globebusters Activism.
Globebusters Activism? Okay. So I've been following him, his tour pretty much every day until his channel got taken down again. But yeah, he's out there trying to do the best he can. That's for sure.
He's definitely out there in the middle of it.
Yep.
Got to give him props for it.
Yep. No doubt. I'll be back in a minute, Dave. I'm going to go up to VC1 and see what's going on.
Got you, God rocking.
All right, buddy.
Have a good one. Meanwhile, down here in the cone of silence, showing my 8th Get Smart reference. There's probably people on here that don't even know what Get Smart is. Anyway, I shut up.
Oh, you guys are awful quiet. Time for another numpty clip.
Hit us with it, Sonny.
We have George. Not gonna work here anymore. The Space Git idiot. If you're unfamiliar with this abomination of the earth, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he was the mastermind behind the little scheme to put pressure on Brian Mullen by contacting the State Board of Engineers, of which Brian was registered with. Unsurprisingly, the clumsy innuendo fallacy suggested to the board of brain-dead baltards turned out to be successful. No worries, Brian. Understand fully. We got your back. I hope you don't mind if I fillet then fricassee this fuckwit idiot over and over and over and over again just for GP. General purpose.
But in an engineering sense, for a closed system, we also require, in an engineering thermodynamic closed system is like, or an engineering closed system is like a thermodynamically isolated system that you can't have mass or energy transfers in or out of the system. We call that closed in an engineering sense. And also they use that definition in chemistry. So it depends upon what discipline you're considering when you want to talk about open and closed. Because some require thermodynamics allows this heat transfer out of a closed system, whereas in a lot of other disciplines they do not allow heat transfer out of a closed system.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
That right there, folks, is one of the biggest convoluted, made-up, cod-swallowed, horse-pucky bollocks. Absolutely deranged Dunning-Kruger, smash yourself in the face with a spade shovel repeatedly, projectile diarrhea-of-the-mouth performances you'll ever hear. Watch how quickly his horseshit is dispatched. From Physics About, Anne-Marie Helmstein, Ph.D., Biomedical Sciences. A closed system is a concept used in thermodynamics, physics, and engineering. You're busted! And in chemistry.
Ay, caramba!
It differs from an isolated system. A closed system is a type of thermodynamic system where mass is conserved within the boundaries of the system, but energy is allowed to freely enter and exit the system.
Fatality.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, after that train wreck of a debacle, there's only two choices. This baltard spinning space monkey is either stone cold lying or is light years beyond clinical level Dunning-Kruger deranged. If it's the latter, this is a all hands on deck, subdue with force, horse and elephant tranquilizer without cessation, straitjacketed, rubber-roomed, emergency lobotomy scenario. For not only his safety, but others. If it's the former, he should be hung from a f***ing yardarm for treason against humanity.
Entropy being a measure of disorder.
You serious?
Yep, he is. And Pocahontas was actually Elmer Fudd in drag and was directly responsible for the Tet Offensive. George McFly, From the legend, Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu, this view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2.
You dumbass.
Again from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force.
Fatality.
From Chem Libre text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Stating entropy talks about disorder is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll. It's belly-laughingly juvenile proby and demonstrates beyond any doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that we have a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip globetard wiki-parroting goober of megalithic proportions.
You big dummy.
Or he's flat-out stone-cold lying. Listening to you discuss thermodynamics, Georgie Tatonka, is akin to listening to Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a neurosurgery convention. Hey, Georgie.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Take the next 3 days off, then quit. Clown.
Hey. Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Do either of you golds know why They Live is muted?
I'm not a gold, but I don't know why. They live's been around. It's a flat earther thing.
Well, I mean, if the live stream's dead and he's asking to be unmuted, I mean, maybe he's got something to say. I'm just going to unmute him. Someone else, if they've got some impeding reason as to why they wanted him muted, I guess they can mute him back.
Thank you. Yeah, I just noticed that yesterday. I was just wondering why, but
You could have been, you could have just been hot micing and not have realized it, and then, you know, so much time's went on. I don't know. It could have been why.
Yeah, that might have been a reason. That sounds about right. Well, you're roboting, Dave. What was that?
Go back to the silly spinning.
Still roboting, Dave. So has anybody brought curvature yet? Anyone brought curvature? Sonny, I know you're on that watch. I guess if we're still here, they've not brought curvature.
My coworkers didn't bring it today.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to cook breakfast across my room, so I'm running back. I had to run back to answer. Anyway, yeah, waiting for curvature still. Yeah, none was presented.
Cook breakfast across your room. I envision you with a very, very long ladle trying to turn eggs from the other side of the room.
How'd you know? How'd you guess I was making eggs at 11:30?
Yeah.
No, it's 2:30 here.
Still Samuel Robinson.
Still roboting, Dave.
He must be driving or something.
You might have to hop back in and hop out and hop back in, Dave.
Still Samuel Robinson.
Samuel Robot.
All right, last one. This is last three, or you lost two.
Yeah, still not catching what you're saying, man. Sorry. He's trying like hell, though.
Hey Dave, I watched Witsit in Washington Park in New York. That was pretty good.
Is my mic working now?
You're better.
It's a tad better.
Yeah. I don't know. It's the same headset I use every day. It usually works. I'll shut
Yeah,
up.
you're good.
But shout,
No, you're
you're
good
good
now.
now.
Wits that he's out there doing it for real. I mean, can't give him enough crop.
Yeah, did you
He has
catch where the
people up in
cop
his
said,
face and everything.
yeah, did you see where the cop said he's going to write him a summons if he doesn't stop using an amplifier? But yet there's like 3 other people using an amplifier around him.
Yep. And that cop never didn't have an answer for him. Wits kept asking him, and he was just walking away, wasn't he?
Yeah, at least
How'd
he
that
got
end
in
up?
Sorry, go ahead.
He didn't get a ticket or anything, did he?
No, he already had 2.5 hours of talking about flat Earth, and then the cop came up, so he was about to wind down anyway.
Yeah, but it's just ridiculous that he singled out the guy talking about flat Earth, and there was like 5 or 6 other amplifiers all around there.
Yeah, blasting music and rap music.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
That's
getting kind of heated. Those guys were like all up on him really close, talking about a sphere.
I know it looked kind of sketchy there for a minute. It's safer to do that in numbers, I guess. Big props to Woods to get out there and speak the truth.
Yeah,
I
big
wasn't so
props.
old like that.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
roboting again, Dave.
Yeah, he's starting a robot again. The reason why he went on the Glowbusters alternate channel is because they gave him a strike and he can't go live on his channel for 2 weeks, I believe.
I still think a flat Earth game is a good idea. Do what? Hold on. I'll be right back. Anyway, as I was saying, I still think a flat Earth game would be a cool idea. But no, much respect for what he does. For real, it's not easy to do that. That was disturbing.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core scientific. Ball of sticker that been prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the sweetest signs of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe darts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. It's not shit up and disappear without a trace. I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off to space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room with giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
I love it. It's the kind that sits at home alone with their mask on. I mean, you gotta love it. So anyway, the guys next door, the guys over at the fire department, they had dug up. Like, I just want to share this because I think it's cool as hell. Shout out to Chocolate because they really they heard his song and they liked his song, and I paused it, and then I said, I told the guy, right? I told the dude, I said, that's all right. Let me pause this because you probably won't like it anyway. He's like, no. He said, it's a cool beat, but because they were letting me know that they were going to fill in my backyard because they were doing some work next door. And when they did, the city had came and dug up some dirt around this drain that they have. And in the process of doing so, they dug up my yard and made tracks in my yard where you can't get a mower or anything across it without tearing it up. So they're going to fill it in and level it out with some new dirt. And they were letting me know that they were going to be having them come sometime this week to do it, right? And Chocolate's song was playing when I answered the door, and I said, hold on. I said, let me pause this. I said, you probably won't want to hear this anyway. And so I paused it or deafened the thing, right? And then he told, and the guy was like, no, he said, it's all right. And then he told me what he had to tell me. And then I said, it's a flat earth song. He goes, a flat earth song? He said, what's that? And then I told him, I said, well, and then I started going through some of it with him, and I said, just look it up on SoundCloud, Chocolate saying, and he probably won't because he didn't write it down. He didn't put it in his phone or anything, but it's the fact that, he's got some awareness now of flat earth. So these guys, they don't ever have time to think of anything like that. So it's just the fact that it's in their mind and it's in their awareness. I thought was pretty cool because we're always engaging in conversations, about other things. So maybe, who knows, maybe they'll ask me about it and I'll get a chance to, because he was in a hurry and I was in a hurry and I didn't really get to go into it too much with him. But I thought it was pretty cool. It was pretty good timing. Anyway, hello, MJ.
I was just wondering, I mean, hey, your mic sounds amazing now. Which mic is this?
It's the same one. No, Riggs did something with my computer, and he plus he told me to switch it over from standard to legacy, and he had something downloaded onto it to where if I whenever an update comes through, it has something to do with a conflict of drivers or something.
All right.
So if I run that app, it removes those drivers and those applications, and it keeps it kosher.
Yeah, you sound phenomenal now. Finally, about time. No more of that crackly weird thing that used to happen. Awesome.
Yeah, I thought that it sounded that way because I cannot stand hearing myself play back. It's really disturbing to me. I have to skip parts or whatever. If I see my name, I can't listen to it.
You're not alone there. Let me tell you, I can't stand to listen to my own voice either. Right? What the hell is? Why do I sound so weird?
It's probably normal.
Yeah.
Raider's sitting in here without a row. Raider, if you'd like to hop up into the VC check-in, someone will follow you